Section 19 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 4. Innocent VII, Benedict XIII. Troubles in Italy and France, 1404 to 1406. The career of Boniface IX was that of an aspiring Italian prince, and the fortunes of his dominions corresponded to the means by which they had been won. No sooner was the news of his death spread through the city than the people rose to assert their old liberties, October 1st, 1404. The streets were barricaded, the nobles hurried their retainers from the country, and the old cries of Guelph and Ghibelline, Colonna, Orsini, were again heard in the city. The capital was held by the two brothers of Boniface and by the senator. The people, led by the Colonna, hastened to attack it. But the Orsini gathered their partisans and, advancing by night to its relief, defeated the Colonna in a fight in the streets. The defeated party turned for help to Ladislas of Naples, who had already shown a desire to mix in the affairs of Rome. It was in this wild confusion, and with the knowledge of the rapid advance of Ladislas, that the 9 cardinals present in Rome entered the conclave on October 12th. The ambassadors of Benedict, who had been imprisoned during the tumult by the Castellan of St. Angelo, and only obtained their liberty after payment of a ransom of 5,000 ducats, besought them to defer the election. They were asked if they were commissioned to offer Benedict's resignation. When they answered that they had no power to proceed so far, the cardinals went on to their election. The public opinion of Europe so far weighed with them that they followed the example of the cardinals at Avignon before the election of Peter de Luna. They signed a solemn undertaking that each of them would use all diligence to bring about the unity of the Church, and that he who might be chosen pope would resign his office at any time, if need were, to promote that object. It is said that they had some difficulty in coming to an agreement, but the approach of Ladislas did not permit them to delay. On October 17th, they elected Cosimo de Migliorati, a Neapolitan, who they hoped would be alike well-pleasing to Ladislas and to the Romans, and whose pacific character held out hopes of a settlement of the discords of the Church. Migliorati was sprung from a middle-class family of Sulmona in the Abruzzi. He was learned both in canon and in civil law, and entered the Curia under Urban VI, where his capacity for business won him speedy advancement. He was for some time papal collector in England, then was made Archbishop of Ravenna in the room of Pillio, and afterwards Bishop of Bologna. Boniface IX recognized his merits by appointing him cardinal, and confided to his care the chief part of the business of the Curia. He was popular in Rome through his conciliatory manner and gentle nature. He was, moreover, universally respected for his learning and his blameless life. He was, however, old, and the Romans felt that in him they had not got another master like Boniface. Cardinal Migliorati took the papal title of Innocent VII, but it was some time before he could openly assume the papal crown. He possessed nothing except the Vatican and the Castle of St. Angelo, which a brother of Boniface still held securely. In the city itself, only the capital resisted the people, who declared that they would only let the Pope be free when he had given them back their freedom. In this state of things, Ladislas arrived at Rome, and was received in triumph by the people. He entered by the gate of San Giovanni in Laterano on October 19th, and spent the night in the Lateran Palace, whence on the morning of the 21st he went in state to the Vatican to offer his services as mediator to the luckless Pope. Ladislas had a deep-laid scheme to make himself master of Rome. As soon as he was secure in Naples, his restless and ambitious spirit looked out for a new sphere, and he determined to increase his dominions at the expense of the States of the Church. Boniface in his later days had looked upon him with growing suspicion, and so long as Boniface lived he did not venture to move. But he hastened to take advantage of the disturbance which broke out on the death of Boniface, and there is good ground for thinking that he fomented it. His plan was to set the Pope and the Roman people against one another, and by helping now one and now the other, to get them both into his power. By this policy he hoped that Rome itself would soon fall into his hands. He trusted that the rebellious Romans would drive the Pope from the city, and would then be compelled to submit to himself. Against such a foe, Innocent VII was powerless. He had no option save to allow Ladislas to settle matters between himself and the Romans. An agreement was accordingly made on October 27th, which was cleverly constructed to restore to the Romans much of their old freedom, to secure to Ladislas a decisive position in the affairs of Rome, and to reserve to the Pope a decent semblance of power. The senator was still to be appointed by the Pope. The people were to elect 7 governors of the city treasury, who were to hold office for 2 months, and were to take oath of office before the senator. To these 7, 3 were to be added by the appointment of the Pope or of King Ladislas, and the 10 together were to manage the finances of the city. All magistrates were to be responsible at the end of their office to 2 syndics, one appointed by the Pope and one elected by the people. The capital was to be surrendered to King Ladislas, and was to be turned into a public palace or law courts. Ladislas might, if he chose, assign it as the official residence of the 10 governors. It is obvious that by this agreement all that the strong hand of Boniface IX had won was lost to his successor, and that opportunities were carefully left for differences between the contracting parties, which Ladislas must necessarily be called in to settle. Ladislas had given perfidious aid to the Pope, but had the audacity to claim a reward for it. Innocent gave him for 5 years the Maritima and Campania, by which he commanded free approach to Rome. Moreover, Ladislas obtained from the Pope a decree declaring that in any steps he might take toward restoring the unity of the Church, the title of Ladislas to Naples should be secured as a preliminary. This promise was sure to render all his measures useless, as France could not be expected expressly to abandon the claims of the House of Anjou. The unscrupulous Ladislas was bent on turning the indolent Innocent into a pliant tool. He still remained for a few days the Pope's guest, so long as it suited him to continue his intrigues with Rome. Finally, he determined before his departure to impress the people by his splendour. Leaving the Vatican on November 14th, he crossed the Ponte Molle and entered Rome by the Porta del Popolo. He rode in triumph through the street of Torre del Conte to the Lateran, and on his way asserted his rights in Rome by dubbing knight one Galeotto Normanni, who afterwards assumed the significant title of the Knight of Liberty. After spending the evening of November 4th at the Lateran, he departed next day for Naples. Not till he was gone did Innocent VII venture to be crowned on November 11th, and after his coronation rode amid the cheers of the people to take possession of the Lateran. It was not long, however, before matters turned out as Ladislas had designed. The Romans had gained enough liberty to make them wish for more, and the easy good nature of the Pope emboldened them to set him at defiance. The new constitution was wrested to their own purposes, and the 7 governors elected by the Romans seem to have acted independently of the 3 appointed by the Pope. Giovanni Colonna kept a body of troops in the neighbourhood of Rome, ready to support the Romans. The Pope with difficulty maintained himself in the Leonine city by the help of his troops under the condottiere general Mostarda. The state of things in Rome is described by Leonardo Bruni of Arezzo, who came at this time as papal secretary. The Roman people were making an extravagant use of the freedom which they had lately gained. Amongst the nobles, the Colonna and Savelli were the most powerful. The Orsini had sunk, and were suspected by the people as partisans of the Pope. The Curia was brilliant and wealthy. There were many cardinals, and they men of worth. The Pope lived in the Vatican, desirous of ease and content with the existing state of things, had he only been allowed to enjoy it. But such was the perversity of the leaders of the Roman people that there was no chance of quiet. The Romans pestered the Pope with requests, and the more he granted, the more readily were new petitions preferred. They even begged for the office of cardinal for their relatives. One day the Pope's patience was worn out. "I have given you all you wished," he exclaimed. "What more can I give you except this mantle?" Matters went on becoming more and more difficult. In March 1405, the Romans, led by Giovanni Colonna, made an expedition against Molara, a castle of the Annibaldi, a few miles distant from Rome. The siege caused much damage, and in the end of April the Pope sent the prior of Santa Maria on the Aventine to make peace between the contending parties. His efforts were successful, and the Roman soldiers returned with him to the city. No sooner had he entered Rome than he was seized and executed as a traitor by the 7 governors, April 25th. But this was felt even by the Romans to be excessive, and Innocent threatened to leave the city. On May 10th the governors appeared before Innocent in the guise of penitents, with candles in their hands to ask his forgiveness. After this submission there seemed for a time to be peace. On June 12th, Innocent created 11 new cardinals, of whom 5 were Romans and 1 was Odo Colonna. He wished to do everything that he could to convince the Romans of his good intentions and induce them to let him live in peace. Peace, however, was not what Ladislaus desired, and his adherents were active in Rome. It was notorious that he had in pay a number of the chief citizens, whose actions he guided at his pleasure. It was easy, therefore, to incite the Romans to another act of aggression. By the agreement made between Pope and people, the care of the bridges of Rome was to belong to the citizens, except the Ponte Mole, which commanded the approach to the Vatican on one side, while the Castle of Sant'Angelo defended it from the other. The Romans professed to consider the possession of the Ponte Mole as necessary for the protection of the Latin hills. The Pope refused to give it up to them, and it was guarded by papal soldiers. On the night of August 2nd, a body of Romans attempted to take it by surprise, but were driven back with considerable loss. It was a festival morning when they returned, and the people had nothing to do. The bells of the capital rung out a summons to arms, and the excited crowd rushed to besiege the Castel Sant'Angelo, which was vigorously defended by its garrison, who cast up earthworks. The night was spent by both sides under arms, but the morning brought reflections, and negotiations were begun. Both parties at last agreed that the Ponte Mole should be broken down in the middle, and so rendered useless. On August 6th, a deputation of the Romans waited on the Pope, and treated him to a long speech in which they expressed their general views about his conduct. As they were riding back, unsuspecting, they were seized by the Pope's nephew, Ludovico Migliorati, and were dragged into the hospital of San Spirito, where he had his quarters. 11 of them were put to death, of whom 2 were magistrates, and 8 were friends of the Pope. Their dead bodies were flung out of the windows. This sanguinary deed awoke the passionate resentment of the people. The relatives of the murdered men thronged the Ponte de Sant'Angelo, clamouring for vengeance. In the city itself, the wildest excitement prevailed, and the whole populace was assembled in arms. Meanwhile, the luckless Innocent sat tearfully in the Vatican, calling heaven to witness his innocence and bewailing his sad fortune. He was incapable of forming any plan of action, and those around him differed in opinion. Some urged immediate flight, and some advocated delay. But the troops of Naples might be expected to advance to the aid of the Romans. The fidelity of Antonio Tomacelli, who held the Castel Sant'Angelo, was doubtful, and it was believed that he was in the pay of Ladislas. The walls of the Leonine city had fallen in many places, and were ill fitted to stand a siege. Above all, supplies of food were wanting. It was hopeless to think of resistance. Flight alone was possible. Short time was given to the terrified cardinals to gather together their valuables, as on the evening of the same day the retreat began. First went a squadron of horse, then the baggage, next the Pope and his attendants, and another squadron of horse brought up the rear to ward off attacks. They made all possible haste to escape, for the Romans were in pursuit. That night they reached Cesano, a distance of 12 miles. Next day they pressed on to Sutri, through the blazing heat of an Italian August. The third day they reached Viterbo. 30 of Innocent's attendants died on the way through heat and thirst, or died soon afterwards through immoderate draughts of water. Innocent himself was more dead than alive. No sooner had the Pope left Rome than Giovanni Colonna, at the head of his troops, burst into the Vatican, where he took up his quarters. The people laughed at his airs of importance and called him John the 23rd. The Vatican was sacked. Even the papal archives were pillaged, and bulls, letters, and registers were scattered about the streets. Many of these were afterwards restored, but the loss of historic documents must have been great. Everywhere in the city the arms of Innocent were destroyed or filled up with mud. The Romans loudly declared that they would no longer recognize him as Pope, but would take measures for restoring the unity of the Church. The talk of the Romans was vain, and they were soon to find that Innocent was necessary to them. Ladislas judged that his time had now come. The waters were sufficiently troubled for one to fish who knew the art. Footnote: Cogitans quod bonum esset, aquiis turbidis piscari scientibus artem. He had a strong party among the Roman nobles, and sent on August 20th, 1405, the Count of Troia with 5,000 horse, and 2 men already appointed to be governors of Rome in his name. This reinforcement was welcomed by Giovanni Colonna, but the Roman people had not striven to recover their liberties from the Pope, that they might put them in the hands of the King of Naples. They besieged their treacherous magistrates in the capital, and barred the Ponte di Sant'Angelo against the Neapolitans, in spite of the fire opened upon them from the castle. The Neapolitans could not force the barricades and obtain admission into the city. The capital surrendered on August 23rd to the citizens, who set up 3 new magistrates called the Buonomini. In their new peril, the minds of the Romans went back to the Pope, whom they had driven away. The members of the Curia, who had been imprisoned in the tumult, were released, and much of the goods of ecclesiastics which had been sacked were restored by the magistrates. When men's minds grew calmer, they recognized that Innocent was blameless of his nephew's crime, and when submission to the rule of Ladislas drew near, the Romans looked back with regret on the good-natured, indolent Pope. Envoys were at once dispatched to Viterbo to beg for aid, and on August 26th the papal troops under Paolo Orsini and Mustarda advanced. The Neapolitans thought it wise to withdraw. They had missed their opportunity of seizing Rome, and it was not worth while to stay longer. Giovanni Colonna abandoned the Vatican and retreated. Only the Castel Sant'Angelo still held out for Ladislas. On October 30th Innocent appointed as Senator of Rome Francesco de' Panciatici of Pistoia. The attempt of Ladislaus only ended in re-establishing in Rome the papal power, which he had managed insidiously to sap. In June 1406 a deputation of the Romans begged Innocent VII to return to his capital, and on March 13, 1405, he entered Rome amid shouts of triumph and festivities of rejoicing, which rarely greeted a papal return. His nephew Ludovico accompanied him, having undergone no severer punishment than a penance inflicted by the Pope. The passions of the Romans were quick, but were easily appeased. A horrible crime had driven them to rebellion, but when their rebellion threatened to bring with it unpleasant consequences, they laid aside their thoughts of vengeance and condoned the offence. We cannot blame them, for they had to choose between two evils. But Innocent's sense of justice and of right must have been very dim before he could ride through the streets of Rome by the side of the man who had wrought a treacherous deed of slaughter. How little Innocent counted the crimes of his nephew may be seen by the fact that he made him lord of Ancona and Forlì. The career of Innocent had been so eventful that he might safely plead inability to grapple with the great question of the Schism. Each pope wished to seem to be doing something and to do nothing, to have a case sufficient to enable him to abuse his adversary, if not to defend himself. Innocent VII began by summoning a synod to assemble at Rome on November 1st, 1405. The disturbed state of the city gave him an excuse for deferring it to May 1st, 1406. Benedict XIII, on his side, continued his plan of professing to negotiate for a meeting between the two popes, and sent to ask for a safe conduct for his envoys. Innocent thought that the last envoys of Benedict had been troublesome enough, for compensation was demanded from him for the ransom they had to pay during the disturbances that preceded his election. He accordingly refused a safe conduct to Viterbo. Benedict was now in a position to write letters declaiming against the obstinacy of Innocent, while Innocent answered by still longer letters denouncing the conduct of Benedict. No advance was made to a settlement, but public opinion turned more and more against both popes alike, and the petulant squabbling of two obstinate old men on small technical points awoke general disgust. Benedict XIII felt that his hold on France was insecure, and he was accordingly careful to have the Palace of Avignon enlarged and fortified. For this purpose he even had the church of Notre Dame pulled down, though it was the burying place of his predecessors. To avoid bringing matters to a crisis, he announced his intention of proceeding toward Italy and endeavouring himself to come to some agreement with Innocent VII. In 1404 he removed from Pont de Sourde to Nice. There he was enabled to win a triumph over his rival, as Genoa, under the influence of its French governor, Marshal Boucicaut, deserted the obedience of Innocent and recognized Benedict. Pisa soon afterwards, under French influence, followed its example. The Genoese Cardinal de Flisco, who was papal legate, joined his fellow citizens and transferred himself to the side of Benedict, by whom his dignity was recognized. Early in 1405 Benedict announced his intention of going to Genoa, and imposed a tax of 1/10 on the French clergy to provide money for his journey. The nobles supported the Pope, and the unhappy clergy were compelled to pay for what every one of them knew to be a mere pretext. On May 16, 1405, Benedict landed at Genoa, and was received with due pomp by the authorities, but without any enthusiasm from the people, who still believed in the title of the Roman Pope. The Genoese were moreover suspicious, and made Benedict understand that they could not admit his large armed escort into the city. They courteously assigned as the reason their national habit of jealousy, saying that the Genoese husbands could not endure the thought of possible rivalry in the affections of their wives. Benedict did not stay long in Genoa. On October 8th he was driven to leave by an outbreak of the plague, and took up his residence at Savona on the Riviera. Things did not prosper with him in France. Everyone was dissatisfied with his promises, and the King of Castile sent an embassy to urge again that both popes should be compelled to resign. Benedict only embittered his adversaries by trying to set the Duke of Berry against the University of Paris, which he denounced as a nest of tumult which sent forth a headstrong brood. In France generally all was in confusion. The king's madness increased, and he sank almost to the condition of a wild beast, devouring food with insatiable rapidity, and refusing to change his clothes or allow himself to be kept clean. The antagonism between the Dukes of Burgundy and Orleans was daily becoming more intense, and it was with difficulty that peace was kept between them. But in spite of political disturbances, the University of Paris returned to the charge against Benedict XIII in January 1406. The stream of public opinion again ran strongly against him, and on May 17th the University succeeded in obtaining from the Royal Council an audience, in which they once more urged the withdrawal of the obedience of France. The Council had too much on hand, in consequence of the disturbed state of the kingdom, to venture on the troubled sea of ecclesiastical discussion, and they referred the University to the Parliament. The pleadings began on June 7th, and Pierre Plaon and Jean Petit refuted the arguments which had been put forward by the University of Toulouse against withdrawal from Benedict. They pointed out that he had not kept his promises, and they denounced his exactions. The king's advocate, Jean Juvenal des Ursins, followed on the same side, and complained against Benedict's conduct as injurious to the honour of France. Benedict's friends tried to get the matter deferred, but the University pressed for a decision. At the end of July, the letter of the University of Toulouse was condemned as scandalous and pernicious, defaming the honour of the king and his subjects, and was ordered to be burned at the gates of Toulouse. On September 11th, a further decision was given that the Gallican Church should be free thenceforth and for ever from all services, tithes, procurations, and other subventions unduly introduced by the Roman Church. This was a withdrawal from Benedict XIII of the important power of raising ecclesiastical revenues, and contained also an assertion of the right of the national church to manage its own affairs under royal protection. The University had so far changed its tactics that it rested its complaint against Benedict XIII no longer solely on technical grounds, but on grounds of national utility. Still, it had no other remedy to suggest than the old plan, which had already been tried and failed, that of trying to force Benedict to resign by withdrawing from his obedience. It pressed for a decision on this point also, but Benedict's friends sought to gain time, and this question was deferred to a synod of prelates summoned for November 1st. Before this synod, however, met for the dispatch of business, November 18th, the news of the death of Innocent VII somewhat altered the aspect of affairs. Innocent did not live long after his return to Rome to enjoy his triumph. At first the Colonna and other barons of the party of Ladislas held out against him, and Antonio Tomacelli maintained his position in the Castel Sant'Angelo. On June 18th, Innocent issued bulls against the Colonna, the Count of Troia, and other barons of the Neapolitan faction, and on June 20th, 1406, he deprived Ladislas of his vicariate of Campania and the Maritima. Ladislas was not in a position to have the Pope for his declared enemy. His hold on Naples was not so secure that the Angevin faction might not again become troublesome if they were emboldened by the Pope's help. He thought it wise to make peace, and the Pope's nephew, Ludovico, was sent to settle terms. On August 6th, peace was agreed to. The past was to be forgiven. The Castel Sant'Angelo was to be given up to the Pope. Ladislas was confirmed in all his rights, and was moreover made protector and standard-bearer of the Church. Innocent was certainly trustful and forgiving. He did not profess to seek anything beyond the means of leading a quiet life in Rome, and was prepared to take any steps which might secure that end. But he was not long to enjoy the tranquillity which he sought. He had already had 2 slight attacks of apoplexy, and the third proved fatal to him on November 6th. Innocent VII. Possessed the negative virtues which accompany an indolent disposition. The writers of the time speak more highly of him than he deserved, because his good-natured carelessness contrasted favourably with the rapacious ambition of his predecessor. Personally, he was courteous, affable, and gentle. He liked giving audiences, listening to grievances, and granting little favours, and he had not the strength of character to offend anyone if he could avoid it. He was averse from the simoniacal practices of Boniface, and is praised by the ecclesiastical writers for the doubtful virtue of abstinence from their grosser forms. But the indolent old man fell under the influence of his nephew, and allowed violations of civil and moral law to pass unpunished. Moreover, he exercised no control over the Romans, or even over his own soldiers, who in irreverence surpassed their opponents. On St. Paul's Day, June 30th, says an eyewitness, I went to St. Paul's Church and found it a stable for the horses of the Pope's soldiers. No place was empty save the chapel of the high altar and the tribune. The palace and the entire space round the church were full of the horses of Paolo Orsini and other commanders of Holy Mother Church. As regards healing the schism, Innocent did nothing. Like his rival Benedict, he gained a reputation as a cardinal by expressing strong opinions on the subject. But after he became pope, his indolence made him averse from any decided steps, and the only thing which disturbed his equanimity and made him peevish was a mention of the schism in his presence. In quiet times, Innocent VII. Might have made a respectable pope. As it was, he was feeble and incompetent. End of section 17. Section 20 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 5, Gregory XII, Benedict XIII, Negotiations between the rival popes, 1406 to 1409, Part 1. The death of Innocent VII again kindled in France delusive hopes of a peaceable ending of the schism. In a short tractate, Gerson set forth 4 possible courses: the recognition of Benedict XIII by the Roman cardinals, a general council of the adherents of both parties to decide on the steps to be taken, recognition by Benedict's obedience of the rights of the Roman cardinals, or a union of both colleges for a new election. On their side, the Roman cardinals hesitated what course to pursue. If France succeeded in forcing Benedict to resign, a new election by the united colleges was the surest means of settling a dispute between 2 powers which recognized no superior. But the procedure would be long, and meanwhile what was to become of Rome, the papal dominions, and the cardinals themselves? They shrank before the dangers of a doubtful future, and tried to discover a middle course by which they would at least be secure. The 14 cardinals who were in Rome entered the conclave on November 18th, 1406. After the doors were closed, there arrived an envoy from Florence, and a window was broken in the wall to allow him to address the cardinals, who announced that they were not going to elect a pope, but a commissioner to restore the unity of the Church. They acted in the same spirit, and resolved on November 23rd, after some discussions, to elect a pope, who was solemnly bound to make the restoration of unity his chief duty. They set their hands to a document and took oaths upon the Gospels that he who was elected should resign his office whenever the anti-pope did so or died, that this promise should be announced to all the princes and prelates of Christendom within a month of the pope's enthronement, and that ambassadors should be sent within 3 months of that date to try and arrange for ending the schism. Meanwhile, no new cardinals were to be created until after an interval of 15 months, in case negotiations failed through the obstinacy of the anti-pope. The cardinals showed their sincerity by the election which they made. They chose a man renowned for uprightness and sincerity rather than for intelligence and cleverness, Angelo Correr, Cardinal of St. Mark, a Venetian, whose character and age seemed to guarantee him as free from the promptings of ambition and self-seeking. He was nearly 80 years old, a man of old-fashioned severity and piety. The very appearance of Cardinal Correr seemed to carry conviction. He was tall, but so thin and worn that he seemed to be but skin and bones. The only objection to him was that he was scarcely likely to live long enough to accomplish his object. Correr had not been remarkable in his early years, but had acted as legate under Boniface IX, and had been made cardinal by Innocent VII, of whom he was a special favourite. His first steps were in accordance with his previous character. He took the name of Gregory XII, and was enthroned on December 5th, when he preached a sermon from the text, "Prepare ye the way of the Lord," and exhorted everyone to labour for unity. Before his coronation he publicly repeated the oath which he had taken in common with the other cardinals. His talk was of nothing but unity. He eagerly declared that no small hindrances should stand in his way. If there was not a galley to take him to the place of conference with his rival, he would go in a fishing boat. If horses failed him, he would take his staff in his hand and go on foot. In the same spirit, on December 11th, he sent letters written by Leonardo Bruni to Benedict and to all the princes of Christendom. To Benedict he wrote in a tone of kindly remonstrance. "Let us both arise," he said, "and come together into one desire for unity. Let us bring health to the Church that has been so long diseased." He declared himself ready to resign if Benedict would, and proposed to send ambassadors to settle the place and manner in which the cardinals on both sides should meet for a new election. These steps of the Roman cardinals and their pope produced a deep impression in Paris, where the French prelates were sitting to decide on the demand of the university that France should withdraw from the obedience of Benedict. The synod set to work on November 18th, 1406, but so bitter was the university against Benedict that Peter d'Ailly and others were with difficulty allowed to plead in his behalf. The violence of the university damaged its cause. Some did not scruple to lay to Benedict's charge foul accusations for which there was not a shadow of proof. Peter d'Ailly spoke with weight against such rash and violent procedure, and advocated the summons of a council of Benedict's obedience. There was much heat in discussion and much difference of opinion. Benedict's friends wished to approach him by way of filial remonstrance. His opponents declared that many efforts had been made in vain to vanquish his obstinacy, and that nothing remained but to withdraw from his obedience. It was not indeed easy to discover a way of getting rid of Benedict without diminishing the rights of the Church. Gradually a compromise was made, and it was agreed to leave Benedict's spiritual power untouched, but to deprive him of his revenues. A decree was prepared for withdrawing from the Pope the collation of all benefices in France until a general council should decide otherwise. It was signed by the king on January 7th, 1407, but was not immediately published, as the Duke of Orleans, wished to see the results of the proceedings of the Roman Pope. An edict was, however, signed forbidding the payment of annats and other dues. When Gregory XII's letters were known in Paris, there was great rejoicing, and some even talked of recognizing Gregory if Benedict still remained obstinate. But Benedict surprised all by the cordiality of his reply. He assured Gregory that his desire for union was sincere, and that he was ready to agree to the proposal of a common resignation. "We cannot dissemble our surprise," he adds, "that your letter insinuates that you cannot come to the establishment of union by the way of justice. It never has been, is, or will be our doing that the justice and truth of this matter, so far as concerns us, is not seen and recognized." Some of the professors of the university looked suspiciously at the last sentence, which was capable of two interpretations, and might mean that Benedict was ready for discussion, not for resignation of his claims. Accordingly, the king wrote on March 1st, 1407, to Benedict XIII, saying that as some expressions in his letter might mean that he wished to waste time in discussing the justice of his position, he besought him to lay aside all subterfuges and state openly his willingness to resign. At the same time, influential ambassadors, headed by Simon Cramot, Patriarch of Alexandria, were appointed to confer with both popes, and a 20th was levied on the French clergy to provide for the expenses of their journey. There was no lack of letters, of ambassadors, and of talk. Before the French ambassadors reached Marseilles, where Benedict XIII had taken up his abode in the autumn of 1406, an embassy from Gregory XII had already been there. The appointment of this embassy gave the first reason to Gregory's cardinals for doubting the sincerity of the Pope. According to the promise made on his election, he was bound to send an embassy within 3 months. Malatesta, Lord of Pesaro, offered to go as ambassador at his own expense. But Gregory declined his offer and waited till the day before the expiration of the term of 3 months, when he appointed as his envoys his nephew Antonio Correr, Bishop of Modane, the Bishop of Todi, and Antonio de Butrio, a learned jurist of Bologna. It was not a good augury that one who had a strong personal interest in keeping his uncle on the papal seat should be appointed to negotiate for his abdication. The cardinals urged Gregory to waste no time, but finish the great cause he had in hand. Gregory humbly asked them to help him to do so, as if, says Nimes indignantly, they had anything to do with the matter. The cardinals began to suspect the Pope of being a wolf in sheep's clothing. When Gregory's ambassadors reached Marseilles, there was much fierce discussion about the place where the two popes were to meet, the number of attendants each was to bring, the securities to be taken on each side, and such like points. The question of the place of meeting was, of course, the most important, as each pope demanded a place in his own obedience. At last matters were referred, on Benedict's part, to a small committee which proposed Savona near Genoa on the Riviera. To everyone's surprise, Antonio Correr at once agreed, and drew from his pocket a paper in Gregory's handwriting, in which he declared himself ready to accept Ghent or Avignon, rather than let any difficulty about place stand in the way of peace. The acceptance of Savona was greatly in favour of Benedict. He was close to it, could go and return readily to a town which, being in the hands of France, was in his obedience. To Gregory, on the other hand, Savona was difficult to reach. The journey was costly, and the dangers on the way were considerable. We are driven to the conclusion that Antonio Correr was acting slyly in his own interests. By accepting Savona, he gave a touching proof of his uncle's readiness to do what was demanded of him, while the real chance of a conference at Savona was very slight. Still, an elaborate series of regulations as to arrangements for the conference was drawn up and signed on April 21st, and September 29th, or at the latest November 1st, 1407, was fixed as the day of meeting. The agreement just made between the two popes can scarcely have been regarded as satisfactory by anyone outside France. If both popes ceded at Savona and a new election was there made, France would have an overwhelming influence upon the choice of the cardinals. This would be hazardous to England, Naples, and to Venice, who would be sure to take steps to prevent it. France, while professing its zeal for the union of the Church, aimed at a return to the principles of the French papacy at Avignon. Europe might lament a schism, but would not consent to end the schism by restoring the French predominance over the papacy. Antonio Correr looked forward with a light heart to the failure of all expectations built on this plan. He left Marseille for Paris, and on his way at Aix met the French ambassadors, who besought him to return to Rome at once and prepare his uncle for the journey. They regarded with suspicion the agreement which had just been signed, as it was over-plausible, and left room for doubtful interpretations on many points. Correr did his best to reassure them. He repeated to them words which his uncle had spoken to him in private. "Do you think, my dear nephew, that it is the obligation of my oath which makes me labour for peace? It is love rather than my oath which leads me to resign. Day by day my zeal for peace increases. When shall I see the happy day on which I shall have restored the unity of the Church?" At the same time he warned the ambassadors that Benedict was a hard man who ought not to be irritated, but rather allured by kindness. He begged them to treat him gently, or they would spoil all. Antonio's zeal was truly touching. Plausible hypocrisy could go no further. On May 10th, 1407, Benedict XIII received the ambassadors of France, and at the audience the Patriarch of Alexandria besought him to go to the conference without any view of discussion, but to resolve on abdicating, and to express himself on this point without any ambiguity. The Pope answered at once with great fluency and at great length, but divided his answer into so many heads, and spoke with such obscurity, that the ambassadors gazed at one another in silent hope that someone else might be more acute than himself at understanding the Pope's meaning. The next day they came before him with a demand that he would issue a bull declaring his intention of proceeding by way of abdicating, and of putting all other ways aside. To this Benedict replied with considerable dignity, and also with much political wisdom. To settle this difficult matter, he said, confidence and freedom were necessary. Every mark of want of confidence in him would strengthen the hands of his adversary, and tend to bring about the very discussion of trifles which they wished to avoid. He must go to the conference free and trusted above all things. The ambassadors felt that they had gone too far in allowing their distrust to be so clearly seen. The Pope perceived the impression that he had made, and determined to improve his opportunity. After the public audience, he called aside the Patriarch of Alexandria and some other members of the embassy, and gently spoke to them about the accusations which were rife in Paris against himself. All were moved with some sort of remorse, and many broke into tears. The Patriarch threw himself at the Pope's feet and humbly asked pardon for his doubts and for his rash utterances in former days. Benedict generously forgave them all, and dismissed them with his blessing. He had adroitly managed, by a moral appeal, to assert his superiority, and had won a diplomatic victory which left the ambassadors of France in his hands. The ambassadors turned next to the cardinals, who promised to do all they could to prevail on Benedict to issue a bull declaratory of his intentions, and they were also aided by envoys from the Duke of Orleans. But nothing could alter Benedict's determination. He still refused to issue a bull, and in the final audience of the ambassadors on May 18th, the Patriarch of Alexandria thanked him for his declaration of good intentions, but added, "As ambassadors of the King of France, we cannot say that we are content, for our instructions bade us insist with all humility to obtain your bulls on this matter." Benedict angrily answered that every Christian ought to be content, the King of France among the rest. If he were not, he did not love the Church. The ambassadors retired to Aix and deliberated whether to publish the withdrawal of allegiance from Benedict, according to their instructions, in case he refused to grant the bulls. The moderate men, however, were in a majority, and judged that such a step would only hinder the progress of union. They resolved to hold their hand, and the embassy was divided into 3 bodies, one of which returned to Paris to tell the king of their success, a second body went to Marseille to keep watch over Benedict, and a third detachment proceeded to Rome to strengthen the good resolutions of Gregory. Charles VI professed himself satisfied with what had been done, but the university was loud in its complaints, and urged on the king to carry out the withdrawal. When the king refused, they threatened to shut up their schools and suspend their lectures, and were with difficulty pacified. The ambassadors of Gregory entered Paris on June 10th, headed by the nephew Antonio, who, in spite of the request that he should return to Rome, was unable to give up his desire to visit Paris and experience the liberality of the French king. The ambassadors were received with great pomp and rejoicing, which they repaid with fair words and cheap promises. Other news, however, awaited the French envoys who were dispatched to Rome. As they advanced through Italy, they heard much that made them doubt of Gregory's sincerity. His old age had led the cardinals to suppose that he was free from personal ambition, but they forgot that it made him liable to fall under the influence of others. Gregory's relatives gathered round him, and when once they had tasted the sweets of power, did all they could to make the poor old man forget his promises and cling to office. His nephews and their dependents took up their abode in the Vatican, and spent the contents of the papal treasury in foolish extravagances. They had vast trains of horses and servants, and indulged in childish luxuries. It is a satire on the old man's tastes that his household spent more in sugar than had sufficed to feed and clothe his predecessors. Moreover, he treated the relatives of his patron Innocent VII with ingratitude and drove them from the Curia. He dispossessed Ludovico Migliorati of the March. He dismissed Innocent's chamberlain and appointed his own nephew Antonio in his stead. Such money as he had was squandered, and then an appeal was made throughout his obedience for means to provide the expenses of his journey to Savona. Nor were they only personal motives at work to shake the old man's constancy. Ladislas of Naples saw with alarm the progress of negotiations toward unity of the Church. So long as the schism lasted, the Roman Pope was necessarily bound to the party of Durazzo in Naples, whereas a new Pope over a united Christendom, elected at Savona, would fall under French influence and lend his weight to the party of Anjou. Rome had quietly accepted the rule of Gregory, and had submitted to the senator whom he had appointed. But Ladislas still had his friends amongst the Roman barons. On the night of June 17th, a body of soldiers, headed by the Colonna, entered the city through the broken wall near the gate of San Lorenzo, and tried to raise the people. Gregory XII, followed by his nephews, fled trembling into the Castel Sant'Angelo. The plot, however, failed, owing to the energy of the Pope's general, Paolo Orsini, who on the next day hastened with his soldiers from Castelvalca to Rome, joined the forces under the command of the Pope's nephew, and drove the conspirators out of the Porta di San Lorenzo with great slaughter. Many of the rebellious barons and citizens were made prisoners, and some were put to death, amongst them Galeotto Normanni, Ladislas's unlucky Knight of Freedom. The attempt of Ladislas had again failed. He had aimed at throwing Rome into confusion, besieging Gregory in the Castle of Sant'Angelo, and so preventing his journey to Savona. Dietrich of Nimes, in his hatred of Gregory XII., whom he calls Errorius, a bad pun upon Gregorius, does not scruple to say that the Pope's hasty flight into the castle was owing to confederacy in the plot. But Leonardo Bruni, a more impartial and discriminating authority, refuses to believe this of the Pope, but significantly adds that he has no doubt such a charge is true against the papal nephews. The feeble old man was used by his relatives as the material for every sort of intrigue. End of section 20. Section 21 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 5. Gregory XII, Benedict XIII. Negotiations between the rival popes, 1406 to 1409, Part 2. After the failure of this plot, Rome rapidly quieted down. On July 1st, 1407, arrived the ambassadors of Benedict, and on July 5th, those of the French king, who had travelled by land. Their colleagues, who came by sea, joined them on July 16th. They were told that Gregory was in a state of doubt. The sight of the letters withdrawing obedience from Benedict, of which he had received copies from Paris, made him quail before this method of dealing with popes. He had received warnings not to trust himself to strangers. His relatives plied him with suggestions that his departure from Rome would mean the seizure of the patrimony by Ladislas. In an audience given to Benedict's ambassadors on July 8th, he first began to raise difficulties. He said he did not see how he was to go to Savona. It was true the Genoese had offered to lend their galleys, but he dared not trust himself to them. He could not afford to equip 6 or 8 galleys himself. He had applied to the Venetians for ships, and they had refused them. He added also his dread of Ladislas in case of his absence. On July 17th, the French ambassadors offered him themselves as hostages for his security, besides other hostages from Genoa. They reminded him that the Genoese galleys had been sent at the request of his own nephew. Gregory, in answering, disavowed his nephew, pleaded his poverty, and suggested that the French king should supply him with ships and money. At the request of the ambassadors, the cardinals endeavoured to reason with Gregory, but the old man's mind kept vacillating from one point to another, and the cardinals could make nothing of him. The French ambassadors, to cut matters short, offered him on the part of the French king 6 galleys with pay for 6 months. The Pope might put among their crews men of his own for more security, and the captain of these galleys agreed to leave as hostages his wife and children. 100 of the chief Genoese citizens and 50 from Savona should likewise be given as hostages. No fairer offer could have been made. It is a proof how anxiously France desired the conference at Savona, and the consequent advantage to herself in the new election. To gain that result, she was prepared to lay aside all punctilious feelings of dignity and pride. Gregory was sorely put to it for a means of refusing this offer. He quibbled about the exact wording of the treaty, which had stipulated the disarming of the Genoese vessels during the conference. He rebuked his nephew for imprudence, and disavowed what he had done. He said that he would willingly accept the offer if he himself only were concerned, but the honour of all his obedience would be compromised if he were to accept it. The Patriarch then offered, if the Pope preferred to go by land, to supply means for the journey, and put all the castles in the power of the French into Gregory's hands for the time, reserving the Genoese garrisons at present in them. Gregory evasively answered that he intended to approach by land nearer to Benedict. The French ambassadors, in an interview with the senator and magistrates of Rome, besought their assistance with the Pope, and assured them that France had no wish to remove the Papacy from Rome. So fairly did they speak that one of the Romans said privately that it was well the people did not hear them, or they would settle the matter by a sudden rising against Gregory. Jean Petit pointed out that the extinction of the schism would restore to Rome its old prosperity from the increase of pilgrims for indulgences, and would secure it protection from Ladislas. Still, neither cardinals nor citizens had any weight against Gregory's greedy relatives, and the old man, now that he was sure of political support, clutched at everything which might keep him in office. On July 21st, the ambassadors of Benedict asked for a definite answer. Gregory pleaded the difficulties of going to Savona, and asked that the place might be changed. The royal ambassadors suggested that Gregory might send commissioners to the conference, or that the 2 colleges of cardinals should be allowed to settle the matter. Gregory sent for Dailly, Gerson, and others on July 28th, and went through the weary round of equivocations and excuses which he had been so long in practising. Dailly answered him point by point. At last the Pope burst into tears and exclaimed, "Oh, I will give you union, do not doubt it, and I will satisfy your king, but I pray you do not leave me, and let some of your number accompany me on my way and comfort me." It seemed as though for the moment he recognized his weakness and begged to be rescued from his nephew's clutches. But the nephews soon regained their power. On July 31st, Benedict's ambassadors took their leave, with an uncertain answer that Gregory objected to go to Savona, but would try to be there by November 1st. Soon after, the envoys of the French king followed, feeling that nothing had been decidedly settled. Soon Gregory himself found it advisable to leave Rome. Not only his nephews, but also the papal general, Paolo Orsini, played upon the old man's timidity and feebleness. Since the repulse of the Neapolitans, Paolo Orsini had been too powerful in Rome. He obtained from the Pope the vicariate of Narni, and pressed him with demands for money to pay his troops. Troubles within and without oppressed the luckless Pope, and he adopted a course which he hoped would for a time rid him from both. By removing from Rome, he would be free from the importunities of his greedy general, and would also be able to make some show of proceeding towards the promised congress. Leaving Cardinal Pietro Stefaneschi as his legate in Rome, he set out on August 9th for Viterbo. Thence, on August 17th, he wrote to the King of France, urging the need of a change of the place of congress from Savona, and complaining of the haughty tone of the French ambassadors, who, on their part, wrote to Gregory from Genoa, repeating their assurances about his personal safety at Savona, and expressing their objections to reopening the question of the place of congress as likely to lead into an endless labyrinth of negotiations. From Genoa, the French ambassadors passed on to Saint-Honorat, whither Benedict had retired before an outbreak of the plague. Benedict received them with the utmost affability. In proportion as he saw Gregory raise difficulties, he expressed eagerness on his own part. He was too skilful a diplomatist not to see the advantage of throwing the blame of failure on Gregory when an opportunity was offered. "We are both old men," he said to a messenger of Gregory's. "God has given us a great opportunity, Let us accept it when offered before we die. We must die soon, and another will obtain the glory if we protract the matter by delays." He assured the king's ambassadors that he meant punctually to abide by the treaty. Meanwhile, Gregory moved from Viterbo to Siena at the beginning of September. He succeeded in winning from the cardinals permission to enrich his 3 lay nephews without breaking his oath at election. In reply to a memorial setting forth the sacrifices made and the losses sustained by them through their labours for union, and the prospect which faced them of being rapidly reduced to a private position, the Pope allowed them to hold various lands and castles belonging to the Church. The nephews seem also to have joined with Ladislas in a scheme to terrify the already frightened Pope. Ladislas, on Gregory's departure from Rome, took into his pay Ludovico Migliorati, whom Gregory had dispossessed of the March. By his aid Ascolo and Firmo were captured, and Ladislas showed himself ready to strike a blow at Rome. Gregory wrote to remonstrate against the seizure of Ascolo and Firmo. Ladislas replied, in a taunting letter, that he was keeping those cities for the Church. He reminded Gregory of his objections to Savona as a place of congress, and sneeringly suggested Paris as a fitter place. The nephews filled the Pope's mind with suspicions about his personal safety. Fresh ambassadors were sent to press for a change of place, and on November 1st, 1407, the day fixed for the Congress, Gregory was still at Siena, and Benedict, with triumph in his heart, professed to await him at Savona. Gregory, by way of doing something, issued indulgences to all who should pray for the peace of the Church, and from the pulpit in Siena had his reasons for not going to Savona set forth at length. His cardinals urged him to abdicate without going to Savona, and solemn agreements were made what bishoprics he was to have, and what principalities were to be assigned to his nephews as the price of his retirement. More ambassadors passed between the popes. Benedict offered to advance to Porto Venere, at the end of the Gulf of Spezia, the southernmost extremity of the Genoese territory, if Gregory would advance to Pietrasanta, the furthest point of the Lucchese. The negotiations were endless and wearisome, and their general result is summed up by Leonardo Bruni. One pope, like a land animal, refused to approach the shore; the other, like a water beast, refused to leave the sea. All who were anxious for the union of the Church were weary of these perpetual hesitations. Cardinal Valentine of Hungary had dragged his aged frame to Siena, in hopes of being present at the extinction of the long schism. He was soon disillusioned, and as he felt his strength failing him, and caught the hungry eye of Antonio Correr cast upon his plate and horses, the old man rose in wrath from his sick bed. "You shall have neither me nor my goods," he said, and in the depth of winter had himself conveyed to Venice and thence home, where he died in peace. Still, grievous as the delay might be from the ecclesiastical point of view, it was the inevitable result of the overreaching policy of France in urging the conference at Savona. Germany, England, Venice, and Naples all looked on with suspicion, and the vacillation of Gregory was increased by the feeling that he had powerful support. In January 1408 Gregory moved to Lucca, where, under pressure of the Florentines and Venetians, he wrote to Benedict on April 1st, proposing Pisa as a place of meeting. He would approach it by land and Benedict by sea, each in a day's journey. It was well supplied with all necessities, and was preferable to the small fortress which had been talked of before. It was now Benedict's turn to raise difficulties, and he refused to give a decisive answer. On April 16th the French ambassadors informed him that a personal conference, on which he seemed to set so much value, was not necessary for the purpose of a common abdication. If he considered it to be so, let him accept the guarantees offered and go to Pisa. Before, however, this point could be settled, Gregory took advantage of the disturbances in Rome to withdraw from his offer and enter upon a new course of policy. Matters in Rome had been growing worse and worse since the Pope's departure. The designs of Ladislas were plain, and there was no one in Rome to offer much resistance. Power was divided between the legate, the city magistrates, and Paolo Orsini, the leader of the troops. None knew how far the other was in the pay or in the interests of Ladislas. Disturbances and troubles of every kind came upon the city. On January 1st, 1408, the legate imposed a heavy tax upon the Roman clergy, who met together and determined not to pay it. Meanwhile, they determined not to ring their church bells or celebrate Mass. The magistrates put down this clerical rebellion by imprisonment. Mass was again said, and the tax had to be paid. But the treasures of the churches were taken for that purpose. Statues of the saints and precious reliquaries were melted down into money. It was a hard winter, and there was a great scarcity of bread in Rome, which the legate in vain tried to ward off by processions and the display of the handkerchief of Santa Veronica. As was natural, outrages became common. Pilgrims were robbed and killed on their way to the city. Everything was in confusion, and the only desire of the chief men seems to have been to prepare the way for Ladislas. On April 11th, the cardinal legate, as a means of shaking off his own responsibility, called into existence the old municipal organization of the Banderizzi, who took an oath of fidelity to the Church before the legate, and received from his hands the banners made after the ancient fashion. The restored officials had the satisfaction of a few ceremonials, to the great joy of the people, but their rule was brief. The old Roman Republic had been galvanized into existence for a few days, that it might endure the ignominy of surrender to the King of Naples. On April 16th, Ladislas, with an army of 12,000 horse and as many foot, appeared before the walls of Ostia, which was traitorously surrendered to him on April 18th. On the 20th, he appeared before Rome and pitched his camp by the church of San Paolo. The city was still strong enough to resist a siege, but supplies had been neglected, and everywhere were helplessness and suspicion. Paolo Orsini began to negotiate with Ladislas, and the Banderizzi thought it wise to be beforehand with him. On April 21st, Rome gave up to Ladislas all her fortresses. The cardinal legate hastened to leave the city. The luckless Banderizzi resigned their office, and the government was placed in the hands of a senator named by the King of Naples. On April 25th, Ladislas entered Rome in triumph, and there was much shouting and magnificence. Ladislas had at length obtained his end and made himself master of Rome. He stayed in the city for some time, arranging its affairs. He appointed new magistrates, received the obedience of the neighbouring towns Velletri, Tivoli, and Cori, and welcomed also the ambassadors of Florence, Siena, and Lucca, congratulating him on his triumph. His troops advanced into Umbria, where Perugia, Orte, Assisi, and other towns at once recognized his sway. The craft of Ladislas had gained its end, and the temporal power of the Papacy had passed into his hands. Many of his predecessors on the throne of Naples had striven to enrich themselves at the expense of the states of the Church, and to obtain influence in the city of Rome. Ladislas had succeeded, not through any wisdom of his own policy, but through the hopeless weakness of his antagonists. The Papacy was crippled and discredited. The freedom of the city of Rome had died away. There was no dauntless pope, backed by the public opinion of Europe, to oppose the spoiler. There was no sturdy body of burghers to man the walls in defence of the civic liberties. So utterly had the prestige of Rome and the memories of her glories passed away from men's minds, that her sister Republic of Florence could send and congratulate Ladislas on the triumphal victory which God and his own manhood had given him in the city of Rome. End of section 21. Section 22 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 5, Gregory XII, Benedict XIII, Negotiations between the rival popes, 1406 to 1409, Part 3. It would seem that the knowledge of the intentions of Ladislas against Rome had stirred up the crafty mind of Benedict to a scheme on his own behalf. Benedict had always had some adherents in Rome, and is said to have spent large sums of money in raising up a party in his favour. He managed to gain the favour of Marshal Boucicaut, the French governor of Genoa, who sent out 11 Genoese galleys to forestall Ladislas and make a dash upon Rome in Benedict's behalf. The attempt, however, was too late, for the galleys only sailed from Genoa on April 25th, 1408, the day on which Ladislas entered Rome. The knowledge of this bold design gave Gregory XII just grounds for distrusting his rival, and he could rejoice that Rome had fallen before Ladislas rather than Benedict. He could now plead Benedict's perfidy and the momentous events which had happened in Rome as reasons why he could not at present proceed to a conference at Pisa. Political reasons had entirely overshadowed ecclesiastical obligations. His nephews had completely succeeded in dispelling from the old man's mind any further thoughts of his solemn oath to promote the union of the Church by his abdication. When a preacher at Lucca urged upon Gregory in a discourse before the cardinals his duty to labour for the restoration of unity, the nephew, Paolo Correr, seized the indiscreet orator even in the church, flung him into prison, and only released him on a promise never to preach again. The legate Stefaneschi, who had fled from Rome, was received at Lucca without reproof. Everyone believed that Gregory had a secret understanding with Ladislas, and that all that had occurred in Rome had been done with his connivance, as a means of averting any further talk of a conference. Ladislas expressed his intention of being present to assert his rights at any conference that might be held. He urged on Gregory the further step of nominating new cardinals. Gregory XII again plucked up his courage and prepared to enter upon a new career, no longer as a commissioner for unity, but as a pope who was a political necessity to resist the policy of France. He spoke of the proposal for his abdication as a damnable and diabolical suggestion. He wrote to his envoy in France to desist from further negotiations, and resolved to follow the advice of Ladislas and strengthen himself for his new position by the creation of a batch of cardinals on whose support he might rely. This raised the entire question whether Gregory XII was to be held bound by his oath made at election, and the cardinals, who still held by their former policy, were strengthened by the advice of Florentine envoys in their determination to resist the Pope. On May 4th, 1408, Gregory XII announced to the 9 cardinals who were with him his intention of proceeding to a new creation. He declared that the events which had occurred gave him a just reason for supposing that the term mentioned in his oath at election had been reached. He ended by naming 4 cardinals, 2 of them his nephews, one of whom, Gabriele Condulmer, afterwards became Pope Eugenius IV. Wishing to cut off from the cardinals all opportunity of protest, the Pope ended by saying, I order you all to keep your seats." They gazed in speechless indignation on one another. "What is the meaning of such an order?" asked the Cardinal of Tusculum. "Since I cannot act rightly with you," replied the Pope, "I wish to provide for the Church." "Rather you wish to destroy the Church," was the retort. By this time others had recovered their courage. "Let us die first," said the boldest of them, and rose to his feet to protest. There followed a scene of anger and expostulation which afforded Leonardo Bruni, who was present, an opportunity for psychological study which the men of the early Renaissance keenly enjoyed. Some grew pale, others turned red, some strove to bend the Pope by entreaties, others assailed him with their wrath. One fell at his feet and besought him to change his mind. Another assailed him with menaces. A third alternated between soothing his colleagues and supplicating the Pope. All was of no avail. "Whatever I do, you oppose," was the wail of the querulous old man. At last Gregory dismissed the cardinals with a prohibition to quit Lucca, to meet together without his leave, or to have any dealings with the ambassadors of Benedict XIII. In vain the lord of Lucca with the chief citizens tried to make peace, and the bishop of Lucca, who had been one of the newly nominated cardinals, was compelled to declare that under the existing circumstances he would never accept the office. Gregory XII. Persevered in his intention and summoned the cardinals to a consistory in which he was to publish his new creations. When they refused to come, he performed the ceremony in the presence of a few bishops and officials. The old cardinals declared that they would never recognize these intruders. They determined to leave Lucca, where they could not be sure of their personal safety. On May 11th, the Cardinal of Liège set the example of flight. Paolo Correr sent soldiers to pursue him, while he himself turned his attention to the seizure of his goods. When his men returned without the fugitives, Paolo vented his anger on the cardinal's servants, till he was checked by the city magistrates through fear of the Florentines. Next day 6 more of the cardinals fled, and all assembled at Pisa, whence they sent Gregory XII. An appeal from himself to a general council, and addressed an encyclical letter to all Christian princes, declaring their zeal for the union of the Church, the failure of Gregory to keep his promises, and their hopes that all princes would aid them to establish the union which they desired. Gregory XII. Replied by accusing them of sacrilegious intrigues against his person and constant hindrance to his endeavours after union. The breach was thenceforth irreparable, and a war of pamphlets on both sides embittered the hostility. Benedict, meanwhile, was not in a position to enjoy a triumph over his rival. The assassination of the Duke of Orleans, November 23rd, 1407, deprived him of his chief supporter in France, and the University of Paris lost no time in urging the king to carry out the long-threatened withdrawal of obedience. The king wrote on January 12th, 1408, to Benedict, saying that he was afraid the schism tended to grow worse instead of better, and unless a union had been brought about before Ascension Day next, France would declare her neutrality until one true and undoubted pope should be elected. Benedict had long foreseen this step and was prepared for it. He wrote the king that the threat of neutrality was equally opposed to the king's honour and to the will of God. He could not pass it over in silence. Let the king revoke his decision, or he would fall under the censures of a bull which had been prepared some time ago, though not yet published, and which he now enclosed. The bull was dated May 19th, 1407, from Marseilles, and pronounced excommunication against all who should hinder the union of the Church by measures against the Pope and cardinals, by withdrawal of obedience or appeal against the papal decisions. The excommunication, if not heeded, was to be followed by an interdict. On May 14th, 1408, this bull was delivered to the king. It was Benedict's last move, and Benedict had miscalculated its efficacy. He hoped, no doubt, that the feeble-minded king, who throughout all this matter had merely been the mouthpiece of others, would shrink before the terrors of excommunication. He hoped that the disturbed state of the kingdom might make politicians pause before they added to its other troubles a contest with the Pope. But Benedict did not realize how the prevarications of the last few years had destroyed his moral hold upon men's minds, and he had not yet learned the strength of the University of Paris. The bull contained nothing contrary to custom or to canon law, and the politicians in the king's council doubted what to do. But the university had no hesitation. It boldly pronounced those who brought the bull to be guilty of high treason, and demanded a public examination of its contents. This took place on May 21st, when a professor of theology, Jean Courtecuisse, impeached the bull as an attack upon the royal dignity and the national honour, accused Benedict of promoting the schism, and declared him deserving of deposition. The university then presented their conclusions, which denounced Benedict as a schismatic and a heretic, to whom obedience was no longer due. His bull should be torn in pieces, and all who had brought or suggested it should be punished. The royal secretary cut the bull in two, and handed it to the rector of the university, who tore it into shreds before the assembly. Some of Benedict's friends were imprisoned on the suspicion of being previously acquainted with the contents of the bull. Even Peter d'Ailly only escaped by prudently absenting himself from Paris. The university again behaved with the same violence as it had shown in 1398, and even treated with injustice some of its most eminent sons. Nicolas de Clémange, as Benedict's secretary, was suspected of having written the bulls, and though he persistently denied it, he dared not enter France for some years, and when at length he returned, it was only to end his days in obscurity. Urged on by the university, the king proclaimed the neutrality of France, and wrote on May 22nd to the cardinals of both parties, exhorting them to leave these popes, who had not been able to find any place in the world suitable for the discharge of their solemn oaths and for the relief of the afflicted church. 4 of the cardinals of Benedict XIII were sent to Livorno to confer with 4 of Gregory XII's cardinals. The result of their joint deliberations was that it was best to summon a general council, before which both popes might resign. Benedict's cardinals affirmed that they were commissioned by their master to accept this course, but Benedict denied that he had given them any such power. He felt, however, that he was not safe from personal danger in any land where French influence prevailed. He knew that Boucicaut was again commissioned to seize him, and on June 15th he sailed away from Porto Venere, accompanied by 4 cardinals, and took refuge in his own land at Perpignan, in the county of Roussillon. Still, he retained his dignity and his resolute will. Before his flight he wrote in a tone of lofty remonstrance to Gregory, and as the cry of Christendom was now for a council, he issued a summons to a general council to be held at Perpignan on November 1st. Gregory XII could do nothing but follow this example. He proclaimed a council to be held at Whitsuntide, 1409, in the province of Aquileia, or the Exarchate of Ravenna. He could not be more precise, for he was uncertain where he could find shelter. On July 12th he issued an appeal to his rebellious cardinals, offering them forgiveness if they appeared and asked for pardon within the month of July. He did not, however, think it worth while to stay at Lucca and await them. On July 14th he quitted the city, and two of the cardinals who were still with him took advantage of the opportunity to join their colleagues at Pisa. Gregory went forth on his journey with a scanty band of followers. Only one of his old cardinals still remained with him. He did not know where it was safe for him to go, as disquieting rumours reached him that the Cardinal Baldassare Cosa, legate in Bologna, had publicly burned his bulls and was raising troops against him. Finally, he took refuge in Siena, which was in close alliance with Ladislas. From Siena, September 17th, he issued a bull revoking the legatine powers of Cardinal Cosa. It was a useless measure, as Cosa had already sent in his adhesion to the cardinals at Pisa. In September, Gregory created 10 new cardinals, and early in November left Siena for Rimini, where he put himself under the protection of the powerful Carlo Malatesta. Meanwhile, the cardinals at Livorno were agreed in maintaining their policy, and on June 29th they entered into a solemn agreement to establish the unity of the Church by a general council after the abdication, death, or deposition of the two popes. On July 1st, Gregory's cardinals issued a letter to his entire obedience, calling upon all to withdraw from him and pay him no more of the dues of the Church, so that his obstinacy might be conquered. When Gregory issued his summons to a council, they declared that under existing circumstances he had no right to do so, as the unity of the Church could not be established by means of a council held by either pope. Benedict's cardinals wrote in a similar strain, and finally on July 14th the united cardinals issued to all bishops an invitation to a council to be held at Pisa on May 29th, 1409, and sent to all courts a request that they would take part in it. The Venetians, Florentines, and Sienese sent ambassadors to attempt a reconciliation between Gregory and his cardinals. Gregory asserted that he alone had the right to summon a council. The cardinals replied that he could in any case only summon a council of his own obedience, and not of the universal Church. Yet to show their desire for peace, they would receive him with all honour. On October 11th they issued an address to all prelates who still adhered to the Pope, calling on them to leave him and share in their pious undertaking. Benedict's cardinals wrote on September 24th and besought him to join with them in summoning the council at Pisa, and to recall his summons for a council at Perpignan. Benedict's reply was characteristic of his legal mind. He wondered at the steps they had taken without him. If they could show that their proceedings were in accordance with the canons, he would, through love of peace, agree with their wishes. Meanwhile, he could not revoke his council, as already many prelates were assembled. But with the help of God and his synod, he would soon frame a decree for ending the schism. Benedict's council met at Perpignan on November 1st, 1408, and was attended by about 120 prelates. The opening ceremonies went smoothly enough. All listened with sympathy to Benedict's justification of himself, an account of all his labours to bring about the unity which he so much desired. A commission of 60, which afterwards was reduced to 30 and again to 10, was appointed to discuss this question. The council dwindled away before the commission had reported in favour of the abdication of Benedict and the sending of envoys to lay this proposal before the Council of Pisa. Benedict received this report on February 12th, 1409, and agreed to act on it. Envoys were nominated accordingly, but through the misjudging zeal of the French, they were imprisoned at Nîmes and were deprived of their instructions. Benedict's conciliatory temper passed away, and on March 5th he answered the cardinals' summons to the Council of Pisa by a solemn excommunication of them and their adherents. The course, however, of the two rival popes was run. They had wearied out the patience of Christendom with illusory promises and endless delays, till men had ceased to pay much heed to them, and their obedience had dwindled away to the few who had a direct interest in maintaining their power. It is impossible not to feel sympathy for them both, as victims of circumstances which they had no part in creating. They lamented the schism, as did others, and would gladly have seen it end. But they were bound to consider the dignity and rights of the office which they claimed to hold. It was easy for those who framed crude plans for the solution of the difficulty to lay all the blame of failure on the obstinacy of the Pope. Gregory XII. Had been elected Pope on the ground of his integrity of character and the senile weakness which was rapidly growing upon him. The cardinals sought to protect their own interests by the choice of a pope who would retain office only long enough to enable them to make a good bargain for themselves. They forgot that the weakness which rendered their creature amenable to themselves made him equally subject to the influence of others who had more exclusive interests at stake. Gregory XII. Soon fell into the hands of his nephews, who adroitly managed to identify his cause with that of opposition to the influence of France. For a time, Gregory XII. Had a position in the affairs of Europe. But when once the plan of a congress at Savona had been defeated, and the cardinals in despair undertook a revolutionary scheme to restore unity to the Church, Gregory's cause was abandoned, and his position was gone. In public matters, Gregory XII. Was merely a puppet in the hands of others, his cardinals, his nephews, the King of Naples in turn, and his actions were merely a series of subterfuges and pretenses. Yet he himself retained his simplicity and uprightness of character, so that many who disapproved of his conduct still reverenced the man. "I followed the Pope from Lucca," says Leonardo Bruni, "rather through affection than because I approved his course." Yet Gregory had great integrity of life and character. Moreover, he was learned in the Scriptures and had subtle and true power of investigation. In short, he satisfied me in all things save in the matter of the union of the Church. We feel pity rather than contempt for one of simple character who is set in a position beset with difficulties and temptations, which he had neither skill to grapple with nor strength to resist. Far different was the character of Benedict XIII., a man of trained and vigorous intellect, strong character, and indomitable resoluteness. He failed through intellectual rather than moral faults. His mind was too abstract, and his point of view too technical. He dealt in a dry legal spirit with a problem which concerned the very life of Christendom. He felt from the beginning that as a foreigner he had scant justice dealt him in France. He knew that he had no strong power to back him, no nation deeply interested in maintaining him. He was keenly alive to the personal element in all the proceedings of the University and Court of France, and he resented the thought that the dignity of the papal office should be impaired while in his hands. His position was legally as rightful as had been that of Clement VII. Why should language be used towards himself that had never been addressed to his predecessor? Why should he be treated as a criminal and be subjected to threats and persecutions? With dignity and astuteness he carried on an unequal struggle. He was always ready with an answer. It was impossible to take him at a disadvantage in argument. Wise and moderate men like Dailly and Clémange were on his side, so long as it was possible, and regretted the violence of the University, which gave Benedict no loophole whence to escape with dignity. Moreover, Benedict himself never showed obstinacy till the last, when his cause was hopeless. While a prisoner at Avignon, He issued no excommunications against his foes, but bided his time patiently. He bore no ill will or rancour, and his equanimity never gave way under the strain of the conflict. He was kindly to those around him and inspired strong personal attachment. He was a genuine student, a lover of books and of learned men, and was scrupulous in the discharge of his ecclesiastical duties. His many good qualities are worthy of admiration, and he had all the elements of a great ecclesiastical statesman. Unfortunately, the problem with which he had to deal was one which statesmanship alone could not solve. Europe was weary of the schism, and France had no interest in maintaining a Spanish pope. Benedict XIII contented himself with upholding the technical legality of his position against what he rightly thought an ill-considered attempt on the part of the University of Paris to solve a difficult problem by recourse to violent measures. The fault of Benedict XIII was that he had no plan of his own for meeting the growing desire for a union of the Church. It is his merit that he made a dignified resistance. He maintained an unequal struggle, which prevented the settlement of the affairs of the Church from falling into the hands of the unstable government of France. A revolution headed by the cardinals was preferable to the political intervention of the French court. End of section 22. Section 23 of the History of the Papacy, Volume 1, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 6, The Council of Pisa, 1409, Part 1. Christendom had fallen away from the two refractory popes, and the cardinals had undertaken to heal the schism of the Church. All plans had failed which rested on either the voluntary or compulsory withdrawal of one or both of the contending popes. It was impossible to get rid of these two claimants to the papal dignity, and yet leave the foundations of that dignity itself unmoved. The bold theory of an appeal from the Vicar of Christ on earth to Christ himself, residing in the whole body of the Church, was to be tried, and the long-forgotten name of a general council was again revived. The cardinals, however, knew that the weight of such a council would depend upon the fullness of its representation, and they did all they could to win the recognition of the princes of Europe. France, of course, was anxious for a council. Henry IV of England accepted it willingly, and even wrote to Rupert, King of the Romans, urging him to take part in it. The difficulty lay with Germany, where Rupert and Wenzel both claimed the imperial title. Wenzel offered to send ambassadors to the council if they were received as the ambassadors of the King of the Romans. When this was agreed to, he published on January 22nd, 1409, a declaration of neutrality throughout his dominions. This, however, had the effect of rendering Rupert uneasy. He was uncertain what view a new pope might take of his claims, which had been recognized by Boniface IX, and were bound up in the recognition of Gregory XII. At a diet held at Frankfurt in January 1409, Cardinal Landulf of Berry maintained the cause of the cardinals, and Gregory's nephew Antonio the cause of the pope. The majority of the princes were in favour of the cardinals, but Rupert still held to Gregory, and it was finally resolved that both parties should send envoys to the council to represent their views. Nor was it only in high political matters that the cardinals pursued their efforts for Gregory's overthrow. Pisa itself was a manufactory of satires and invectives against him. One may be quoted as a remarkable instance of the medieval notions of reverence and of wit. Two of the cardinals died in Pisa in July 1408, and a letter purporting to give their experiences of the politics of the other world was found one morning affixed to the gates of the Cathedral of Pisa. It describes with rhetorical realism a consistory held by Christ in heaven, in which one of the saints rises and calls attention to the distracted state of the Church on earth. He is made to describe the two popes and their followers with the vilest scurrility of personal spite. After hearing this speech, the cardinals meet with a friend who tells them that on his road to paradise he happened to miss his way and peep into the regions of punishment, where he saw a fiery chariot being prepared for Gregory, to which were harnessed the chief persecutors of the Church. He saw Urban VI and Clement VII made objects of mockery, even by their fellow sufferers in the abode of heretics, while Innocent VII was condemned to menial work in heaven, where he hid himself from shame at the thought that he had made Gregory a cardinal. Finally, the two cardinals were welcomed by the Almighty into the heavenly assemblage, and are assured that a blessing will rest on the labours which they have begun. There were many such pamphlets, and much coarse wit was mingled with theological discussion. In one which issued from the University of Paris, Peter de Luna is reminded that if he were true to his name, he would be shining like the moon in a clear sky. As it is, he is eclipsed by clouds of vanity. Angelo Correr is informed that his name means angel, but he seems to be Satan transforming himself into an angel of light. The great question, however, for the cardinals was to strengthen themselves in Italy. It was clear that Ladislas would maintain the cause of Gregory, and such was the power of Ladislas in Italy that he might render insecure the position of the cardinals in Pisa and bring their counsel to naught. The cardinals looked for help to one of their own number, Baldassare Cosa, who in the days of Boniface IX had been made legate in Bologna, over which he established himself supreme. Cosa was a Neapolitan who began his career as a piratical adventurer in the naval war between Ladislas and Louis of Anjou. When the peace was made, his occupation was gone, and he determined to seek advancement in other ways, though his old habits never entirely left him, and he had a robber's custom of working all night and sleeping only when dawn appeared. He entered as a student in the University of Bologna, which he quitted for Rome, where Boniface IX soon recognized and esteemed his practical sagacity. He was made by Boniface one of his chamberlains, and his ingenuity in extorting money won the Pope's admiration. Cosa would write to absent bishops, warning them with all friendly concern that the Pope was indignant with them and intended to transfer them from their present posts to some unknown regions or districts in the hands of the Saracens. After thus exciting their fears, he proffered himself for the office of treasurer of the gifts which they eagerly sent to propitiate the Pope. Besides this, he organized and superintended the vast army of papal officials who went out for the sale of indulgences. Boniface rewarded these merits by making him cardinal in 1402, and when on the death of Gian Galeazzo Visconti there was an opportunity of extending the power of the Church in Emilia, Cardinal Cosa was sent as legate, and established the Pope's power in Bologna. Thenceforth he ruled the city and the district with firmness and severity. He knew how far to allow a plot to proceed before bringing it to light and punishing its authors. He knew how to involve in charges of treason those who stood in his way, and, while carefully strengthening the fortifications, he pleased the citizens by beautifying their city. He managed to turn to his own purposes the schemes of Alberigo da Barbiano, who was striving to win a principality in the Romagna. When Alberigo pressed on Faenza Cardinal Cosa bought the signory for the church from the terrified Ettore de Manfredi and occupied the territory. He borrowed the money from the city of Bologna, but he did not pay it to Manfredi, whom in November 1405 he invited to Faenza and put to death on the charge of attempted treason. At the same time died Cecco degli Ordelaffi, lord of Forlì, leaving a young son to succeed him. Cosa claimed Forlì for the church on the ground that the grant of Boniface IX had been a personal grant to Cecca. The people of Forlì rose and set up their old municipal government. For a while there was war, but in 1406 peace was made, and the Republic of Forlì recognized their allegiance to the Roman Church by accepting a podestà and legate from Rome. These triumphs abroad improved Cosa's hold upon Bologna, which he ruled as an independent prince. Complaints were made against him to Innocent VII, but Cosa imprisoned the complainants, and Innocent was too feeble to do more than express his distrust. Cosa openly defied Gregory XII and refused to admit his nephew Antonio to the possessions of the bishopric of Bologna, which the Pope conferred upon him. He pleaded that he needed them for his own expenses. It was not as a cardinal, but rather as an Italian prince, that he declared himself in favour of the Council of Pisa, and took the cardinals under his protection. It was said that he bore a deadly hatred to Ladislas, who had captured and put to death 2 of his brothers, who had not been so wise as himself in desisting from piracy in good time. Without this motive of vindictiveness, Cosa had motives of self-interest to induce him to side with the cardinals. He became at once the most powerful man amongst them, and his support was necessary to enable them to carry out their counsel. Cosa saw the papacy henceforth dependent on himself. Cosa's first step was to secure Florence for the side of the cardinals, and Florence, which had always been on good terms with the Pope at Avignon, was easily won over. Early in 1409, a council of Florentine ecclesiastics determined that they were in conscience bound to withdraw from allegiance to Gregory, and this determination was announced to take effect from March 26th, in case he did not appear or send commissioners with full power to the Council of Pisa. Moreover, Cosa succeeded in establishing firmly a league between Florence and Siena, so as to secure the safety of the council against an attack of Ladislas. Had it not been for Cosa's skill, the council might easily have been disturbed by the hostile demonstrations of Ladislas, who was determined to uphold Gregory as long as possible, and meanwhile to get all he could from a pope who had no other refuge than himself. Gregory had sunk to the lowest pitch of degradation. He sold to Ladislas for the small sum of 25,000 florins the entire states of the Church and even Rome itself. After this bargain, Ladislas set out for Rome, intending to proceed into Tuscany and break up the council. He entered Rome on March 12th and took up his abode in the Vatican, where he lived in regal state, and appointed new magistrates for the city. On March 28th he left Rome for Viterbo, but was driven back by a violent tempest, and again set out on April 2nd. His standard bore a doggerel rhyme: Io son un povero re, amico degli Saccomani, amatori degli popoli e destruttore degli tiranni. With this assuring promise he marched northwards and threatened Siena, which was too strong for assault, having been reinforced by a Florentine garrison. Florence, true to her policy of opposing the overweening might of any power, resolved to hold by the cardinals and further the election of a new pope, so as to have a barrier against the outspoken intentions of Ladislas to seize the states of the Church. Already they had warned Ladislas that they could not recognize his sovereignty over the states of the Church, and when he scornfully asked with what troops they would defend themselves, the Florentine ambassador Bartolomeo Valori answered, "With yours." Ladislas checked himself, for he knew that the wealth of the Florentine citizens could allure his followers from his ranks. It was lucky for Cosa's plans that on April 26th died Alberigo da Barbiano near Perugia, when on his way to join Ladislas at Rome. Alberigo was full of indignation against Cosa, who had seized his castles in Romagna, and his death robbed Ladislas of an important ally. To check the progress of Ladislas, the Florentines engaged Malatesta de Malatesti, lord of Pesaro, who, being far outnumbered by Ladislas, could only pursue a cautious policy of cutting off supplies and harassing the advance of the army. When Ladislas found that he could not take Siena, he pressed on to Arezzo, which also closed its gates against him. Thence he made an attempt on Cortona, which was also unsuccessful. Though master of the country, he could not capture any fortified place, but only laid waste the fields. The peasants began to mock at him and gave him the nickname Re Guastagrano, King Waste the Corn. A second attempt on Cortona was more successful, as the citizens, through hatred to their lord, plotted with Ladislas and opened the gates to his troops on June 3rd. Meanwhile, the council was sitting peaceably at Pisa, and the attempt by Ladislas to prevent its assembling had entirely failed. The luckless city of Pisa greeted with joy the meeting of the council within her walls. Once mistress of the trade in the Mediterranean, and chief in wealth and importance among the Italian cities, she had sunk from her lofty position, overshadowed first by Genoa and then by Florence. Internal dissensions accomplished the work of her downfall. She passed from one lord to another, till in 1405 the once haughty city was sold as a chattel to Florence. Florentine rule was not established without a desperate struggle, in which the Pisans were reduced only by famine, and in the hour of their uttermost despair were betrayed by him whom they had chosen leader of their last desperate defence. But though reduced, the Pisans were not subdued, and their old spirit of independence was still strong within them. Pisa, in this condition of enforced quietude, with its many memories of departed glories, was well fitted to be the meeting place of the council which was to restore the peace of Christendom. The building, moreover, in which the council was held is the noblest monument which Christendom contains of the aspirations and activity of the medieval church. Nowhere is a more vivid impression gained of the magnificent sobriety and earnestness of the Italian citizen than when first the cathedral of Pisa strikes upon the eye. Away from the Arno, with its throng of ships and noise of sailors, away from the exchange, where merchants congregate, away from the piazza, where the people meet to manage the affairs of their city, away at the extremest verge of the city, where there is naught that can hinder the full force of their impressiveness, the Pisans raised the noble buildings which tell the sincerity of their piety and the greatness of their municipal life. The stately simplicity of the vast basilica, which was consecrated in 1118, shows how the rich fancy of the Lombards enriched without destroying the purity and severity of the Roman forms. The graceful proportions of the baptistry, which was begun in 1153, testify the increased freedom of handling among the Pisan architects, and the campanile is a memorial of their determined spirit and joyous resoluteness in facing unforeseen difficulties. The exquisite Gothic cloister of Giovanni Pisano, surrounding the peaceful burying ground of their forefathers, tells of the poetic seriousness of the Pisan people and the freshness of their great architects to receive new impulses. Nor was this all. Inside these splendid buildings were stored the treasures of Italy's earliest and most reflective art. The Pisan school of sculpture put forth all its strength and grace in decorating the great church of the city. The most thoughtful and earnest of the flourishing school of painters at Siena unfolded in allegory on the walls of the Campo Santo the great realities of human life. Such was the place, so full of many and varied associations, to which the assembled cardinals summoned the representatives of every land in Christendom. The council was opened on the festival of the Annunciation, March 25th, 1409. The long procession of its members formed in the monastery of San Michele and wound slowly through the streets to the cathedral. The number of those who attended the council was imposing, though all had not arrived at first. There were present 22 cardinals of both obediences, 4 patriarchs, 10 archbishops, and 69 bishops. Besides these, 13 archbishops and 82 bishops sent their representatives. 71 abbots were present, 118 sent proctors. There were also 60 priors, the generals of the great orders of the Dominicans, Franciscans, Carmelites, Augustinians, the Grand Master of the Knights of St. John, and the prior of the Teutonic Knights, besides 109 representatives of cathedral and collegiate chapters. Ambassadors were sent by Wenzel, king of the Romans, the kings of England, France, Sicily, Poland, Cyprus, the dukes of Burgundy and Brabant, Cleves, Bavaria, Pomerania, the Landgraf of Thuringia, the Markgraf of Brandenburg, the universities of Paris, Toulouse, Angers, Montpellier, Vienna, Prague, Cologne, Krakow, Bologna, Cambridge, and Oxford. 123 doctors of theology and more than 200 doctors of law are said to have been there. It was computed that altogether 10,000 strangers visited Pisa during the period of the council. End of section 23. Section 24 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 6. The Council of Pisa, 1409, Part 2. The first day of the council, March 25th, 1409, was devoted to the procession and opening service. Next day the council assembled in the long nave of the cathedral. After Mass, a sermon was preached by the Cardinal of Milan. Then all knelt in silent prayer, which was followed by a litany, and then the assembly on their knees raised through the vaulted roof the strain of the hymn Veni Creator. The business of the council then began under the presidency of Guy Malesec, Cardinal of Poitiers, who was both venerable from his age and from the fact that he was the only cardinal who had been created before the outbreak of the Schism. The Archbishop of Pisa, in behalf of the council, read a solemn profession of faith, and the better to assert its orthodoxy, ended with a declaration that it firmly held that every heretic or schismatic must share with the devil and his angels the burning of eternal fire, unless before the end of his life he be restored to the Catholic Church. The council then elected its officials, marshals, auditors, advocates, promoters, notaries, who took the oaths of office. Immediately one of the advocates, Simon of Perugia, demanded that the letters of summons addressed to the two rival popes be read. When this ceremony had been gone through, he asked that steps be taken to discover whether these men, whom he nicknamed Benefictus and Errorius, had been guilty of contumacy, with a ridiculous imitation of the forms of a law court, which had no relevancy to the present matter. Two of the cardinals, accompanied by an archbishop, a bishop, and several officials, advanced to the great doors of the cathedral, which were thrown open. Standing on the steps, they summoned the two popes and inquired of the gaping crowd if they had seen in the city any of the household of either of them. Then they solemnly returned and informed the council that no one had answered to their summons. The advocate thereupon demanded that they should be declared contumacious. The proposition was submitted by the president to the other cardinals, who gave their voices for delay until the morrow. The other members signified their assent by cries of "Placet, placet," and the session came to an end. Next day the same formalities were repeated with the same result, and the third session was fixed for March 30th. After a third fruitless summons, the rival popes were declared contumacious. The one cardinal still adhering to Gregory, and the 3 who remained with Benedict, were called upon to be present at the next session, when further steps were to be taken against Gregory and Benedict if they still refused to appear. To give them time to do so, the day of meeting was fixed for April 15th. It was well for the council to delay, that its members might confer privately and assure themselves of the basis upon which their proceedings were to rest. It was one thing to wish to remedy the evils of the schism. It was another thing to settle the nature of the authority by which the schism was to be brought to an end. The papal monarchy had so entirely absorbed all the powers of the Church that its old mechanism had disappeared, and the very principles upon which it had rested were a matter of uncertainty. Opinions were eagerly sought upon this point. Pamphlets were freely published, and different views were set forward, which enable us to judge of the difficulties in the way of obtaining the unanimity which was necessary before active steps could be taken. It is worth while to notice some of the principal views by which the freedom of conciliar action was vindicated. Cosa caused the University of Bologna to express its opinion, which it did with the cautious proviso that if it said anything deviating from the traditions of the Church, it was to be counted as unsaid. It took for its starting point the proposition that schism of long duration passes into heresy. A pope elected under an oath to do away with the schism, if he fail, nourishes heresy, and those who are subject to him are therefore bound to withdraw their allegiance and seek a true pope who will extirpate the schism. If the cardinals whose chief duty it is do not call a council for that purpose, provincial synods and princes may take such steps as they think wise in the matter. This opinion, founded on canon law, was technical and formal, and admitted of technical and formal answer. It seems to have been supplemented at the time of its publication by a statement of more general principles deduced from the nature of the Church itself, such as had been insisted upon by the University of Paris. True cardinals represent the universal Church in electing a pope and in all questions that concern the unity of the Church. For the object of the election of a pope is to embody that unity. All obligations that they imposed in making an election, they imposed in the name of the universal Church, and are bound to see them carried out. Otherwise, they incur the guilt of heresy. This additional opinion, which is compelled to fall back upon general principles, still does so with caution, and shows an unwillingness to go further than was necessary to justify technically the summons of a council under existing circumstances. Its object is to show the existence of a legal obligation on the cardinals to proceed in the way which they had chosen. The Italian mind was clearly not much interested in the question. It was from France that the conciliar movement came, and it was French intellect which advocated general councils as a recurrence to primitive antiquity. Peter d'Ailly and Jean Gerson codified their opinions for the good of the Pisan fathers, and in their utterances we see the advance of opposition to the principles of the papal monarchy which the schism had brought about. d'Ailly was loath to cut himself entirely off from obedience to Benedict, but he set the unity of the Church above personal feeling. The head of the Church, he writes, is Christ, and in unity with him, not necessarily with the Pope, does the unity of the Church consist. For Christ its head, the Church has the authority to come together or summon a council to preserve its unity. For Christ said, "Where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst." He said not, "In the name of Peter," or "in the name of the Pope," but "in my name." Moreover, the law of nature prompts every living body to gather together its members and resist its own division or destruction. The primitive Church, as may be seen in the Acts of the Apostles, used this power of assembling councils, and in the Council of Jerusalem it was not Peter but James who presided. With the growth of the Church, this power was reasonably limited for the sake of order, so that councils were not called without the Pope's authority. But this limitation did not abolish the power which was inherent in the Church itself, and which in cases of necessity it was bound to use. It is true that positive laws of the Church are opposed to this conclusion, but in the present necessity they must be broadly construed, without affecting the rights of the Pope when there is one canonical Pope universally recognized. To get over the existing difficulty, a general council may be called, not only by the cardinals, but by any faithful men who have the power. Before this council the rival popes are bound to appear, or better, to send their proctors, and if necessary, abdicate their position to promote the unity of the Church. If they refuse, the council can take action against them as promoters of schism, and proceed to a new election, which, however, would not be expedient unless the whole of Christendom were likely to agree to it. These conclusions of Dailly were still further strengthened by a tractate of Gerson on the unity of the Church, which he sent from Paris before he was able personally to join the council. In this he examines all the objections on the ground of canon law which can be raised against the council. He asserts that the unity of the Church to one vicar of Christ need not be procured by a literal observance of the terms or ceremonies of positive law, but by the wider equity of a council in which resides the power of interpreting positive law and adapting it to the great end of promoting unity. The unity of the Church depends on divine law, natural law, canon law, and municipal law. But the last 2 must, in cases of emergency, be interpreted by the first 2. A case has now arisen in which neither canon law nor municipal law can avail. The council, therefore, must use divine law and natural law to interpret them, but must do so with discretion and moderation, so as not to injure their stability. Gerson agrees with Dailly in urging that unless the council be unanimous about proceeding to a new election, such a course be deferred. Moreover, as the search for unity must be undertaken with prayers and penance, since the schism has its origin in sin, so must unity itself be established by a reformation of the Church in head and members, lest worse befall. In these utterances of Dailly and Gerson we see the root of all the efforts after reform which formed the ideal of thinking men for the next century and a half. We find ideas of the nature of the Church and the position of the Papacy, which are founded on broad principles of historical fact and natural right. These ideas might long have been discussed as abstract problems in a few learned circles, but the schism made them articles of popular belief in every country. One great result of the schism was that it forced men to inquire into matters which otherwise would never have been investigated. Every Christian was driven to form an opinion on a subject of vital interest to Christendom. The letters of the rival popes and the statements made of their opponents were widely circulated and eagerly discussed. All parties appealed to the people and felt that their claims must rest finally on popular assent. Abstruse questions that ordinarily were discussed by scholars in the closet were now noised abroad on the housetop. Schoolmen and legists might discuss, but it was clear that the Pisan Council must owe its power to the universality of its acceptance. It was true that the greater part of the Christian world had declared its allegiance, but some powers still held aloof. The Spanish kingdoms were true to the obedience of Benedict. Ladislas would not give up so useful an instrument as Gregory. The northern nations stood aloof, as did Sigismund of Hungary. Venice maintained an attitude of cautious neutrality, and Carlo Malatesta, Lord of Romagna, still upheld Gregory. In Germany, Rupert opposed the council which his rival Wenzel supported. When the council met for its fourth session on April 15th, it had to face the existence of opposition to its authority. 4 ambassadors from Rupert, the German king, attended the council, but though all were ecclesiastics, they did not appear in their vestments, nor did they take their seats among the others. As soon as the opening ceremonies were over, one of them, the Bishop of Verdun, rose and in a lengthy speech propounded 22 objections to the council, all of which were of a narrow and technical character, mostly founded on an acute criticism of the terms of the summons to the council and difficulties concerning its dates. The ambassadors were requested to put their objections in writing, which they did the next day, and April 24th was fixed for the next session, when an answer must be given them. But the ambassadors did not think it worth while to await an answer. On April 21st, which was a Sunday, they attended Mass in the cathedral and heard a sermon preached in refutation of their statements. The same evening they hurriedly left Pisa, after lodging an appeal from the council to a future council to be convoked by Gregory. In the same week there came to Pisa Carlo Malatesta, Lord of Rimini, in whose dominions Gregory had taken shelter. Carlo had already sought to make terms between Gregory and the council, and had proposed a change of the place of the council to Bologna, Mantua, or Forlì, to any of which Gregory would promise to come. The cardinals had answered that, having summoned the council to Pisa, they were no longer free to change the place. Now Carlo came to Pisa to try and make peace. The cardinals suggested that if Gregory would not abdicate, Carlo should seize his person as a schismatic and heretic. But Carlo was too honourable to entertain the suggestion. He was himself a learned and eloquent man of upright character, and answered that what he could do lawfully he was ready to do, but he could use no violence. He returned to Rimini on April 26th, and informed Gregory of the state of affairs at Pisa. He added that unless the Pope's righteousness exceeded the righteousness of the Pharisees, the Church would never have peace. Gregory answered that difficulties beset him on every side. If he abdicated, what was to become of his cardinals and of King Ladislas? If he did not, great danger beset the Church. His only practical step was to hasten the meeting of the council which he had summoned. At Pisa, the 5th session of the council was held on April 24th. An advocate read a long statement, which lasted for 3 hours, of the charges against the 2 popes, and demanded that they should be adjudged heretical and deprived of their office. This document, which was drawn up by the cardinals, glided gently over the blame which they themselves had incurred by making their elections. It insisted on the pains which they had taken to induce the popes to yield, the bodily terror in which they stood of the violent temper of the popes, and the persistent obstinacy shown in neglecting their advice. The council appointed commissioners to examine witnesses as to the truth of the statements contained in the 38 charges so preferred. The same day arrived in Pisa the ambassadors of the King of France, headed by Simon Cramot, Patriarch of Alexandria, and soon after came the English ambassadors, headed by Robert Hallam, Bishop of Salisbury. The next session, on April 30th, seems to have been spent in welcoming them. Cramot presided, and Hallam addressed the council, urging them to united action, and assuring them of the goodwill of the English king towards their efforts to restore unity. The bishop's speech lasted so long that nothing else could be done that day. At the 7th session, May 4th, a learned legist of Bologna, Piero d'Ancorano, rose to answer the objections made by Rupert's ambassadors. This he did with much legal skill and acuteness, but his argument was founded on the assumption that by the schism the Church was without a head, and that in the vacancy the cardinals were the rightful administrators of the Papacy. The legal mind could not advance beyond the basis of law, which only opened up interminable questions of dispute. We see, as we look through the objections of Rupert's ambassadors and the answers of d'Ancorano, that the controversy on legal grounds might be protracted endlessly. Only by an adoption of the theoretical grounds of d'Ailly and Gerson, that the supreme power vested in the Church itself, which must act according to the laws of God and nature in cases of emergency, could the council be justified. It is not to be wondered at that the legal mind of the canonists, which saw in the papal monarchy over the Church the only foundation of law and order, shrank from any assertion that might affect the basis of this authority. Yet without some such assertion the authority of the council could not be established, and the schism could not be brought to an end. The 8th session on May 10th brought one of these technical difficulties to light. The advocate demanded a decree that the union of the two colleges had been duly and canonically effected. On this, the Bishop of Salisbury remarked that he did not understand how the two colleges were on the same footing, seeing that Gregory's had formally withdrawn their obedience, while Benedict's had not. It was suggested that a decree be passed that it was lawful, and also as a duty, for every one to withdraw from both popes, since the time when it became clear that they had no intention of promoting the unity of the Church by common abdication. To this some of the cardinals, especially those of Poitiers and Albano, demurred, but the council affirmed it by cries of plaquet. Then the president, the Patriarch of Alexandria, read out a decree of the council according to the advocate's demand, declaring approval of the union of the two colleges, and affirming the council to be duly assembled as representative of the universal Church, and to have authority to decide all questions concerning the schism and the restoration of unity. Before the next session on May 17th, the cardinals had been won over to accept the decree brought forward at the last session, declaring the withdrawal of allegiance from both popes, and the powers of the commissioners who had been appointed to examine witnesses about the charges against the popes were extended, to allow them to get through their work more quickly. In the 10th and 11th sessions, May 22nd and 23rd, the articles against the two popes were read, and their truth was attested by the Archbishop of Pisa, who declared each of them to be true and notorious, and mentioned in the case of each the number of witnesses by whose testimony it was established. On the same day, bulls from Benedict were brought to his cardinals, who at first refused to receive them. But the Cardinal of Milan at length opened them at the instigation of Simon Cramot. The bulls contained an inhibition to proceed to a fresh election, and pronounced excommunication against all who should withdraw from obedience to the Roman See. These bulls of Benedict, in the existing temper of the council, were regarded as more convincing than many witnesses of his stubbornness and incapacity. At last, in the 12th session, on May 25th, Gregory and Benedict were declared contumacious, and the charges against them were pronounced notoriously true. End of section 24. Section 25 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 6. The Council of Pisa, 1409, Part 3. On May 28th, the doctors of theology who were present at the council, to the number of 120, gave their opinions that the two popes were schismatics and heretics, and might be excommunicated and deprived of their rights. At the session next day, Dr. Pierre Plaoul spoke in the name of the University of Paris, which he said was not only a representative of the French kingdom, but had scholars from England, Germany, and Italy, by whose cooperation its opinions were formed. He declared its view to be that the Church stood above the two claimants of the papal throne, who were both heretical and schismatic. The same opinion was held by the universities of Angers, Toulouse, and Orléans. Similar opinions were also expressed on behalf of the universities of Bologna and Florence. On June 1st, the Archbishop of Pisa read a summary of the articles against the two popes, and the evidence on which they were founded. Finally, on June 5th, the Patriarch of Alexandria read the sentence of deposition against the two popes as schismatics and heretics. All the faithful were absolved from allegiance to them, and their censures were declared of no effect. The sentence was read before the open doors to the assembled crowd, and was received with rejoicing. The magistrates proclaimed it with the loud sound of trumpets, and ordered a universal holiday. The bells of the cathedral pealed out joyously, and each church took up the peal, which spread from village to village, so that in 4 hours' time the news was carried in this way to Florence. The council was not, however, very sure of its own position, in spite of its lofty pretensions, if we may judge from the fact that in the same session it prohibited any of its members to depart till they had signed the decree of deposition. It seems to have felt that its authority, after all, would depend upon its numerical strength and unanimity. In the same spirit, at the next session, on June 10th, letters were sent to the communities and lords of the Patriarchate of Aquileia, where Gregory had taken refuge, requiring them to use all diligence to restrain Gregory from holding a council. At the same time, the Cardinal of Chalon, who had at length departed from Benedict, was, on the intercession of the Cardinal of Albano, allowed in silence to take his seat in the council. The existing popes had been set aside by the authority of the council. There remained the important question how a new pope was to be obtained. The proceedings of the council really rested on popular assent. A disputed succession to the papal monarchy had led to the assembling of an ecclesiastical parliament to end the miseries of civil war. The authority of this parliament was necessary to put down the two claimants to the papal throne. But the ecclesiastical hierarchy was anxious to check any movement towards democracy. The cardinals could elect a pope, but could not depose one. They were driven to have recourse to a council as the only means of getting rid of the two claimants for the headship of the Church. But they were anxious that the pretensions of the council should extend no further. Now that the rival popes were gone, the cardinals were prepared to revive the old custom and proceed quietly to the election of a new pope. With the view of giving assurance to the council and preventing any interference in the election to the papacy, the cardinals in the session on June 10th caused a paper to be read by the Archbishop of Pisa, in which they bound themselves, in case any one of them should be elected pope, not to dissolve the council until a due, reasonable, and sufficient reform of the Church in head and members had been brought about. There were, in fact, different opinions about the procedure in the election of a new pope. Some were of opinion that, as the cardinals had been created during the Schism, an election by the council would be the best way of restoring legitimacy. But this seemed too revolutionary, and as a compromise, the representatives of the University of Paris urged that the council should authorize the cardinals to proceed to an election, and should provide that a 2/3 majority of each college should be required. On the necessity of such an authorization there was a difference of opinion even among the French prelates. Nevertheless, at the next session on June 14th, the Patriarch of Alexandria read an authorization of the council without submitting the question to a vote. An oath was administered to the city magistrates that they would secure peace and order during the election. Ambassadors from the King of Aragon, who had just arrived, with difficulty obtained a hearing from the council, whose interest now lay entirely in the election of a new pope. They demanded that the envoys from Benedict's Council of Perpignan should be heard by the council, and received answer that it was now late in the day and was the eve of the conclave. Commissioners were, however, appointed to confer with them, before whom they appeared next day in the church of San Martino, but were received with scant courtesy. The bull of deposition was read to them, and when the Archbishop of Tarragona persisted in calling himself the envoy of Pope Benedict, there was a cry, "You are an envoy of a heretic and a schismatic." A tumult arose, and the declaration of the city magistrates that they could not, in accordance with their oath, allow anything which might disturb the council, rendered it useless for the envoys to stay longer. They asked for a safe conduct to go and confer with Gregory about peace, but were told by Cardinal Cosa that if they entered the district where he was legate, he would have them burned, safe conduct or no. The envoys in fear left the city. In this matter the council failed to act either with dignity or fairness. It is true that they were wearied with fruitless embassies to the recalcitrant popes. It is true that this embassy came late, and that the council had already decided on a course of conduct which no embassy could effect. Still, the restoration of unity to the Church could only be brought about by tact, by conciliation, by imposing dignity. It was necessary to prove the two popes hopelessly in the wrong, and leave them nothing to which they could appeal in their own defence. The ambassador of the King of Aragon informed the Patriarch afterwards that they had come with powers to tender Benedict's resignation, even though Gregory did not resign. A chance of reconciliation had been thrown away by the precipitate action of the cardinals just at the last. The cardinals were bent on the new election, and on June 15th they entered into conclave in the Archbishop's palace. There were 10 cardinals of Benedict's obedience, 14 of Gregory's. There was a controversy whether a term should be set within which the cardinals should make an election, or the right of election should pass to the council, but it was agreed to leave the cardinals full liberty. Fears were entertained lest the election should be long deferred, but on June 26th it was announced that the unanimous choice of the cardinals had fallen on Peter Filargi, Cardinal of Milan. Of the proceedings in the conclave we know nothing for certain. The cardinals must have felt that they had a difficult task before them. It was necessary to elect someone who would awaken no national jealousy, and who would be capable of dealing energetically with the disturbances in the Papal States. It is said that at first their thoughts turned upon the vigorous legate of Bologna, Baldassare Cosa. But Cosa was alive to the difficulties which one so deeply concerned in Italian politics would have to face. He besought them to choose Filargi instead of himself, as being a man of learning and of stainless character, a Greek by birth, who would be a compromise between contending nationalities, and who had no relatives whom he could wish to aggrandize at the expense of the Church. He promised that he himself would do all in his power to recover from usurpers the possessions of the Holy See. The cardinals agreed and elected Filargi, who was over 70 years of age and seemed to promise only a short tenure of office. Filargi's election was hailed with joy. The bells were rung, the new pope was carried to the cathedral, and there enthroned. he took the name of Alexander V. Everyone was fairly satisfied with his election as being a judicious compromise which could offend no one. Born of a humble family in Crete, Peter Filargi knew neither father nor mother. As a beggar boy in the street, he was taken and educated by a friar minor. After his admission into the Franciscan order, he went into Italy, and thence proceeded as a student to the universities of Oxford and Paris, where he gained great reputation for his theological knowledge. Returning into Lombardy, he won the confidence of Giovanni Visconti, Lord of Milan, and was by him made tutor of his sons. Promotion rapidly followed. He was made Bishop of Vicenza, then of Novara, next Archbishop of Milan. Innocent VII created him cardinal, and his authority in North Italy had been of great service in arranging the preliminaries of the council. He was universally popular for his affability, kindliness, and munificence, to the benefits of which everyone hastened at once to put in a claim. On July 1st, the new pope preached before the council, and then the Cardinal of Bologna, Cosa, read in his behalf decrees approving of everything that had been done by the cardinals from May 1408 up to the beginning of the council, and also uniting the two colleges into one, so that there should be no more question who were true cardinals and who were not. Whichever was the true college, as all had been unanimous in Alexander's election, he was indisputably a true pope, and could supply all defects either of law or fact. On July 7th was the solemn coronation of the pope, and on July 10th came ambassadors from Florence and Siena, who delivered complimentary speeches. The Sienese envoy urged the pope to hasten his return to Rome, whither the way now lay open by the retreat of Ladislas. In fact, now that a pope was elected, political motives rapidly began to outweigh ecclesiastical. Cosa, who was the pope's chief adviser, pined to find a field for his adventurous spirit in the recovery of the states of the Church. Louis of Anjou hastened to Pisa in hopes that this change in the papacy might bring again into prominence his claims to the Neapolitan crown. It was true that the cardinals had bound themselves before the election that the pope should proceed at once to a reform of the Church, but this was a vague undertaking, and it was hard to know how to begin to carry it out. The times were stirring, and the pope, if he were to establish himself, must show a power of vigorous action. The session which was to begin the reform of the Church had been fixed for July 15th, but the cardinals wavered, and on the excuse of the pope's illness it was put off till the 20th, the 24th, and finally the 27th. Then, as the result of many conferences between the cardinals and the council, the Archbishop of Pisa declared, in the pope's name, that he renounced all pecuniary claims that had been accruing during the vacancy up to the day of his election, and gave up reservations of the goods of deceased prelates and claims to the revenues of vacant benefices. The cardinals were asked to do the same as regarded their claims, and all except the cardinals of Albano and Naples assented. A series of decrees were passed securing in their benefices and possessions all who adhered to the council, confirming all their acts, and declaring that a general council was to be summoned by the pope or his successor in 3 years, that is, in the month of April 1412. In the last session, on August 7th, a few trivial decrees were promulgated, directing the holding of diocesan and provincial synods and chapters of monks. Plenary absolution, which was to avail even in the hour of death, was given to all who had attended the council and to their attendants. Finally, the pope declared his intention of reforming the Church in head and members. Much had already been done, but more remained, which, owing to the departure of prelates and ambassadors, could not now be undertaken. The pope therefore deferred further reforms to the future council, which was to be regarded as a continuation of the present one. There were some members of the council who wished to make their voice heard on the question of reform. The prelates and proctors of England, France, Germany, Poland, Bohemia, and Provence presented to the Pope a list of grievances to which they called his attention as deviating from the old laws and customs of the Church. They enumerated translations of bishops against their will, papal reservations and provisions, destruction of the rights of patronage of bishops and chapters, the exaction of first fruits and tenths, grants of exemption from the visitatorial power of bishops, the excessive liberty of appeal to the Pope in cases which had not been heard in the inferior courts. They petitioned for a remission of debts to the papal camera, by which many churches were entirely overwhelmed, and for a simplification of the rules of the papal chancery, which were opposed to the common law and baffled even the learned. They prayed that the Pope would not rashly alienate or mortgage the possessions of the Roman See. To these requests Alexander V returned fair answers, except in the matter of appeals, about which he only said that he would consider further. The promise of a future council enabled the Pope to put aside for the present the question of reform, and the greed of the chief members of the council to seek their own promotion from a Pope whose liberality and kindliness were well known made them indifferent to anything beyond their own interest. The Patriarch of Alexandria, who had been the leader of the council, was busily engaged in seeking to obtain his own nomination to the archbishopric of Rheims, which had just fallen vacant. The members of the Council of Pisa returned home convinced that they had at length given peace to the Church and had healed the long schism. They had no doubt that their Pope would prevail, and that the others would sink into oblivion. Benedict XIII had never been very warmly supported by Aragon. After protesting against the Council of Pisa and its proceedings, he retired to the rocky fortress of Peniscola on the coast, and there shut himself up for safety. Gregory XII held a council in opposition to that at Pisa at Cividale, which was but scantily attended. However, it declared the election of Alexander V to be null and void, August 22nd, and before its dissolution, Gregory, on September 5th, made a magnanimous offer to abdicate, provided Benedict and Alexander would do the same. He offered to meet them for this purpose at any place which might be agreed upon by Rupert, Sigismund, and Ladislas. Such an offer might be specious, but was clearly illusory. Rupert, Sigismund, and Ladislas were not at all likely to agree in the choice of a place, and if they did, there was no reason to suppose that Gregory's rivals would abide by their decision. But Gregory himself was in sore straits where to turn when his shadowy council was dissolved. The Patriarch of Aquileia was hostile to him, and he had difficulty in escaping safely from Cividale. At last, in disguise, he managed to make his way to the coast and take refuge in 2 galleys of Ladislas, which conveyed him to Gaeta, where he settled for a time. The adherents of Benedict and Gregory might be few, but so long as there were any, the object of the council had failed. It had met to restore unity to the Church, but did not succeed in doing so. In fact, we are driven to admit that the council scarcely proceeded with the care, discretion, or singleness of purpose which was necessary to enable it to perform the duty which it had undertaken. Its intention from the beginning seems to have been to override, not to conciliate, the contending popes. In the first session, the advocate of the council was allowed to call them by the derisive names of Benefictus and Erorius. The council entirely identified itself with the cardinals and accepted their procedure as its own. It did not enter into negotiations with the popes, nor send to invite their presence, but it assumed at once that the summons of the cardinals was one which the popes were bound to obey, and declared them contumacious for their refusal. It could hardly have been expected that the popes would submit themselves at once to the behest of their rebellious cardinals. If the council had taken up a position of its own, which could have been supported by all moderate men, it might have exerted such influence on the popes themselves or their supporters as to have reduced them to submission. Even if this had failed, the council should have remembered that its avowed object was the restoration of the outward unity of the Church, and it was not possible that the authority of a council irregularly convoked should meet with such universal acceptance that its sentence of deposition would be received with entire unanimity by the whole Church. Both the popes were old. A new election could not be far removed. Judicious negotiations might have provided satisfactory measures to be taken when a vacancy occurred. It would have been safer to have ended the schism surely than to have aimed at ending it speedily. Moreover, the council did not sit long enough nor discuss matters with sufficient freedom to make its basis sure. The teaching of Dailly and Gerson had done much to justify the assembly of a council as an extraordinary step due to necessity. But the council proceeded to depose the popes without making out very clearly its right to do so. Don Corrano had grounded its right on the assertion that the two popes, having failed to fulfill their promises to resign for the sake of promoting unity, had become schismatics and heretics. But this view was by no means universally accepted, nor did any very definite view prevail. We find next year that the Cardinal of Bari, before going on an embassy to Spain, submitted to Alexander V's successor 34 objections which might be taken to the proceedings of the council, and requested that they might be provided beforehand by the University of Bologna with answers wherewith to meet them. The Council of Constance, by accepting Gregory's resignation and negotiating for that of Benedict, tacitly confessed that their deposition by the Council of Pisa could not be regarded as lawful. The Council of Pisa had been regarded as of dubious authority, very greatly, no doubt, owing to its want of success. We cannot wonder that an assembly which dealt so hastily and so precipitately with difficult and dangerous questions should fail to obtain a permanent solution. The theory of the sovereignty of the Church as against the sovereignty of the Pope had been so ardently advocated by French theologians that it was accepted at Pisa as sufficient for all purposes without due explanation or consideration. The council forgot that the decisions of canonists and theologians are not at once universally accepted. If all Europe had been unanimous in withdrawing from the obedience of the rival popes, the decision of the council might have been acted upon as a means of obtaining a new settlement. As it was, there were too many political motives involved in upholding the existing claimants to make it possible that the council's pope should receive that universal acceptance which alone could bring the schism to an end. End of section 25. Section 26 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 7. Alexander V, 1409 to 1410. It is not often that amidst the scanty records from which medieval history has to be laboriously pieced together, we find anything that brings before us the more intimate facts of medieval life. Someone, however, of the fathers assembled at Pisa luckily employed his spare time after the election of Alexander V in drawing out an account of the papal household. Perhaps he thought that Alexander was inexperienced and might err through want of knowledge, as he could not inherit the establishment of a predecessor, but would have to form his own anew. It is worth while to turn from more lofty matters and consider the composition of a household at this time. First among the officers of the household come the chamberlains, who are of three classes: some honorary, some prelates, generally four, who are intimate with the Pope, read the hours with him, and serve at Mass; some domestics, generally two, who sleep in his chamber and wait upon him. Of the prelates, one has charge of the Pope's private letters and receives his instructions about the answers to be given. Another has the care of the Pope's jewels, a third of the wardrobe, a fourth of the medicines and drugs. The prelates discharge the duties of their office without salary, except in cases when they are poor. The domestic chamberlains have board for themselves and two servants, and have an underling to sweep the rooms and do the dirty work. Besides these, two doorkeepers have charge of the audience chamber, where they generally sleep. Next in importance is the controller of the household, who receives the Pope's orders about his meals and entertainments, issues invitations, and orders the service of the banquet. Every night he receives the keys of the palace when the gates are shut, and lays them on the table at the Pope's supper hour. Every night also he receives and examines the accounts of all subordinate officials, which, after receiving his signature, are presented weekly at the treasury. He is generally responsible for the order and decorum of the household, and has under him a clerk and one or two servants. The Pope's personal attendants are squires of honour, generally 8 or 10 in number, who receive pay or allowances, and frequently hold some other office. For each article consumed in the household there is a separate department. 2 ecclesiastics, each with 2 servants under him, hold office over the bakery and provide bread and fruit, have the care of the table linen, knives, forks, and salt cellars, and have the duty of laying the table. In like manner, 2 ecclesiastics, each with 2 inferiors, discharge the office of butler, provide the wines, keep the cellar books, and take charge of the drinking vessels. 1 ecclesiastic is enough to have charge over the water, and the number of his subordinates varies according to the difficulties of obtaining it. His office extends to the care of wells and their cleansing. Another ecclesiastic, with 2 inferiors, has charge of the candles and candlesticks, and all that concerns the lighting of the palace. Another officer has care of the beds and tapestries. He has to arrange seats at consistories, and see to the proper covering of the Pope's chair at church and elsewhere. The keeper of the plate has the arduous duty of seeing that the plates and dishes are kept clean and are not stolen. Every day after dinner the gates of the palace are kept closed until he has counted the dishes and has certified that all are there. The master of the kitchen supervises all the cooking arrangements. The steward does the marketing and hands over the produce to the keeper of the larder, who also receives all presents of game and such like that are made to the Pope. The master of the hall arranges the tables, places the guests in order, and sees they are properly served. Besides these officers, the papal household contains a master of the works to see after the repairs of the palace, a confessor, whose duty it is to regulate the services in the chapel and to vest the Pope, a master of the palace, generally a Dominican friar, who lectures on theology and proposes questions at the Pope's bidding, an almoner and a choir master for the chapel services, cooks, doorkeepers, physicians, registrars, messengers, and grooms make up the remainder of the Pope's retinue. We do not find in these details any trace of undue luxury or extravagance. Many of these officials were without salaries, and although the cost of the household must have been considerable, yet it was not larger than any noble of the period would have felt requisite. The regulation of his household may have employed Alexander V for some little time at Pisa, but he was soon reminded of his political duties by the arrival of Louis of Anjou, whose claims on Naples he at once sanctioned. Cosa saw that the vital matter for the new pope was the possession of the city of Rome. It was also the great question of Italian politics. The overweening power of Ladislas awoke universal alarm, and the political feebleness of Gregory XII. Had been the chief reason why Italy had so readily abandoned him. The cause of the council's pope meant opposition to Neapolitan domination, and a strong party gathered round Alexander V. Cosa strengthened his league with Florence and Siena by the admission of Louis of Anjou, and the confederates proposed to march at once against Ladislas, who had retired from Cortona to Naples, leaving Paolo Orsini to guard the places which he had seized. In September, the allied army, under the command of the Florentine general Malatesta de Malatesti, marched towards Rome. The prophecy of the Florentine ambassador to Ladislas, that they would overcome him with his own troops, proved true. Paolo Orsini deserted from Ladislas, and his defection opened the road into the states of the Church. Orvieto, Montefiascone, Viterbo, and other places opened their gates, and the allied army appeared before Rome on October 1st, 1409. But Ladislas had taken measures to keep down the Romans. Many citizens opposed to his interests had been exiled, and the Neapolitan faction was strong in the city. The allies gained possession of the Vatican, and the castle of Sant'Angelo hoisted the flag of Alexander V. But Rome itself, where the Count of Troia was in command, offered a vigorous resistance. On October 10th the allies found themselves forced to quit the Leonine city and take up their position at Monte Rotondo. Louis of Anjou and Cosa returned to Pisa, leaving the siege in the hands of Malatesta. After a conference with the Pope, Louis went off hurriedly to Provence to raise more money. The fortune of Ladislas was still in the ascendant, and if he had boldly marched to Rome with reinforcements, he might have maintained his hold upon the city. On December 28th, Malatesta advanced with a portion of his army to San Lorenzo outside the walls. His men advanced to the gate, calling to the people, "Men of Rome, how is it that you do not cry, the Church and the people?" At the same time, Paolo Orsini advanced again into the Leonine city. Attacked on both sides, the Count of Troia determined to cut off his assailants when thus divided. On December 29th, he fell upon Paolo Orsini, but was defeated at the Porta Settimiana. Malatesta had been plotting with a party inside the walls in favour of Alexander. At the first failure of the Neapolitans, they rose against them with cries of "Viva lo popolo e la Chiesa." On January 1st, 1410, Paolo Orsini entered the city by the Ponte dei Giudei, and was hailed by the people, who were glad to free themselves from the Neapolitan rule, and asserted their liberties by electing their own magistrates. On January 5th, the capital also surrendered, but the strong towers by the gates still held out for Ladislas, and were only taken after a regular siege. The tower by the Porta Maggiore fell on February 15th, and the capture of the Ponte Molle on May 1st destroyed the last remnant of the Neapolitan domination. Meanwhile, Alexander V stayed for some time at Pisa, where on November 1st, 1409, he issued a summons to Ladislas to appear and answer all the charges made against him of faithlessness to his duty as a vassal of the Church. Driven to leave Pisa by the outbreak of a pestilence, he retired to Prato, and thence to Pistoia. On the news of the capture of Rome, the Florentines at once sent an embassy begging the Pope to hasten to Rome, and so assure the wavering allegiance of the neighbouring cities in the states of the Church. The Sienese also offered their city as a residence for the Pope on his way. But Alexander V was entirely in the hands of Cosa, who ruled Pope and cardinals alike. The Florentines and Sienese seem to have been afraid of the growing power of Cosa, and wished to see the Pope emancipated from his hands, but their efforts were useless. Alexander answered that he would go to Rome when things were more settled. Meanwhile, Cosa would go there in his stead, and he himself would reside at Bologna for the present. Cosa succeeded in making himself the most important man in Rome, and kept the Pope in his power by settling the Curia at Bologna, whither Alexander went on January 12, 1410, and took up his abode in the palace of the Anciani. On February 12 came an embassy from the Romans, headed by the Count of Tagliacozzo, bringing the keys and banner of the city to the Pope, and praying him to take up his residence in Rome. The Florentines added their entreaties to those of the Romans, but the influence of Cosa, and perhaps the Pope's own sense of growing physical weakness, kept him still at Bologna. He received from the Roman envoys the symbols of his dominion over Rome, and confirmed the liberties of the city in a charter granted on March 1st. But he was never to take possession of Rome itself. At the end of April he sickened, and it was clear that his end drew near. On his deathbed he told the cardinals the touching story of the poverty of his early life, and laid before them the results of his mature wisdom. It was the usual lesson which life always teaches the old, and which the young never learn save by experience. The lesson, seek peace and ensue it. He addressed his cardinals on the text, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you." He declared his belief in the canonicity of the Council of Pisa and in his own position as Pope. He besought them by pacific measures to bring about the unity of the Church. The cardinals wept at the touching words of the dying Pope, but their conduct shows that they did not look forward to gain peace save by the sword. On May 3rd, Alexander V died, and was buried in the church of San Francesco at Bologna, the church of the order to which he owed so much, and which he loved so well. The one thing which Alexander V did in the matters of the Church was to issue a bull in favour of the friars, who had hailed with joy his elevation to the Papacy, and lost no time in besieging him with their requests. The mendicant orders had been steadily growing in importance and power since the days of Francis and Dominic. The Papacy, grateful for their aid, had constantly increased their privileges at the expense of the old machinery of the ecclesiastical system. The friars, supported by the papal authority, infringed the rights of parish priests, and were exempt from any episcopal supervision. They preached, heard confessions, administered the sacraments, performed funerals wherever they chose, and threatened entirely to supersede the old parochial system. Naturally, men preferred to confess to a wandering friar whom they had never seen before and hoped never to see again, rather than to their parish priests, whose rebukes and admonitions might follow them at times when the spirit of contrition was not so strong within them. It was natural that bishops and clergy should fight for their very existence against the usurping friars. A truce was made by Boniface VIII in 1300 on the conditions that the friars were not to preach in parish churches without the consent of the parish priest, that bishops were to have a veto over the individual friars who were to hear confessions within their diocese, and that the friars were to hand over to the parish church a quarter of all the funeral and other dues and offerings which came to them from the district. The universities also saw themselves invaded by the friars, who by their learning and energy rose to eminence, possessed themselves of theological chairs, and promulgated their own doctrines. In the University of Paris, the conflict against the mendicants was vigorously carried on in the middle of the 13th century by Guillaume de Saint-Amour, who not only protested against their exceptional privileges, but attacked their rule of life. An able-bodied man, he asserted, who can work for his livelihood commits nothing less than sacrilege if he lives on the alms of the poor. For St. Paul says, If a man will not work, neither let him eat. If it be urged that it is a counsel of perfection to live like Christ, it ought to be remembered that Christ's example teaches us to do good works, not to beg. If any man wishes to be perfect, let him work or enter a monastery. Thomas Aquinas and Bonaventura took up the defence of the mendicants, and with the help of the Papacy, the friars maintained their position, though they were regarded with aversion and suspicion by the university. In 1321, a doctor of the Sorbonne, Jean de Pouilly, was summoned before Pope John XXII. For having taught that those who confessed to friars were bound to confess the same sins again to their own parish priest, and no pope had the power to absolve them from this duty. His opinions were condemned, and he was compelled to retract them. In Oxford, the controversy was renewed later by Richard Fitzralph, Archbishop of Armagh, who went to Avignon to answer for his opinions to Innocent IV, but no judgment was given against him. In both universities the opposition to the friars was manfully maintained in spite of the papal censures. In January 1409 the Sorbonne was strong enough to carry the war into the enemy's quarters, and a Franciscan, Jean de Gorel, was compelled to retract his assertion that friars, as being of the institution of the primitive church, had a more essential right to preach and hear confessions than had parish priests who were of a later origin. On the accession of Alexander V, the mendicants judged that their hour of triumph was come. They hastened to procure from him a bull, Regnans in Ecclesia, dated from Pisa, October 12, 1409, in which the Pope condemned the chief propositions of the doctors of the university and affirmed most emphatically the condemnation issued by John XXII. The friars themselves seem to have been afraid to use this bull when they had obtained it. Rumours of its existence reached Paris, and messengers were sent to inquire if rumour spoke truly. The cardinals denied that it had been issued with their counsel or consent, but the messengers saw the bull and its leaden seal. The university at once proceeded to vigorous measures. They expelled all the mendicants and prohibited them from preaching in Paris till they had produced the original bull and had renounced it. Gerson raised his powerful voice against it, and the government entirely sided with the university. The Dominicans and the Carmelites judged submission to be the wisest course. On March 1st, 1410, the university went in solemn procession to the church of Saint-Martin-des-Champs, where one of the Dominicans preached a sermon in which he declared that the bull had been obtained without the consent of his order, nor did they approve of it, but were content with their former privileges. The Franciscans refused to submit, and proclamation was made in front of their doors by a herald, prohibiting the clergy in the king's name from allowing them to preach, hear confessions, or administer the sacraments. Alexander's successor found it wise to revoke the bull and put an end to this fruitless conflict with the university. From his conduct in this matter we may judge the character of Alexander V. Owing everything to his order, he was ready to befriend it in any way, and at once complied with the requests which its advocates preferred, without any consideration of their wisdom or expediency. His weakness was that he knew too little of the world, and was too ready to gain praise by unreasoning liberality and munificence. He used to say of himself that he had been rich as a bishop, poor as a cardinal, but as a pope, a beggar. He was generally under the rule of the cardinals. Only in granting this bull to his beloved order did he venture to act without their advice, and then he foolishly endeavoured to act secretly, because he had not the courage to face and overcome opposition. In his brief pontificate he had not time to show what he might have become. Some were won by his simple character to regard him as a saint. Others were misled by the extravagance which his known liberality encouraged in his household, to mistake him for a luxurious sybarite. It would seem that both of these judgments were equally removed from the truth. Alexander V, like many men who rise to eminence from a humble origin, owed his good fortune to his negative qualities, and was conscious to himself that he enjoyed a reputation beyond his deserts. Cosa rightly judged that when elevated to the papacy, Filargi would of his own nature cling to one whose strength of character he recognized, and would be the best of tools, for he would wish to submit to a stronger mind as a means of concealing his own incompetence. So entirely dependent on Cosa does he show himself by coming to Bologna, that on his death the story rapidly spread that he had been poisoned by Cosa, who wished to have the new election in a place where his power was supreme. End of section 26. Section 27 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 8. John the 23rd, 1410 to 1414, Part 1. Alexander V died on May 3rd, 1410, and before the 18 cardinals who were in Bologna entered the conclave, their minds were made up as to his successor. Louis of Anjou, who was preparing an expedition against Ladislas, hoped that the energy of Cosa, which he had experienced in the previous year, would secure his success against Naples. He sent pressing admonitions to the French cardinals to procure Cosa's election, which indeed the political aspect of affairs seemed to render almost necessary. It was to no purpose that Carlo Malatesta sent envoys to beg the cardinals to defer their election in the hope of procuring the peace of the Church. Cosa answered that Gregory was entirely in the hands of Ladislas, and nothing could be expected from him, that the cardinals could not abandon the cause of Louis of Anjou after encouraging him to proceed so far, and that in the present condition of affairs in Rome, a pope was absolutely necessary to keep the city from again falling into the hands of Ladislas. Moreover, the cardinals themselves, if they did not elect a pope, would be without the necessaries of life, and the curia would be dissolved. The envoys tried to alarm Cosa with the fear of a rival for the papacy. Cosa replied that he knew not how the votes might go. For his own part, though he was not a man of great knowledge, he had done for the Church more than the rest. If a friend were elected, he would be satisfied. If a foe, it might be better for his own soul. Carlo's envoys were worsted in the encounter with Cosa, and could do no more than beseech the cardinals, on the eve of the conclave, to bind him who might be elected, to abdicate if his rivals abdicated, or to unite with them in summoning a general council. No heed was paid to Malatesta's entreaties. The place, the political situation, made Cosa for the time omnipotent. The cardinals entered the conclave on the evening of May 14th, and Cosa's election was announced on the 17th. He was enthroned in state in the church of San Petronio on May 24th, and took the title of John the 23rd. The cardinals cannot have hidden from themselves that the election of Cosa was not likely to be approved on any but political grounds. No one could look upon Cosa as an ecclesiastic, or as having any real interest in the spiritual affairs of the Church. He was a man of vigour, possessing all the qualities of a successful condottieri general. He had kept down the city of Bologna, had extended his power over neighbouring states, had protected the Council of Pisa from Ladislas, and was the firm ally of Louis of Anjou. But he was more at home in a camp than in a church. His private life exceeded even the bounds of military licence. It was a grotesque and blasphemous incongruity to look upon such a man as the Vicar of Christ. John XXIII soon found that his lofty position was a hindrance rather than a help. His character was more fitted for decisive and energetic action as occasion offered than for pursuing with astuteness a careful and deliberate policy. From the first things went contrary to him and his ally, Louis of Anjou. The loss of Genoa by the French threw a great hindrance in the way of Louis. Genoa, since 1396, had submitted to its French governor, Jean le Maigre, Marshal Boucicaut, but gradually grew more and more discontented with his rule. As taxes weighed heavily, commerce did not prosper, and the Genoese found themselves involved in a policy which was alien to their old traditions, and which might be in the interests of Boucicaut or of France, but was not in the interests of Genoa. Boucicaut's interference in the affairs of Milan especially angered the Genoese, till the Marquis of Montferrat, in Boucicaut's absence, marched to Genoa and was welcomed by the citizens, who on September 6th threw off the French rule, declared themselves free, and chose the Marquis of Montferrat to be captain of their republic, with all the powers of the old doges. When Genoa had thus thrown off the French yoke, it warmly espoused the cause of Ladislas against Louis, and from its commanding position at sea rendered difficult to Louis the transport of soldiers. As was to be expected, John XXIII hastened to identify his cause with that of Louis. On May 25th, 1410, the day on which were dated the encyclical letters announcing his election, he issued also letters commending the cause of Louis to all archbishops, princes, and magistrates, exhorting them to receive him with all respect and lend him all the aid that he required. The Pope's admonition came too late so far as the Genoese were concerned, for on May 16th they had intercepted and destroyed 5 of the galleys in which Louis was bringing his forces for a new expedition. Louis, with the rest of his squadron, landed at Pisa, whence he went to Bologna, which he entered somewhat crestfallen on June 6th. Still his army was powerful, and great things were to be expected from the Pope's help. But John soon found that he was less powerful as Pope than he had been as legate. No sooner did the cities which he had subdued feel that the hand of their master was slackened by his elevation to a higher office than they hastened to throw off the yoke to which they had unwillingly submitted. On June 12th came the news that Giorgio degli Ordelaffi had recovered Forlì, and on June 18th that Faenza had thrown off the papal rule and had taken Giovanni de Manfredi for its lord. These revolts were clearly due to the influence of Carlo Malatesta, who, after protesting against John's election, declared against him and sided with Ladislas. John felt that for the present he was overmastered. He saw that he could not trust his mercenaries, nor when revolt was so near did he venture to leave Bologna, which he knew that he only held by force. On June 23rd, Louis set out for Rome without his friend and adviser, and the Pope, with rage in his heart, was compelled sorely against his will to stay behind. John's first endeavour was to win over Carlo Malatesta to his side, promising that if he would recognize him as Pope, he would exert all his influence on his behalf. Malatesta replied that though he had esteemed him as legate of Bologna, he could not in conscience recognize him as Pope, for which post he was unfit. He besought him to join with Gregory in a renunciation of the Papacy. In that case he promised to help him with all his power. John endeavoured to protract the negotiations, but in Carlo Malatesta he had to deal with as strong a character as his own and a keener wit. In spite of his efforts, he could gain nothing. In Germany also, John had to watch events eagerly and struggle to hold his own against his rival Gregory. the schism in the Papacy had been reproduced in the Empire, and Rupert, who owed his position to the help of Boniface IX., refused to acknowledge the conciliar pope. This made Rupert's enemies more eager in the support of Alexander V, and a civil war seemed imminent in Germany when Rupert suddenly died on May 18, 1410. Wenzel's party was now anxious that no new election should be made, and that Wenzel should be universally recognized as king of the Romans. His opponents, though determined to proceed to a new election, were divided between the rival popes. Rupert's son, the Elector Palatine, and the Archbishop of Trier were in favour of Gregory XII. The Archbishop of Mainz was on the side of John XXIII. 4 only out of the 7 electors met at Frankfurt on September 1st for a new election. Wenzel, who as King of Bohemia was an elector, of course kept aloof, as did also Rudolf of Saxony. It was doubtful who had the right to vote as Elector of Brandenburg, which Sigismund, King of Hungary, had mortgaged to his cousin Jobst, Markgraf of Moravia. It soon became clear that the 4 electors differed too deeply on the ecclesiastical question to agree on the choice of a new king. On September 12th, the archbishops of Mainz and Köln made preparations for departure, but the Archbishop of Trier and the Elector Palatine proceeded to an election. They recognized Sigismund as Elector of Brandenburg and accepted his representative, Frederick, Burggraf of Nuremberg, as his proxy. Though the Archbishop of Mainz laid the city under an interdict and closed all the churches against them, they went through the accustomed ceremonies in the churchyard of the cathedral, and on September 20th announced that they had elected Sigismund king of the Romans. At this elevation of his younger brother, Wenzel felt himself doubly aggrieved, and Jobst of Moravia wished to assert his claim to Brandenburg. They hastened to send representatives to support the recalcitrant archbishops of Mainz and Köln, who thereon proceeded, on October 1st, to elect Jobst of Moravia, reserving to Wenzel, as the price of his submission, the title, though not the authority, of King of the Romans. There were now 3 claimants to the empire, as there were 3 claimants to the papacy. It was said that 3 kings were again come to adore Christ, but they were not like the 3 wise men of old. John XXIII was anxious to secure Sigismund to his side, for Sigismund had remained neutral toward the Council of Pisa, and since then had shown signs of reconciliation with Gregory XII. John issued bulls declaring his affection for Sigismund, but still Sigismund's attitude remained ambiguous, till the death of Jobst on January 8th, 1411, made his position more sure. There was now no one to stand in his way if he could manage to reconcile his personal differences with the electors who had opposed him. The besotted Wenzel was won over by hopes of obtaining for himself the imperial crown, and by Sigismund's promise to content himself during Wenzel's lifetime with the title of King of the Romans. The Archbishop of Mainz made his own terms with Sigismund. Among them was a stipulation for the recognition of John. Finally, on July 21st, 1411, Sigismund was unanimously elected King of the Romans. Thenceforth, the doubtful allegiance of Germany was at an end, and the recognition of John XXIII as rightful pope was at once carried out. In Naples, John's cause was not so successful. The expedition of Louis in 1410 came to nothing. He entered Rome and displayed himself to the citizens, who always liked to have a distinguished guest within their walls, but he had no money for his soldiers, and could not keep together the different elements of which his army was composed. After waiting helpless in Rome till the end of the year, he set out for Bologna to beg the Pope to come to Rome and help him, a request which was echoed by the Roman people. John by this time saw that Carlo Malatesta could only be reduced to obedience if he were deprived of his ally Ladislas. He determined to leave Bologna to its fate, and help Louis to prosecute the war against Ladislas with vigour. On March 31st, 1411, John left Bologna and moved towards Rome, accompanied by his cardinals and attended by a brilliant escort of French and Italian nobles. On April 11th, he reached San Pancrazio, and on April 12th entered the city amid the acclamations of the people. On April 14th, the city magistrates, to the number of 46, appeared before him with lighted torches in their hands and did him obeisance. On April 23rd, 1411, the banners of the Pope, King Louis, and Paolo Orsini were blessed with great pomp and ceremony. On April 28th, John had the proud satisfaction of seeing the greatest force that Italy could raise set forth to drive Ladislas from the throne of Naples. The chief leaders of the condottieri had all been won over by John to the side of Louis, and the Neapolitans heard with terror that the four best generals in the world, Braccio da Montone, Sforza da Cotignola, Paolo Orsini, and Gentile da Monterno, were marching against them. Ladislas advanced to Rocca Secca and took up a strong position on the heights above the little river Melfa. Louis pitched his camp opposite, and for 8 days the two armies faced one another. At last, on the evening of May 19th, the troops of Louis crossed the river in the evening and fell upon the enemy unexpectedly as they were at supper. The rout was complete. Many of the chiefs were taken prisoners in their tents. Ladislas, with difficulty, escaped to San Germano. All his possessions fell into the enemy's hands. John received with joy the news of this victory, which was soon followed by trophies from the battlefield, the standards of Ladislas and Gregory. He caused them to be hung from the campanile of St. Peter in derision. Nor was this enough to gratify his pride. On May 25th, he rode with his cardinals, followed by all the clergy and people, to the church of San Giovanni in Laterano. 4 archbishops and bishops bore the holy relic of the head of St. John Baptist, and with strange incongruity, the procession was brought up by the banners of Ladislas and Gregory, trailed in the dust. The wiser members of the Curia looked with disgust on this premature display of insolent triumph, which was neither judicious nor befitting the head of the Church. Their feeling was well founded, for it soon appeared that though Louis's victory was complete, he did not know how to use it. After the battle his generals differed. Sforza urged the immediate pursuit of Ladislas. Orsini exclaimed that enough had been done for one day. The soldiers meanwhile betook themselves to plunder the camp. Delay was fatal, as the prisoners were enabled to negotiate their ransoms, and even buy back their arms from the victors. Ladislas himself said that on the day of the battle the enemy were masters both of his person and his kingdom. The next day, though they had missed him, they might have seized his kingdom. The third day they could neither take him nor his kingdom. In fact, Ladislas bought back his army from the needy soldiers of Louis, and again manned the defiles which led towards Naples. In the camp of Louis there were contentions between the generals, want of food, sickness, and clamours for pay. On July 12th, Louis returned with his victorious army to Rome, having gained nothing. Men began to see that his cause was hopeless, and when on August 3rd he took ship on the Ripa Grande to return to Provence, none of the Roman nobles who had been so obsequious to him on his arrival thought it worth while to escort him on his departure. They were right in their judgment. Louis died in 1417 without making any further attempts on the Neapolitan kingdom. John XXIII had been entirely disappointed of his hopes when they seemed on the very verge of attainment. Moreover, by moving to Rome to help Louis, he lost Bologna. Scarcely had he left it when on May 12th the cry was raised Viva il popolo e le arti. The Cardinal of Naples, who had been left as legate, was driven out. The people elected their own magistrates, set up again their old republican form of government, and vigorously repulsed Carlo Malatesta, who had fomented the rising in hopes of gaining possession of the city. Before this also Ladislas had managed to detach Florence and Siena from their league with the Pope by selling to the Florentines Cortona, and saving their honour by the easy promise that he would not occupy Rome nor any other place in the direction of Tuscany. John found himself left alone to face Ladislas, who was smarting under the sense of his late defeat. Of course he excommunicated him, deprived him of his kingdom, and proclaimed a crusade against him, but these did Ladislas little harm. John's only hope was in the fidelity of the condottieri generals who were in his pay, and he soon found how slender were his grounds for trusting them. In May 1412, Sforza, who was carrying on the war in Naples, deserted the side of the Pope and took service with Ladislas. From this time forward, Sforza becomes one of the chief figures in Italian history. We have seen how Alberigo da Barbiano was the first to form a soldier band of his countrymen to take the place of the lawless companies of foreign mercenaries who had, since the decay of the citizen militia, made Italy their prey. The last and greatest of the foreign captains was an Englishman, Sir John Hawkwood, whose adventurous career was closed at Florence in 1394. The Florentines paid due honour to the great general, whose equestrian portrait, painted by the hand of Paolo Uccelli, and one of the masterpieces of early realism in art, still adorns the wall of the Florentine cathedral. Though a skilful soldier, Hawkwood, as might be expected, was merely an adventurer whose trade was plunder. His tenor of mind is well illustrated by a tale of the old Florentine storyteller Franco Sacchetti. One day, when Hawkwood was at his castle of Montecchio, two friars approached him with the usual greeting: "God give you peace." "God take away your alms," was Hawkwood's reply. The astonished friars asked why he answered thus. "Why spake you as you did?" was the question. "Sire, we thought that we said well." "How thought you that you said well," exclaimed Hawkwood, "when you wished that God might make me die of hunger? Know you not that I live on war, and that peace would undo me? I live on war as you live on alms, and so I returned your greeting in like sort as you gave it." Sacchetti adds that Hawkwood knew well how to cause that there should be no peace in Italy in his days. With the formation of native companies, warfare became more humane and pillage less terrible. The Italian soldiers were connected with their leaders by other ties than those simply of pillage. They were gradually brought under more systematic discipline, and became trained armies rather than troops of plundering adventurers. Alberigo da Barbiano did much to bring about this result, and the two great generals of the generation that followed his death in 1409 had both been trained under his command. End of section 27. Section 28 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 8. John the 23rd, 1410 to 1414, Part 2. The early life of Sforza is characteristic both of the man and of the times. Muzio Attendolo was born in Cotignola, a little town in the Romagna, in 1369. He was of a peasant stock and worked in the fields, when one day there passed a band of soldiers and inquired the way. Struck by his stalwart aspect, one of them asked why he did not follow their example instead of pursuing his dreary toil. The peasant waited before replying. then seeking for an augury, threw his hoe into a tree, resolving that if it fell to the ground he would take it up again. If it remained in the tree, he would follow the soldiers. The hoe stuck, and the peasant joined the army in the humble position of follower to one of the soldiers. After 4 years of camp life he returned to his native place, and there raised a number of men like-minded with himself, with whom he joined the company of Alberigo da Barbiano. In the lawless life of a camp he was the most lawless, and one day a quarrel in which he was engaged about the division of plunder attracted the attention of Alberigo, who interposed to settle the dispute. But the fiery peasant did not lay aside his threatening attitude even at his captain's presence. "You look," said Alberigo, "as if you would use violence, sforzare, to me also. Have then the name of Violent." From this time the peasant was known among his comrades as Sforza, a name which was to descend to a princely house. He was a man rather above the ordinary height, with broad shoulders, though his figure narrowed at the flanks. His swarthy face had a bluish hue, which, with his deep-sunk, restless eyes, gave him rather a sinister aspect. For some time Sforza served under Alberigo da Barbiano. Then he led a band of his own and fought for Florence in its war against Pisa. John XXIII took him into his pay for the war against Naples, and conferred on him in 1411 the lordship of his native town of Cotignola. But Sforza quarrelled with Paolo Orsini, who he saw was likely to get more from the Pope than himself. He listened to the overtures of Ladislas, and when in the beginning of May 1412 John summoned his generals to Rome, that he might consult with them about future operations, Sforza abruptly retired from the city and took up a position at Colonna. The Pope in alarm sent a cardinal with 36,000 ducats to urge him to return. Sforza inquired whether he was to look upon this sum as arrears of old pay or earnest for new service. When the cardinal answered that it was prepayment for a fresh engagement, Sforza replied, "Then I will not take it. I left Rome because I could not trust Paolo Orsini." On May 19th he quitted the Pope's service, declared himself on the side of Ladislas, and after making a hostile demonstration against Ostia, rode off to Naples. John took his revenge by hanging Sforza in effigy from all the bridges and gates of the city. The figure was suspended by the right foot, and in one hand held a hoe, in the other a paper with the legend, "I am Sforza, peasant of Cotignola, traitor, who 12 times have betrayed the Church against my honour. Promises, compacts, agreements have I broken." Io sono Sforza, villano della Cotignola, traditore, che 12 tradimenti ho fatti alla Chiesa, contro lo mio onore. Promessioni, capitoli, poti, ho io rotti. The Pope's humour was coarse, but he knew the manners of the camp, and could answer condottieri after their own fashion. He had his own reasons for thinking that he might do so with safety, for already he had advanced far in negotiations for peace with Ladislas. Both had something to gain, as Ladislas wished to be free from the claims of Louis, John from those of Gregory II. Ladislas had no object in maintaining Gregory any longer. In fact, his support of Gregory only gave his enemies a plausible handle against him, and isolated him from the other European kingdoms. Moreover, the breach between John XXIII and Louis, if once made, would be irreparable, while Ladislas, who needed a breathing space, could prosecute his designs against the States of the Church whenever occasion offered. John was at his wits' end to raise money. The cardinals and the senator alike were used to extort benevolences from the wealthy. The imposts were so heavy that corn was sold in the city at 9 times its ordinary price. The coinage was debased, and there was almost a famine. till John was driven to withdraw his most oppressive taxes through fear of a rebellion. The prefect of Vico attacked the city, John was helpless, and peace was necessary at any price. Already on June 18th, 1412, the news spread in Rome that the Neapolitan Cardinal Brancacci had arranged a compact between John and Ladislas. On June 30th its terms were known in Venice. They were that John recognized Ladislas as king not only of Naples but of Sicily, which was in the hands of an Aragonese prince, that he appointed him gonfaloniere of the church, and engaged to pay him 120,000 ducats within 2 years, giving him meanwhile Ascoli, Viterbo, Perugia, and Benevento to hold in pledge, and to remit all arrears due from Naples to the church. Ladislas, on his part, engaged to keep 1,000 lances for the service of the church, and undertook to treat with Gregory XII. That he should renounce the papacy within 3 months, on condition of being appointed legate of the March of Ancona, receiving 50,000 ducats, and having 3 of his cardinals confirmed in their office. If Gregory refused to accept these terms, Ladislas has to send him prisoner to Provence. The position of both parties in this compact was equally disgraceful. Each of them gave up an ally to whom he was bound by the most solemn engagements, and who had endured much for his sake. Each threw to the winds all considerations of honour. Ladislas, for his part, tried to make his change of attitude toward Gregory as little ignominious as might be. He called a synod of bishops and theologians at Naples, before whom he laid a statement of the doubts which beset him about the validity of supporting Gregory when other princes had accepted John. The synod, of course, declared its willingness to abandon Gregory, and on October 16th Ladislas wrote to John XXIII, announcing that by the grace of the Holy Spirit he recognized him a lawful pontiff. He sent a message to Gregory at Gaeta, ordering him to leave his dominions in a few days. Gregory, whose suspicions had been quieted by the express assurance of Ladislas that they were unfounded, had taken no measures to provide himself with a refuge. The chance arrival of 2 Venetian merchantmen on their homeward voyage gave him the means to flee. The citizens, who loved the Pope, bought up the cargoes of the ships, that they might be at liberty to take him on board. He embarked on October 31st, 1412, with the 3 cardinals who still clung to him, of whom one was his nephew Gabriele Condulmiere, who afterwards became Pope Eugenius IV. In dread of enemies and pirates, he sailed round Italy and reached the Slavonian coast. Thence 5 small boats brought him and his attendants to Cesena, where he was met by Carlo Malatesta, and was conducted with all respect to Rimini. Carlo Malatesta was too high-minded to follow the example of Ladislas and abandon an ally in adversity. Though he knew that so long as Gregory was in his territory he would be exposed to the incessant hostility of John, he still did not hesitate to declare himself the sole supporter of the helpless wanderer. Carlo Malatesta is the only Italian who awakens our admiration by his honesty and integrity of purpose in endeavouring to end the schism of the Church. Meanwhile, John XXIII felt himself so far bound by the promise of his predecessor to summon a council for the purpose of carrying on the work of reforming the Church begun at Pisa, that he issued a summons on April 29th, 1411, for a council to be held at Rome on April 1st of the following year. The summons, however, bore on the face of it marks that it was not meant to be taken in earnest. The Pope narrated the necessity under which he was placed of coming to Rome, abused Ladislas, praised the advantages of Rome as the place for a council, and excommunicated anyone who hindered prelates from coming. With a view of strengthening his hands, John in June 1411 created 14 new cardinals, who were wisely chosen from the most influential men in every kingdom. Amongst them were Peter d'Ailly, Bishop of Cambrai, and 2 Englishmen, Thomas Langley, Bishop of Durham, and Robert Hallam, Bishop of Salisbury. In the hazardous position of affairs at the beginning of 1412, the council was deferred, and finally met on February 10th, 1413. It was but scantily attended, as was natural, for no one believed that anything would be done, and nothing could be done in Rome at such a troubled time. It is said that the Pope used his soldiers to prevent those whom he did not trust from coming to the council at all. The only thing which the council did was to condemn the writings of Wycliffe, which were solemnly burned on the top of the steps of St. Peter's. When some proposals were made to go further than this in the work of reforming the Church, Cardinal Zabarella rose and talked the matter out. A ludicrous incident is chronicled about this council, and the fact that it is recorded shows the horror with which the Pope's character was regarded. One evening, while the Pope was at vespers in his chapel, as the hymn Veni Creator Spiritus was begun, came a screech owl and settled on the Pope's head. "A strange shape for the Holy Ghost," said a cardinal, and tittered. But John was dismayed. "It is an evil omen," said he, and those present agreed with him. The council was soon dissolved on account of its numerical insignificance, but John did not dare to let all mention of a council drop. The University of Paris was too strong to be offended, and it still clung to the hope of a genuine reformation of the Church by means of a general council. Moreover, Sigismund, the king of the Romans, who had begun to take an interest in Italian affairs, listened to the representations of Carlo Malatesta, and urged on John the summoning of a council. Accordingly, in dismissing the few prelates who ventured to come to Rome, John issued a summons on March 3rd for a council to be held in December in some fitting and suitable place, of which notice was to be given in 3 months' time. He little thought that events would force him to keep his hypocritical promise. Ladislas of Naples had only made peace with John to gain a short breathing time for himself and drive the Pope out of Rome with greater ease. In the beginning of May his preparations were made, and he found adherents in plenty among the Romans themselves, who were groaning under John's exactions. The opportunity had come for wiping away the disgrace of the defeat of Rocca Secca, and for advancing once more his pretensions over the city of Rome. The scheme of forming an Italian kingdom floated before the eyes of Ladislas, as it had done before so many other Italian princes. He, like the rest, found the states of the Church thrust like a wedge between North and South Italy. But the Papacy was less formidable than it had been in former times. It no longer had its roots so deep in the politics of Europe as to be able to raise armies for its defence. Ladislas might hope to succeed where others had failed, and by repeated assaults on Rome, when occasion offered, destroy the prestige of the papal power and habituate the citizens to the idea of Neapolitan rule. When Rome had fallen, the only opposition which he need dread was that of Florence. In May 1413, Ladislas detached Sforza against Paolo Orsini, who was in the March of Ancona. Sforza, eager to pursue his hated rival, took Paolo Orsini by surprise and shut him up in Rocca Contratta. It was believed that the Pope was dissatisfied with Orsini and had secretly betrayed him to Ladislas. If so, Ladislas caught the Pope in his own toils. He entered the Roman territory with an army, May 3rd, on the ground that as the Pope proposed to leave the city for the purpose of holding a council, it was necessary that he should provide for its protection during his absence. John was helpless. He could not trust his mercenaries. The people hated him on account of his oppressive imposts. The very members of the Curia were so suspicious of him that they were not sure whether the movements of Ladislaus were made in concert with the Pope or not. At every step in John's career we find the same impression of distrust produced even on those who saw him most. As Ladislaus drew nearer, John tried, when it was too late, to win the Roman people to his side. On June 4th, he abolished his detested tax on wine. Next day he tried to galvanize into life the old Roman Republic, and solemnly restored to the citizens their old liberties and their old form of government. A comedy of exalted patriotism was performed between the Pope and the people. John pompously addressed them. "I place you once more upon your feet. I entreat you to do what is for the good of the Church, and to be faithful now if ever. Fear not King Ladislaus, nor any man in the world, for I am ready to die with you in defense of the Church and the Roman people." The citizens were not to be outdone in theatrical declamation. "Holy Father," they answered, "doubt not that the Roman people is prepared to die with you in defense of the Church and your holiness." Next day, June 6th, they held a council in the Capitol, and unanimously resolved, "We Romans are determined to feed on our own children rather than submit to the dragon of Ladislaus." A crowd of enthusiastic patriots announced this valiant resolution to the delighted Pope. Next day John left the Vatican and rode with his cardinals to the palace of Count Orsini of Manupelo, on the other side of the river. He wished to take up his abode in the city, to declare his confidence in the people. But on the night of June 8th, the troops of Ladislaus broke down part of the wall of the church of Santa Croce in Gerusalemme, and, led by the condottieri Tartaglia, entered the city. They did not venture to advance in the night, and in the morning the citizens did not venture to attack them. Patriotism and enthusiasm were too precious in word to be rudely expressed in deed. The cry was raised, "King Ladislaus and peace!" No opposition was made, and Tartaglia was in possession of Rome. John XXIII did not think it wise to expose his patriotism to a ruder shock than did the Romans. As soon as the news of Tartaglia's entry reached him, he hastened to leave Rome with his cardinals by the gate of Sant'Angelo and hurried towards Sutri. The horsemen of Ladislaus pursued the unhappy fugitives, whose age and luxurious habits made them unfit for a hasty flight in the mid-heat of summer. Many were plundered and ill-treated. Even the Pope's mercenaries took part in plundering instead of protecting them. Many died on the way of thirst. Old men, who could rarely endure to ride even for exercise before, were seen running on foot to save their lives. Even in Sutri, John did not think himself safe, but pressed on in the night to Viterbo, and after a rest of 2 days to Montefiascone. It was harvest time, and the peasants were fearful for their crops if Ladislaus was to march in pursuit of the Pope. John did not think it wise to trust to their loyalty, but passed to Siena on June 17th, and thence on June 21st to Florence. Even Florence was not prepared to quarrel with Ladislaus without due deliberation. The Pope was not admitted inside the city at first, but was lodged in the monastery of Sant'Antonio outside the Porta San Gallo. There he abode till the beginning of November, hearing the news of the entire subjugation of Rome by Ladislaus, whose triumphant army advanced northwards through the states of the Church. End of section 28. Section 29 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 1, Chapter 8, John the 23rd, 1410 to 1414, Part 3. In vain John wrote melancholy letters to the princes of Christendom, detailing the enormities of Ladislaus and imploring their help. The only one who lent an ear to his complaints was Sigismund, king of the Romans. Sigismund had reached this dignity at the age of 43, after an adventurous life, in which he had generally played an ignominious part. He plunged, while still a youth, into the troubles of Hungary, of which he claimed the kingdom through his wife. To raise money for Hungarian adventures, he pledged Brandenburg to his cousin Jobst. He led a Hungarian army in the ill-fated expedition against the Turks, which ended in the disastrous defeat of Nicopolis. His Hungarian subjects rebelled against him and even made him prisoner. His attitude towards his worthless elder brother Wenzel was one of cautious self-seeking which had nothing heroic. The circumstances which preceded his election as King of the Romans were not such as to redound to his credit. He was a needy, shifty man, always busy, but whose schemes seemed to lack the elements of greatness and decision which are necessary for success. On his accession to the dignity of King of the Romans, Sigismund recognized that an opportunity was offered for making a fresh start. The teaching of experience had not been thrown away upon him. He had learned that the cruelty by which he had alienated his Hungarian subjects was unprofitable. He had learned to restrain his immoderate sensual appetites. He had learned that a policy of peace was better than one of continual war. He set himself to realize the duties of his new position, to vindicate the old glories of the imperial dignity, to seek the peace and well-being of Christendom, to labour for the unity of the Church. With many failings, with a ludicrous incongruity between his pretensions and his resources, Sigismund nevertheless nourished a lofty ideal, which he perseveringly and conscientiously laboured to carry out. When he was elected King of the Romans, Sigismund was involved in a dispute with Venice about the possession of Zara on the Dalmatian coast. The Republic had bought it from Ladislas as King of Hungary, without inquiring into his title to sell it to them. As King of the Romans, Sigismund complained of the infringement of the imperial rights by the Venetian conquests on the mainland. If he were to go to Rome for coronation as emperor, he must command an entrance into Italy through Friuli, which Venice had seized. War against Venice was undertaken in 1411. Sigismund's forces were at first successful, but Carlo Malatesta, fighting for the Venetians, checked their advance, and the war lingered on without any decisive results. John XXIII in vain attempted to mediate. At last, exhaustion caused both parties to wish for a truce, which was concluded on April 17, 1413. Sigismund then proceeded into Lombardy, in hopes of gaining back from Milan some of the lost possessions of the empire. But he came too late. Lombardy, after a disastrous period of disunion, which followed on the death of Gian Galeazzo Visconti in 1402, had again become united in 1412 under Filippo Maria Visconti, after the violent death of his two brothers. So strong was Filippo Maria's position that Sigismund found it impossible to gain enough allies to attack him. But if he was disappointed in his hopes of winning glory by an attack on Milan, fortune threw in his way the more lofty undertaking of directing the fortunes of the Church. The empire, which had fallen from its great pretensions and saw its old claims one by one ignored, was yet to find itself in the hands of Sigismund, hailed once more by Christendom as the restorer of the Church and the arbiter of the Papacy. As Sigismund abode at Como, John XXIII, terrified by the success of Ladislas, the coldness of Florence, and the sense of his own helplessness, at last resolved to trust himself to the King of the Romans and submit to his condition of summoning a general council. John saw the dangers of such a course, but trusted to his own capacity to overcome them. It would be easy for a quick-witted Italian to find some means of eluding a promise made to a clumsy Teuton like Sigismund. His secretary, Leonardo Bruni, tells us how the Pope talked the question over with him. "The whole point of the council," he said, "lies in the place. I will take care that it is not held where the emperor will be more powerful than myself. I will give my ambassadors the most ample powers which they may openly show for the sake of appearances, but secretly I will restrict my commission to certain places." Such was John's intention, and when the time came for the departure of his ambassadors, the Cardinals Challant and Zabarella, the Pope took them apart and discoursed with them long upon the momentous nature of their mission. He assured them how entirely he trusted their wisdom and fidelity. He said that they knew better than himself what ought to be done. Like many strong and eager natures, John's feelings were easily roused, and he was easily carried away by them. Persuaded by his own eloquence, he abandoned all precaution. "See," he exclaimed, "I had determined to name certain places to which you should be bound, but I have changed my opinion, and leave all to your prudence. Do you consider on my behalf what would be safe and what dangerous." So saying, he tore in pieces the secret instructions which he had prepared, and dismissed his ambassadors to carry on their negotiations unfettered. This, says Leonardo Bruni, was the beginning of the Pope's ruin. When the Pope's ambassadors, accompanied by the learned Greek scholar Emmanuel Chrysolaratus, met Sigismund at Como, he at once proposed to them Constance as the place for the meeting of the council. In spite of their endeavours to fix some place in Italy, he stood firm. He urged that Constance was admirably adapted for the purpose, being an imperial city where he could guarantee peace and order, in a central position for France, Germany, and Italy, easy of access to the northern nations, in a healthy situation on the shores of a lake, roomy and commodious for the accommodation of crowds of visitors, situated in the midst of a fertile region whence provisions could easily be obtained. These arguments admitted of no objection. The ambassadors were unprepared to find Sigismund so decided. As he would not give way, they hesitated to break off negotiations, considering the helpless condition of the Pope and the hopes which he placed on Sigismund's protection. Perhaps they also had a lingering wish for a council which should be a reality, and were not sorry to find themselves in a position to commit the Pope to a decided step. At all events, in the Pope's name they accepted Constance as the place of a council to be held in a year's time, on November 1st, 1414. Sigismund lost no time in making his triumph known. Before the Pope could hear of the agreement that had been made, Sigismund, on October 30th, issued a letter announcing the time and place of the council, summoning to it all princes and prelates, and promising that he would be there himself to provide for its full security and liberty. John was thunderstruck when he heard what his legates had done. He cursed his own folly for having trusted their discretion. He was keenly alive to the danger of putting himself in Sigismund's hands, but he had been irrevocably committed, and his destitute condition gave him no hopes of escape. He soon, however, recovered his courage and trusted to his own skill to win over Sigismund and prevail upon him to change the place fixed for the council. For this purpose he sought a personal interview, and early in November left Florence for Bologna, where he arrived on November 12th. Bologna had soon grown tired of its republican rule. The nobles had risen and put down the popular party, and the city returned to its allegiance to the Pope in August 1412. It was not, however, a safe place of refuge for him, as Carlo Malatesta, acting again in conjunction with Ladislas, advanced into the Bolognese territory and threatened the city. John left Bologna on November 25th for Lodi. Sigismund advanced to Piacenza to meet him, and they entered Lodi together, where they were entertained in royal state. John, however, found that all his artifices were of no avail to overcome Sigismund's intention. He resisted all proposals to change the seat of the council from Constance to some Lombard city. John was obliged to stand by the luckless undertaking of his legates, and with a heavy heart issued from Lodi on December 9th, his summons to the council to be held at Constance in the next November. Sigismund sent also summonses to Gregory XII., Benedict XIII., and the kings of France and Aragon. Once more the old imperial pretensions were revived, and the rule of Christendom by the joint action of the temporal and spiritual power was set forward. At Lodi, John and Sigismund stayed for a month in amicable relations, and celebrated with royal and papal pomp the festival of Christmas. From Lodi they passed on together to Cremona, then under the lordship of Gabrino Fondolo, a man characteristic of the political condition of Italy in that age. He had won his way to the lordship of Cremona by the murder of his masters, the brothers Cavalcavo, whom he had instigated previously to assassinate their uncle, so as to accelerate their own accession to power. Now that he had the Pope and the King of the Romans in his city, his heart swelled with pride, and he wished to immortalize himself. The thought flashed through his mind that he might do a deed which would make his name more renowned than that of Empedocles. He had in his power the two heads of Christendom, and if he put them to death, the exploit would give his name an undying memory. One day, when he had taken his distinguished guests to the top of the Torrazzo, the campanile of the Duomo of Cremona, famous as being the loftiest tower in Italy of that date, he felt a powerful temptation to hurl them down as they were unsuspiciously feasting their eyes on the splendid panorama of the fruitful plain of Lombardy, watered by the Po, and closed in by the mountain chains of the Alps and Apennines. The news that the Venetian ambassador, Tommaso Mocenigo, who had come to Cremona to greet the Pope, had been elected Doge of Venice, put a third noble victim in Fondolo's hands. Though he resisted the temptation at the time, so strongly had the idea impressed itself on his imagination that 11 years later, when his blood-stained career was cut short and he was put to death by the Duke of Milan, he looked back regretfully on the opportunity which he had missed. When he reflected on the barren results of his adventurous life, he confessed the project which he had once entertained of gaining immortality, and grieved that he had not had the courage to carry it into execution. So powerful a motive was the desire for fame, however acquired, to the wild and soaring characters which the plastic nature and adventurous politics of the Italian states had developed. Though neither John nor Sigismund knew the extent of the danger which they had run, yet they did not feel comfortable in the hands of Fondolo. John passed on to Mantua on January 16th, to see if any help could be gained from Giovanni Francesco Gonzaga. There he stayed for a month and went to Ferrara on February 16th, where he won over to his side the Marquis Niccolo d'Este, whom Ladislas had tried to bribe. On February 26th he arrived in Bologna, where he intended to make his position secure. He restored the castle of Porta Galliera, and raised round it an earthwork surmounted by a palisade. There was need of John's precautions, for the implacable Ladislas was moved to anger at the news of John's negotiations with Sigismund. He declared in wrath that he would drive him out of Bologna, as he had driven him out of Rome. On March 14th, Ladislas entered Rome with his army, and showed his haughty contempt for all things human and divine by riding into the church of San Giovanni in Laterano, where the priests brought forth their holiest relics, the heads of St. Peter and St. Paul, and humbly displayed them to the king, who remained seated on his war horse. After a month's stay in Rome, he moved northwards. Florence, terrified at his advance, negotiated for peace, which was concluded at Perugia on June 22nd, on condition that Ladislas proceeded no further. The interposition of Florence, which dreaded a disturbance so near her own territory, saved John for the time. Ladislas slowly retired toward Rome, smitten with a mortal disease, the results of his own debauchery. He was borne in a litter to San Paolo outside the walls, and thence to the sea, where a galley carried him to Naples. With him he took in chains Paolo Orsini, against whom he had conceived some suspicion. He purposed to have him put to death at Naples, but did not live long enough to carry his purpose into effect. His sister Giovanna, who was his successor, judged it better to spare so useful a general, and Ladislas was soothed in his last hours by the false belief that his sanguinary commands had been executed. He died on August 6th, 1414, and the body of this mighty king was hurriedly buried by night, unhonoured and ungraced, in the church of San Giovanni Carbonara, which he had himself restored and enlarged. The monument of Ladislas, raised by his sister, Queen Giovanna II, is one of the grandest monumental works of Italian sculpture, and gives a powerful impression of the desire felt by Italian princes to commemorate their name and their achievements. Striving after massive grandeur, the sculptors who worked in Naples created no new form of monument, but magnified into a vast piece of architecture the simple conception of the effigy of the dead reclining on a slab, which for convenience was raised from the ground and received an ornamental base. The whole east end of the church behind the high altar is filled with the tomb of Ladislas. Colossal figures of virtues support an architrave which holds the inscription. Above that are seated in a niche figures of Ladislas and Giovanna II, with crown, sceptre, and imperial eagle in royal state dispensing justice. Above that rises another tier holding the sarcophagus of Ladislas, from before whose sculptured figure two angels in the Tuscan fashion are softly drawing the curtains which shroud the dead. On the top of the arch which closes the sarcophagus stands an equestrian statue of Ladislas, drawn sword in hand, in such guise as often he had led his men to battle. The barbaric vastness and luxuriance of the tomb of Ladislas, with its inscriptions Divus Ladislas, libera siderium mens alta petivit Olympum, is characteristic of the man and of the time. Ladislas had the strong will and the strong arm of a born ruler. He reduced to order and obedience the turbulent barons of Naples by playing off against one another the rival factions of Anjou and Durazzo. His plan of secularizing the states of the Church, as the first step towards forming a great Italian kingdom, was one which long floated before the eyes of the more adventurous politicians of Italy. He was an excellent general, a man of unfailing resolution and boundless daring. But his character was barbarous and brutal. He was alike destitute of religion and morality. Neither in public nor private life was he guided by any consideration of honour, and no means were too base or treacherous for him to employ. So long as he lived, all Italy was in terror of his ambitious schemes. When he died and his power passed into the hands of his foolish and profligate sister Giovanna II, the Italian cities began to breathe again with a new sense of freedom. On the news of the death of Ladislas, Rome rose against the Neapolitan senator and raised the old cry, Viva lo popolo! Sforza hastened to put down the rising, but the people raised barricades in the streets, and Sforza was compelled to retire. John XXIII's hopes had revived on the death of his dreaded foe, and he sent to Rome as his legate Cardinal Isolani of Bologna. The old republican feeling of Rome had been too far weakened to be sure of its own position. On the legate's approach, the cry was raised, Viva lo popolo e la Chiesa, and on October 19th, Isolani, without a battle, took possession of the city in the name of the Pope. Had this success occurred a month sooner, John would have returned to Rome instead of going to Constance. As it was, it came too late, for his course had been determined before he was sure of possessing Rome. For some time he hesitated to begin his journey to Constance, but the cardinals urged that his word was pledged, the summons was issued, and it was too late to go back. He spoke of sending representatives to the council and going himself to Rome, The cardinals reminded him that a pope should settle spiritual matters in person, and temporal matters by deputy. Meanness and fear of danger were not amongst John's faults. He still believed in his own power to cope successfully with difficulties, and he was attracted by the prospect of presiding over a council gathered from the whole of Christendom. Before beginning his journey, he obtained through Sigismund an undertaking from the magistrates of Constance that he should be received with honour and recognized as the one true pope, that the curia should be respected, and the papal jurisdiction be freely exercised, that he should be at liberty to remain in Constance or withdraw at pleasure. His intention was to preside a few months over the council and then return to Rome. On October 1st, John set out for Constance, travelling through Verona and Trent. There he met Frederick of Austria, lord of the Tyrol, who was no friend of Sigismund, and saw many advantages to be gained by an alliance with the pope. John was eager to form a party of his own, and at Meran on October 15th appointed Frederick captain general of his forces and honorary chamberlain, with a yearly pension of 6,600 ducats. Frederick was lord of much of the territory that lay around Constance, and John had the caution to assure himself of an ally who could afford him refuge or give him means of escape if need should be. Moreover, Frederick was related by marriage to the Duke of Burgundy, who had a strong motive for preventing the council from sitting long, as he knew that the Gallican party intended to press a question which closely concerned his own honour. From Meran the journey was tedious and perilous. On the Arlberg the pope's carriage broke down, and he was tumbled in the snow. When his attendants anxiously inquired if he was hurt, he made the unchristian answer, "Here I lie, in the devil's name." When he reached the summit of the pass and looked down upon the lake of Constance, girt in by mountains and hills, he exclaimed with a shudder, "A trap for foxes." At last the perils of the journey were over, and its sweets began. But true to his policy of making useful friends, John conferred on the abbot of Kreuzlingen, a monastery just outside the walls of Constance, the privilege of wearing a mitre. On October 28th he made his entry into Constance, attended by 9 cardinals and followed by 600 attendants. He was received by the city magistrates with all due pomp and reverence. End of section 29. Section 30 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, The Council of Constance, 1414 to 1418. Chapter 1, The Council of Constance and John the 23rd, 1414 to 1415, Part 1. At the time of the assembling of the Council of Constance, there was a widespread and serious desire throughout Europe for a reformation of the ecclesiastical abuses which the schism had forced into such luxuriant growth. Not only was unity to be restored to the headship of the Church, but a remedy must also be found for the evils which beset the entire body. The gross extortions of the Pope and Curia must be checked and their occasion done away. The papal invasion of ecclesiastical patronage all over Christendom must be stopped. The ordinary machinery of church government, which had been weakened by the constant interference of the Pope, must be again restored. The clergy, whose knowledge, morality, and zeal had all declined, must be brought back to discipline, so that their waning influence over earnest men might be re-established. If we would understand aright the force of the feelings that made the papacy hateful, till the hatred broke out into open revolt, it is worth while to gather a few of the impassioned utterances of this time. Dietrich Free, a German monk who went to Constance, in a Latin poem more remarkable for its vigour than its grace, puts the following language into the mouth of the disconsolate Church. The Pope, once the wonder of the world, has fallen, and with him fell the heavenly temples, my members. Now is the reign of Simon Magus, and the riches of this world prevent just judgment. The papal court nourishes every kind of scandal and turns God's houses into a market. The sacraments are basely sold. The rich is honored, the poor is despised. He who gives most is best received. Golden was the first age of the papal court. Then came the baser age of silver. Next, the Iron Age, long set its yoke on the stubborn neck. Then came the age of clay. Could aught be worse? Aye, dung, and in dung sits the papal court. All things are degenerate. The papal court is rotten. The Pope himself, head of all wickedness, plots every kind of disgraceful scheme, and while absolving others, hurries himself to death. Free's history of the Council of Constance begins with a denunciation of the simony, the avarice, the ambition, and the luxury of the Pope, the bishops, and the entire clergy. What shall I say of their luxury, when the facts themselves cry out most openly on the shameless life of prelates and priests? They spare neither condition nor sex, maidens and married men, and those living in the world are all alike to them. Benefices, he complains, which ought to provide alms for the poor have become the patrimony of the rich. One holds 18, another 20, a third 24, while the poor man is despised. His knowledge and his holy life are of no account. An infant, newly born, is provided by his careful parents with ecclesiastical benefices. We will hand him over, say they, to such a bishop who is our friend, or whom we have served, that we may be enriched from the goods of the Lord, and our inheritance be not divided amongst so many children. Another is nurtured with more than fatherly affection by some dean or provost, that he may succeed him, is nurtured in luxury and sin. Another, perhaps the son of a prince, is worthy of an archdeaconry, much more so if he be a bishop's nephew. Another eagerly seeks a place on every side, flatters, cringes, dissembles, nay, does not blush to beg, crawling on hands and knees, provided that by any guile he may creep into the patrimony of the crucified one. If these utterances of Free be thought rhetorical, the more sober spirit of Nicolas de Clemanges, doctor of the University of Paris and secretary to Benedict XIII, gives no very different account. Nowadays, in undertaking a cure of souls, no mention is made of divine services, of the salvation or edification of those entrusted to the priest's care. The only question is about the revenue. Nor do men count the revenue to be the value of the benefice to one who is resident and serves the church, but what it will yield to one who is far away and perhaps never intends to visit it. No one obtains a benefice, however great his merit, without constant and repeated asking for it. The popes, in their desire for money, have drawn all manner of elections into their own hands, and appoint ignorant and useless men, provided they are rich and can afford to pay large sums. The rights of bishops and patrons are set at naught. Grants of benefices in expectancy are given to men who come from the plough and do not know A from B. The claims of the popes for first fruits or the first year's revenue on presentation to a benefice and other dues have become intolerable. Papal collectors devastate the land and excommunicate or suspend those who do not satisfy their demands. Hence churches fall into ruins, and the church plate is sold. Priests leave their benefices and take to secular occupations. Ecclesiastical causes are drawn into the papal court on every kind of pretext, and judgment is given in favor of those who pay the most. The papal curia alone is rich, and benefices are heaped on cardinals who devour their revenues in luxury and neglect their duties. In this state of things, Clemanges proceeds, the chief care of the clergy is of their pockets, not of their flocks. They strive, scold, litigate, and would endure with greater calmness the loss of 10,000 souls than of 10,000 shillings. If by chance there arise a pastor who does not walk in this way, who despises money or condemns avarice, who does not wring gold justly or unjustly from his people, but strives by wholesome exhortation to benefit their souls, and meditates on the law of God more than the laws of men, forthwith the teeth of all are whetted against him. They cry out that he is entirely senseless and unworthy of the priesthood. He is ignorant of the law and does not know how to defend his rights or rule his people or restrain them by canonical censures. He knows nothing save idle preaching, which is more fitting for friars who have none of the cares of temporal administration. The study of Holy Writ and its professors are openly turned to ridicule, especially by the popes, who set up their traditions far above the divine commands. The sacred and noble duty of preaching is held so cheap among them that they count nothing less befitting their dignity. Episcopal jurisdiction is useless. Priests condemned for theft, homicide, rape, sacrilege, or any other serious offense are only condemned to imprisonment on a diet of bread and water, and are imprisoned only till they have paid enough money, when they walk away scot-free. On the other hand, the episcopal jurisdiction is eagerly extended over harmless rustics, and summoners scour the land to pry out offences against canon law, for which the luckless victims are harassed by a protracted process and are driven to pay heavy fines to escape. Bishops do not hesitate to sell to priests licenses to keep concubines. No care is taken to ordain proper persons to the priesthood. Men who are lazy and do not choose to work, but who wish to live in idleness, fly to the priesthood. As priests, they frequent brothels and taverns, and spend their time in drinking, reveling, and gambling, fight and brawl in their cups, and with their polluted lips blaspheme the name of God and the saints, and from the embraces of prostitutes hurry to the altar. Bishops are rarely resident in their sees, and are generally engaged in political or temporal pursuits, yet they are of such a character that their absence is better than their presence. Chapters and their canons are no better than bishops. Monks are undisciplined and dissolute, idle and good for nothing. The friars, on the other hand, are active enough, but active only in rapacity and voluptuousness. Nunneries are so sunk in shame, so openly given up to evil, that it is scarcely possible to speak of them. Clémange admits that there are some good men among the clergy, but scarcely one in 1,000 sincerely does what his profession requires. The schism is the scourge of God on these abuses, and unless a reformation be wrought, worse ills will follow, and the church will be destroyed. Denunciations to the same effect might be quoted from writers of almost every land. Lamentations over the corruptions of the church were not confined to a few enthusiasts. Men of high ecclesiastical position and of undoubted orthodoxy spoke openly of the abuses which everywhere prevailed. It was not wonderful that heresy spread, that the doctrines of Wycliffe and Huss made many converts. Men went to Constance with 3 aims in view: to restore the unity of the church, to reform it in head and members, and to purge it of erroneous doctrines. These objects were to be attained by means of a general council, though the exact scope of its power was yet to be determined. The foundation of the council's authority was the theory that the plenitude of ecclesiastical power vested in the universal church, whose head was Christ, and of which the Pope was the chief minister. The executive power in the church rested generally with the Pope, but a council had a concurrent jurisdiction in all important matters, a corrective power in case of abuses, and a power of removing the Pope in case of necessity. For these purposes a council had a power of compulsion and of punishment against a Pope. Such was the general result of the teaching of the Parisian theologians, which had been turned into practice by the Council of Pisa. But the Parisian theologians did not wish to push these principles too far. In practice, they only aimed at rescuing the papal primacy from the evils of the schism, restoring its unity, regulating its powers, and then reinstating it in its former position. There was a school of German reformers who had a more ideal system before their eyes, who aimed at diminishing the plenitude of the papal primacy and making it dependent on the recognition of the Church. Their views were fully expressed in a treatise written in 1410, most probably the work of Dietrich of Nimes, who well knew the ways of the Roman Curia, about the means of unity and reforming the Church. Beginning with the Creed, the writer asserts his belief in one Catholic and Apostolic Church. The Catholic Church consists of all who believe in Christ, who is its only head, and it can never err. The Apostolic Church is a particular and private church consisting of pope, cardinals, and prelates. Its head is supposed to be the pope, and it can err. The Catholic Church cannot be divided, but for the sake of its members we must labor for the unity of the Apostolic Church, which stands to the Catholic Church as a genus to a species. As the object of all society is the common good, a pope can have no rights as against the well-being of the Church. The papal primacy has been won by guile and fraud and usurpation, but the idea that a pope cannot be judged by any is contrary alike to reason and Scripture. The pope is a man, born of man, subject to sin. A few days ago, a peasant's son. How is he to become impeccable and infallible? He is bound to resign or even to die if the common good should require it. The unity of the Church must be secured by the abdication of 2 of the 3 popes, or, if necessary, by the compulsory abdication of all of them. Union with a particular pope is no part of the faith of the Catholic Church, nor is it necessary for salvation. Rather, popes contending for their private goods are in mortal sin, and have no claim on the allegiance of Christians. A general council represents the universal Church, and when the question to be settled is the resignation of a pope, it does not belong to the pope to summon the council, but to prelates and princes who represent the community. The pope is bound to obey such a council, which can make new laws and rescind old ones. The council must make a general reform in the Church, must sweep away simony and amend the ways of pope, cardinals, prelates, and other clergy. For this purpose it must limit the power of the pope, who has invaded the rights of bishops, drawn all matters to the curia, and overthrown the original constitution of the Church. The authority of the pope must be reduced to its ancient limits. The abuses of the cardinals must be checked, and the prelates and clergy purified. The writer of this treatise admits that there are many difficulties in the way, difficulties arising from self-interest and conservative prejudice. A council can only succeed if supported by the emperor, who holds from God a power over the bodies of all men. The work concludes with defining the business of the council to be 1. The reincorporation of the members of the universal Church, 2. The establishment of one undoubted and good pope, 3. Limitation of the papal power, 4. Restoration of the ancient rights of the primitive Church, 5. Provisions concerning pope and cardinals which may prevent future schism, and finally 6. The removal of all abuses in the government of the Church. Such was the large plan of the reforming party in Germany. It was to be decided in the council assembled at Constance how much of it should be carried into actual effect. The quiet city of Constance was now to be the center of European politics, for the council held in it was looked upon as a congress rather than a synod. Every nation in Europe felt itself more or less helpless and in need of assistance. Italy was in a condition of hopeless confusion. The Greek Empire was in its decrepitude menaced by the Turks, whom Hungary also had just reason to dread. Bohemia was torn by civil and religious discord. The empire was feeble and divided. In France, the madness of King Charles VI gave an opportunity to the bloody feuds of the Burgundians and Armagnacs. England had gathered strength a little under Henry IV, but was disturbed by the Lollards and was on the brink of war with France. Europe was hopelessly distracted and longed to realize its unity in some worthy work. The disunion of the ecclesiastical system was a symbol of the civil discord which everywhere prevailed. Men looked back longingly upon a more peaceful past, and Sigismund's appeal to old traditions met with a ready answer. The Council of Pisa had been an assemblage of prelates. Through Sigismund's participation, the Council of Constance became the meeting place of all the national interests of Christendom. Slowly but sincerely, all the wisest in Europe prepared to set their faces towards Constance. Men did not assemble at once. Till the last there had been doubts whether the Pope would come. In June came the Bishop of Augsburg and the Count of Neuenburg to make preparation on Sigismund's part. It was not till August 12, 1414, that the Cardinal of Viviers arrived on behalf of the Pope, and preparations were made in earnest. The magistrates and citizens of Constance set themselves diligently to work to provide lodgings, lay up stores of provisions, take measures for the safety and order of the city, and make all the numerous changes which were necessary to enable them to fulfill the honourable duty which had fallen upon them. At first, however, prelates arrived slowly, chiefly from Italy, in obedience to the Pope. On November 1st, owing to the scanty attendance, John deferred the opening of the council till the 3rd, and in so doing pronounced the council to be a continuation of the Council of Pisa. On November 3rd, the opening was again deferred till the 5th, when the Pope, with 15 cardinals, 2 patriarchs, 23 archbishops, and a good number of other prelates, solemnly opened the council by a service in the cathedral, after which the first session was fixed for the 16th. Now that the council had begun, arrivals became more frequent, still chiefly from Italy, whence the good news of the recovery of Rome filled the Pope's heart with joy. Meanwhile, the theologians were busy in drawing up proposals for the procedure of the council. They suggested that proctors and promoters be appointed, as at Pisa, who should lay matters before the council. Besides them was to be chosen a number of doctors who between the sessions should receive suggestions and determine the form in which business should be brought forward. It was generally agreed that the first question should be the restoration of the unity of the Church, by procuring, if possible, the abdication of Gregory XII and Benedict XIII. At the first session on November 16th, John XXIII preached a sermon on the text, "Speak ye, every man the truth," after which a bull was read detailing the circumstances of the summoning of the council and its connection with the councils of Pisa and Rome, exhorting the members to root out the errors of Wycliffe and reform the Church, and promising to all entire freedom of consultation and action. Nothing more was done that day. As yet, the Pope and the council were watching each other, and no one was ready to take a decided step. Those amongst the Germans and Italians who wished something to be done were waiting for the French and English prelates to lead them. End of section 30. Section 31 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 1. The Council of Constance and John XXIII, 1414 to 1415, Part 2. With the arrival of Peter d'Ailly, Bishop of Cambrai, on November 17th, 1414, begins the first formation of an opposition to the Pope, which a trivial incident soon brought to light. On November 18th, lodgings were prepared in the Augustinian monastery for the Cardinal of Ragusa, legate of Gregory XII. According to custom, the legate's arms were put up above the door, and with them the arms of Gregory XII. On the following night the arms were ignominiously torn down, without doubt by the orders of John XXIII. This overt action awoke at once a feeling among the members of the council, and a congregation was called to consider the matter. It was urged that Gregory, having been deposed by the Council of Pisa, could not have any claim to be acknowledged as pope. But the general opinion was against any decision on this broad ground, and merely agreed that the arms should not be replaced, because Gregory XII was not himself present, but only as legates. Soon after this, on November 28th, came a letter from Sigismund telling of his coronation at Aachen, and announcing his speedy arrival at the council. John was compelled in courtesy to answer by a letter urging him to come as soon as possible, but he was ill at ease. His plans for managing the council did not seem to prosper. He had hoped to overbear opposition by the multitude of Italian bishops dependent on himself, but this intention was so openly displayed that the council, in spite of John's efforts to the contrary, began to talk of organizing itself by nations, so as to do away with the numerical preponderance of the Italians, and to allow each separate kingdom to bring forward its own special grievances. Indeed, John was not a skillful diplomat. He could not disguise his uneasiness, and was too transparent in his intrigues. He gained secret information from his partisans of everything that was talked about, and then was not discreet enough to keep his own counsel. The opposition between the Pope and the council was day by day increasing, and he was anxious to have a secure position before Sigismund came. Accordingly, in a congregation of cardinals and prelates held in the Pope's palace, though in the Pope's absence on December 7th, the Italian or papal party brought forward a schedule to regulate the business of the council. This schedule laid down that matters concerning the faith were to take precedence over other matters, that the first step should be to confirm the acts of the Council of Pisa, and empower the Pope to proceed against Gregory XII and Benedict XIII, if possible by compact, if not by force; that the Pope should summon a general council every 10 years, should abolish simony, and agree to a few obvious regulations. The object of this proposal was to recognize the acts of the Council of Pisa, so far as the deposition of Gregory and Benedict were concerned, but to give the Council of Constance an independent existence, so far as regarded the reformation of the Church. Questions relating to faith, the opinions of Wycliffe and Huss, were first to be discussed, and no doubt they would take up time enough till the council dissolved, and all discussions of reform, except on a few trivial points, might be again put off. This proposal of the Italians was opposed by Peter d'Ailly and other French prelates, who objected that the present council was a continuation of the Council of Pisa, for the purpose of proceeding with the union and reformation of the Church. Until that had been accomplished, it must rest on the basis of the Pisan Council, and could not confirm it. Whoever spoke of dissolving or proroguing this council was a favourer of schism and heresy. A third proposal was made by 4 of the old cardinals, which was directly aimed against the Pope. It set forth bluntly and straightforwardly the reforms which were needed in the Pope's household and personal conduct. The Pope, it laid down, ought to have fixed hours in the day for religious duties, which ought not to be slurred over nor neglected. He must show diligence in business and avoid simony. He should appear in public in papal attire, and should conduct himself with gravity in word and gesture. He must take care that the papal dignity be not counted cheap in the eyes of the nations flocking to the council, and must remember the saying that careless masters make lazy servants. He should not waste his time in idle talk with irresponsible persons, but should act with proper advice, regulate everything that goes on in the council, and honestly work with it. There was certainly no want of plain speaking, and John might have perceived, had he been wise, how dangerous was his position between those who, like Peter Daae, wished to set to work at the reformation of the Church, and those who were convinced that no reformation of the Church was possible till there had been a very decided reformation in the Pope. No conclusion was arrived at from this discussion, but a few days later Daae, in a general congregation in the Pope's presence, read a memoir in favour of proceeding mildly against Gregory and Benedict as the surest way of promoting the cause of union. Resignation ought to be made easy to them in every way. A committee might be appointed by the council, chosen from the different nations, to confer with them and arrange terms for their resignation. This view of Daae's was vehemently attacked both by those who were partisans of John XXIII and by those who wished to maintain to the letter the authority of the Pisan Council. Daae answered the arguments of both parties, and in so doing laid down a principle which was fruitful in later times. Although the Pisan Council, he said, is believed with probability to have represented the universal Church, which is ruled by the Holy Spirit and cannot err, still every Christian is not bound to believe that that council could not err, seeing that there have been many former councils, accounted general, which we read have erred. For according to some great doctors, a general council can err not only in deed, but also in law, and what is more, in faith. For it is only the universal Church which has the privilege that it cannot err in faith. To meet the general suspicion with which the proceedings of the Council of Pisa were regarded, Daae laid down the weighty principle that the faith of Christendom was to be found graven on the heart of Christendom, and the infallibility of councils was to depend on their decrees embodying the universal consciousness of the truth. These differences of opinion prevented any definite conclusion, and further proceedings were deferred till the arrival of Sigismund. The second session, which John had announced for December 17th, was not held until March 2nd, 1415. On the morning of Christmas Day, amid the glare of torches, Sigismund arrived in Constance with his queen, Barbara of Cilly, Queen Elizabeth of Hungary, the Countess of Württemberg, and Rudolf of Saxony. He scarcely had time to change his raiment before he made his first public appearance at early Mass on Christmas morning. The Markgraf of Brandenburg bore the royal sceptre, the Elector of Saxony the drawn sword, and the Count of Cilly the golden apple of the empire. Sigismund acted as deacon at the Mass and read with majesty the Gospel. There went out a decree from Caesar Augustus. The Pope, after the Mass was over, handed the king a sword with a charge to use it in the protection of the Church, which Sigismund swore to do. Sigismund had a love of pomp and outward magnificence, and had timed his arrival at the council so as to gratify it to the full. Once having secured his position, he was sure to receive due respect afterwards. The staunch adherents of the council offered extravagant incense to the imperial dignity. He was addressed as a second Messiah, come to ransom and restore the desolate Church. Sigismund's arrival was the signal to all who had yet delayed to hasten their journey to Constance. Day by day, princes and prelates, nobles and theologians from every court and every nation of Europe had been streaming into the little town on the borders of the Bodensee. From Italy, France, and Germany, from England, Sweden, Denmark, Poland, Hungary, Bohemia, even from Constantinople, flocked the representatives of power and learning. In their train came a motley crew of sightseers and adventurers of every kind. The novels of the next generation show us how Constance was regarded as the metropolis of every kind of enjoyment, gallantry, and intrigue. The number of strangers present in Constance during the council seems to have varied between 50,000 and 100,000, amongst whom were counted 1,500 prostitutes and 1,400 flute players, mountebanks, and such like. 30,000 horses were stalled in the city. Beds were provided for 36,000 men, and boys made fortunes by raking up the hay that fell from the carts which thronged the streets with fodder. Excellent precautions were taken under the direction of the Pfalzgraf Louis for the supply of provisions and maintenance of order. In spite of the crowd, there was no lack of food, nor did the prices rise owing to the pressure. 2,000 men sufficed to preserve order, and the utmost decorum marked all the proceedings of the council, though we read that during the session of the council 500 men disappeared by drowning in the lake. This vast number of attendants lent splendour and magnificence to all the proceedings, and gave an overpowering sense of their importance. The number of prelates was 29 cardinals, 3 patriarchs, 33 archbishops, about 150 bishops, 100 abbots, 50 provosts, 300 doctors of theology, and 1,800 priests. More than 100 dukes and earls and 2,400 knights are recorded as present, together with 116 representatives of cities. The Pope's suite alone consisted of 600 horsemen, and a simple priest like Huss had 8 attendants. The enumeration of such details shows both the pomp and luxury of the age, and also the surprising power of organization which enabled a little city like Constance, whose ordinary population cannot have exceeded 7,000, to accommodate so vast a multitude. The council awaited Sigismund's arrival before deciding what business was first to be taken in hand. John XXIII and the Italians wished to begin with the condemnation of Wycliffe's opinions and the trial of Huss. The French, headed by Peter d'Ailly, wished to take in hand first the restoration of unity to the Church. In an Advent sermon preached before Sigismund's arrival, on the text, "There shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars," d'Ailly defined clearly the position of the council. The sun, he explained, represents the papal majesty, the moon the imperial power, the stars the different orders of ecclesiastics. In this council all came together to represent the universal Church. There must be one good pope who lives rightly and governs well, not 3 in impious mockery of the Trinity. The emperor, with clemency and justice, must carry out the decrees of the council. The clergy, summoned by the pope, must assist him with their wisdom. 3 things are to be done. The past must be amended, that is, the Church must be reformed. The present must be duly ordered by attaining unity, and provision must be made for the future by wise precautions. Such was the policy which d'Ailly advocated with all his zeal and learning. He laid it down that there could be no real union without reformation, and no real reformation without union. Sigismund at once fell in with d'Ailly's policy, and his first steps show that he wished to proceed first with the restoration of unity. On December 29th, he laid before the council a statement of his embassies to Gregory XII, to Benedict XIII, and to the King of Aragon, and asked the council to wait for the arrival of their envoys. On January 4th, 1415, the question was discussed whether the envoys of the anti-popes were to be received as cardinals or no. John's faction strongly opposed the concession by the council of any such distinction to the envoys of those who had been deposed at the Council of Pisa. Peter d'Ailly, true to his principle of proceeding with all possible gentleness and throwing no hindrances in the way of a union, succeeded in carrying his point, that they should be received in their cardinal acts. This was a severe blow to John, and showed him that he had not much to expect from Sigismund's help. On January 12th, the ambassadors of Benedict and Aragon proposed that Sigismund should advance to Nice, and there confer with Benedict and the King of Aragon about means to end the schism. To this request no answer was given at the time. On January 25th, Gregory's ambassadors were honourably received by Sigismund and the council, as they were under the protection of Louis of Bavaria, who next day presented a memoir undertaking on behalf of himself and Gregory's adherents to procure Gregory's abdication, and themselves joined the council, provided John did not preside and Gregory was invited to attend. To this John's partisans answered that the abdication of Gregory and Benedict, according to the provisions of the Council of Pisa, was desirable, but that the question of John's presidency could not be discussed, as he was the lawful pope, whom all were bound to obey, and he was willing to labour with all his power for the reformation of the Church. John the 23rd felt that the toils were closing round him. He had not been present at the assemblies for some time, but he was carefully informed of everything that passed. He was glad to find an opportunity of making a public appearance, and preside at the solemn ceremony of the canonization of a saint. A Swedish lady, Bridget, who instituted a new monastic order and died at Rome in 1373, had been canonized already by Boniface IX. But as this had occurred during the time of the Schism, the representatives of the northern nations were desirous of having the authenticity of their countrywoman's title placed beyond dispute. The canonization took place on February 1st. A Danish archbishop, after Mass was over, raised a silver image of the saint to popular adoration. The Te Deum was raised by those present, and the day closed with splendid festivities. But ceremonies and festivities did not prevent the expression of what everyone had in his mind. It was clear that the union of the Church could only be accomplished by the resignation of all the three popes, and the offer of Gregory's abdication brought forward prominently the desirability of John's resignation as well. The first to break the ice and venture to express the general idea was Guillaume Philastre, a learned French prelate whom John had made cardinal. Philastre circulated a memoir in which he pointed out that the surest and quickest means of procuring union was the mutual abdication of all three popes. If this was so, John was bound to adopt that method. For if the Good Shepherd would lay down his life for his sheep, much more ought the Pope to lay down his dignities. If he was bound to do so, the council might compel him to do so, but he should first be asked humbly to adopt this course, and should be assured of an honourable position in the Church if he complied. Sigismund expressed his approval of this memoir, which was largely circulated, and soon reached the Pope, who had not expected to be attacked by his own cardinals, and was greatly enraged. Philastre, however, put on a bold face, visited the Pope, and assured him that he had acted to the best of his knowledge for the good of the Church. Philastre's memoir drew forth several answers, urging that the course which he proposed destroyed the validity of the Council of Pisa, and that it was unjust to rank a legitimate pope with men who had been condemned as schismatics and heretics. In a matter of so great delicacy, it was judged wise to proceed by means of written memoirs, and not to enter into a public discussion till considerable unanimity had been obtained. Peter d'Ailly again came forward to defend the original scheme of the University of Paris, and remove by subtle arguments, founded on expediency, the formal objections urged against John's resignation. He recognized John as the lawful pope, and allowed the validity of all that had been done at Pisa. But he argued the adherents of Benedict and Gregory do not agree, and all the arguments in favour of promoting union by voluntary abdication, which were urged at Pisa, apply with still greater force when there are three popes instead of two. In the proposal for John's abdication, he is not ranked with the popes who were deposed, but is set above these by being summoned to perform an act which is for the good of the Church. If he refuse, the council, as representing the Church, may compel him to lay aside his office, though no charge be made against him, simply as a means of effecting the unity which the Church longs for. End of section 31. Section 32 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 1, The Council of Constance and John the 23rd, 1414 to 1415, Part 3. John now clearly saw the issue which lay before him, but he still had hopes of escaping. Memoirs might be circulated and discussions carried on amongst the theologians assembled in Constance, but when matters came to voting, he would be safe. He had spent money freely to secure votes. The crowd of needy Italian prelates were all dependent on him. He had created 50 new bishops, with a view to their votes in the council. John's adversaries saw this also, and boldly raised the question, who had the right to vote? According to old custom, there was no doubt that this right had been exercised only by bishops and abbots, and John's adherents demanded that the old custom should be followed. But Dai answered with his usual learning and clearness of judgment that in the most ancient times, as may be found in the Acts of the Apostles and Eusebius, the object was to represent in councils the Christian community. Only bishops and abbots voted because they were thoroughly representative. At present, priors and heads of congregations had a greater right to vote than titular abbots, who represented no one. Moreover, doctors of theology and law were not heard of in old times, because there were no universities. They ought now to be admitted, as they had been at Pisa, on account of their position as teachers and representatives of learning. Also, as the question under discussion was the unity of the Church, it was absurd to exclude kings and princes, or their ambassadors, since they were especially affected. Philastre went further than Dai. He demanded that all the clergy should be allowed to vote. An ignorant king or bishop, he said, is no better than a crowned ass. He urged that the status of all priests was the same, though their rank might differ. This extremely democratic view did not meet with much favour, and Dai's suggestions were practically adopted by the council. Moreover, the large crowd of Italians, dependent on the Pope, possessed a numerical superiority which was out of proportion to the interests which they represented. There had been some discussions of this point amongst the Germans, but the arrival of the English representatives on January 21st gave the question new prominence. The English were few in number. Their voting power, if votes were to be counted by heads, was insignificant. The chief of the English prelates, Robert Hallam, Bishop of Salisbury, faced this fact and proposed to the Germans a scheme for solving the difficulty. He suggested that it would be well for the council to adopt the same system as prevailed in the universities and organize itself by nations. A session of the council had been fixed for February 6th, but the English and Germans rose and protested against the procedure by individual voting. They demanded that an equal number of deputies from each nation should have the ultimate decision on all important matters. Next day the French gave in their adhesion to the plan, and the Italians were powerless to resist. Thus, without any definite decree of the council, a new form of constitution was established, which made the prospect of uniting the Church much more hopeful. Henceforth, every matter was first discussed by each nation separately, and their conclusions were communicated to one another. When by this means an agreement had been reached, a general congregation of the 4 nations was held, and the conclusions were put into a final shape. A general session of the council then gave formal validity to the decree. John the 23rd's hopes of being able to lead the council were now entirely frustrated. he had to consider how he might best escape destruction. The plan of a common abdication of all three popes was proposed in a congregation of the English, Germans, and French on February 15th, and was by them laid before the Italians, who gave a reluctant assent. John's courage was entirely upset by hearing that a memoir had been circulated by some Italian containing a list of his crimes and vices, and demanding that an inquiry be instituted into the truth of the charges. Doubtless John's life had not been such that he would wish its details to be exposed to the eyes of assembled Christendom. He had done many things that ill befitted a priestly character, and enough could be substantiated against him to make the blackest charges seem credible on very slight evidence. John was entirely unnerved at the prospect. He consulted with his cardinals whether he had not better at once confess to the council the frailties from which, as a man, he had not been exempt. They advised him to wait a while and think over it before committing himself. John's relief was great when he heard that many of the English and Germans opposed an inquiry into his character from a wish to spare the reputation of the Papacy, and advocated that he be urged to abdicate. This plan had now received such unanimous assent that it was impossible for John to oppose it openly. He professed to accept it readily, but he hoped to do so in terms so vague as to lead to no results. His first schedule was rejected as too dubious in meaning. The second met with no better success, as it indulged in needless condemnation of Gregory and Benedict as heretics. The Germans passed a series of strong resolutions which pressed hard upon John. They declared that the council had supreme authority to end the schism, and that John was bound, under the penalty of mortal sin, to accept a formula of resignation offered by the three nations. On February 28th, the formula was drawn up. In it, John was made to undertake and promise to resign, if and as far as Gregory and Benedict did the same. The representatives of the University of Paris suggested that this only imposed a civil obligation, which it would be well to strengthen by a religious one. They proposed the addition of the words "swear" and "vow," which were unanimously accepted. On March 1st, 1415, this formula was presented to the Pope in the presence of Sigismund and deputies from the nations. John received it with a good grace. First he read it to himself, and then, remarking that he had only come to Constance for the purpose of giving peace to the Church, read it aloud with a clear voice. Tears of joy streamed down many faces at the accomplishment of this first step towards the union of the Church. The assembled prelates raised the Te Deum, but more wept than sang, and many did both. In the city the bells rang joyously, and the utmost delight prevailed at this first result of the council, which had sat 4 months and had achieved nothing. Next day John read the same formula publicly in the cathedral. At the solemn words of promise he bowed before the altar and laid his hand upon his breast. Sigismund rose from his throne, laid aside his crown, and kneeling before the Pope kissed his foot in token of gratitude. The Patriarch of Alexandria thanked him in the name of the council. The unanimity between John and the council seemed to be complete, but when the first outburst of joy was over, John's resignation seemed to be too good news to be true. There was a wish to bind him more completely, and it was suggested that he should embody his resignation in a bull. At first he refused, but Sigismund's influence obtained the bull on March 7th. The council was anxious to be quite sure of its own position, as it was now in a position to authorize the interview which Benedict's ambassadors had suggested between their master and Sigismund at Nice. When preparations were being made for this purpose, it was suggested that John should name as his proctors, with full power to resign in his behalf, Sigismund and the prelates who were to accompany him. This was a vital point on which John could not give way. If he did, his chances were entirely lost, and his resignation, which was at present only conditional, would be irrevocably accomplished. He adroitly proposed that he should go himself to meet Benedict, but the council remembered the innumerable obstacles which had been found to prevent the meeting of Gregory and Benedict, nor did they desire to let John leave Constance, lest he should at once dissolve the council. Mutual distrust blazed up in an instant. Frederick of Austria had come to Constance on February 18th, and though he studiously avoided the Pope, rumours were rife of an understanding between them, and suspicions were keen. John made a last attempt to soften Sigismund by presenting him on March 10th with the golden rose, which, according to old custom, the popes consecrated, when they chose, 3 weeks before Easter, and presented to kings whom they delighted to honour. Sigismund received the gift with due respect, and bore it in solemn procession through the city. But it was significant that he did not keep it for himself, but offered it to the Virgin in the cathedral. Sigismund soon showed that he was not moved by this touching mark of papal affection. Next day, March 11th, he presided at a congregation in which some members spoke of electing a new pope after securing the abdication of the 3 claimants. The Archbishop of Mainz rose and protested that he could obey no one except John the 23rd. Words ran high. The old accusations against John were again brought up, and the assembly dispersed in confusion. It was clear that there was a war between Sigismund and the Pope. John did not mean to take any steps to accomplish his resignation. Sigismund was resolved to hold him to his promise. As John would not give way, it was clear that he must be proposing to leave Constance. Sigismund gave orders that the gates should be closely guarded. When one of the cardinals attempted to pass, he was turned back. John summoned the great lords and magistrates of the city, and loudly complained to the council, with good reason, of this violation of the safe conduct under which they were all assembled. The burgomaster of Constance pleaded Sigismund's orders. Frederick of Austria stood forward and declared that for his part he intended to keep the safe conduct which he had promised. Next day, March 14th, Sigismund summoned a congregation of the French, Germans, and English, who sent to the Pope a renewed demand that he would appoint proctors to carry out his abdication. They added a request that he would promise not to dissolve the council or allow anyone to leave Constance till union had been achieved. With these demands, Sigismund sent his excuse about the watch over the gate. He said that he had set it at the request of some of the cardinals, who feared lest the council should melt away. He wished, however, in all things to stand by his safe conduct. John agreed not to dissolve the council, but suggested its transference to some place in the neighbourhood of Nice, where he might more conveniently meet Benedict and perform his resignation in person. Matters were now in a very awkward position. Sigismund and the 3 Transalpine nations stood opposed to the Pope and the Italians. John's resistance clearly indicated an intention of quitting Constance. This made his opponents more eager to deprive him by any means of the power of harming them. In a congregation on March 17th, the Germans and English were for insisting on the appointment of proctors by the Pope, but the French were opposed to driving matters to extremities and voted for adjournment. The French already had had experience of the difficulties in the way of using violence to a pope. They had also a stronger sense of decorum than the Teutons, and seemed to have resented the high-handed way in which Sigismund managed matters. The close alliance between the English and the Germans somewhat annoyed them, for though the mission of the council was a peaceful one, national animosity could not be entirely silenced, and the French knew that England was on the brink of waging an unjust war of invasion against their country. No sooner was there the faintest sign of a breach in the serried front of the Transalpine nations than the Italians hastened to take advantage of it. They sent 5 cardinals to detach the French from the English and Germans. Amongst them was Peter d'Ailly, for the cardinals, as Italian prelates, formed part of the Italian nation. d'Ailly, who had been the most prominent man in the beginning of the council, disapproved of the violent and revolutionary spirit which had been developing since Sigismund's arrival. He now used his influence with the French to induce them not to join with the Germans and English in their scheme of forcing the Pope to appoint proctors. He also begged them to withdraw from the method of voting by nations, and advocate the old method of personal voting. Though d'Ailly had argued strongly in favour of extending the franchise, he was not prepared to admit an entire change in the method of voting. The prospect of a union between the French and the Italians enraged still more the Germans and English. At a congregation on March 19th, the English proposed that John be seized and made prisoner. Sigismund, followed by the English and Germans, proceeded with this demand to an assembly where the French were sitting in conference with the 5 cardinals deputed by the Italians. If the French had before resented Sigismund's conduct, they now blazed up at this unwarranted interference, and angrily demanded that their deliberations should be left undisturbed. The English and Germans withdrew, but Sigismund and his lords remained. The French demanded that the lords also should withdraw, and Sigismund lost his temper, for the majority of those who sat amongst the French were his subjects. He angrily exclaimed, "Now it will be seen who is for union and faithful to the Roman Empire." Peter d'Ailly, indignant at this attempted coercion, rose and left the room. The other 4 cardinals protested that they were not free to deliberate. On the king's departure, messengers were sent to ask if the French were to consider themselves free. Sigismund had now recovered his equanimity, and answered that they were perfectly free. He had spoken in haste. At the same time he ordered all who did not belong to the French nation to quit their assembly on pain of imprisonment. The quarrel seemed to have become serious, but the ambassadors of the French king, who had arrived on March 5th, entered the French assembly and said that the French king wished that the Pope should appoint proctors, and should not leave Constance nor dissolve the council. This calmed the wrath of the French, who now separated themselves again from the Italians and joined the Germans and English. There now seemed to be no hope for John XXIII, but the sense of his danger at length spurred him to take the desperate step of fleeing from Constance. He had bound to himself Frederick of Austria, a young and adventurous prince who hated Sigismund, feared the council, and hoped to gain much from the Pope. He had come to Constance, and there found his pride outraged by the commanding position assigned to Sigismund. He had been called upon by Sigismund to do homage for his lands, and though at first he refused, was driven to do so by the good terms on which the king stood with the Swiss cantons, the hereditary foes of the Austrian house. He strove to detach Sigismund from the Swiss by offering aid for a war against them. But Sigismund was too wily for him, and gave the Swiss information of his proposals. When the Swiss envoys arrived in Constance, Sigismund confronted them with Frederick, and offered his services to settle any disputes which might exist between them. Outwitted and filled with shame and rage, Frederick stammered out excuses, and had to arrange matters with the Swiss by pleading that he had been misinformed. But Frederick's humiliation made him burn with desire to upset Sigismund's triumphal progress at the council. He knew that he would not stand alone, and that John still had powerful friends. The Duke of Burgundy wished by all means to dissolve the council. The Archbishop of Mainz was Sigismund's foe, and a staunch adherent of John. The Markgraf of Baden had been won over to John's side by the substantial argument of a gift of 16,000 florins. John and Frederick laid their plans cautiously and skilfully, yet not without awakening some suspicion. Sigismund thought it well to visit the Pope and reassure him. He found him in the evening lying on his bed, and inquired about his health. John answered that the air of Constance did not agree with him. Sigismund said that there were many pleasant residences near Constance where he might go for change of air, and offered to accompany him. He begged him not to think of leaving Constance secretly. John answered that he had no intention of leaving till the council was dissolved. Men afterwards regarded this answer as framed like an oracle of old. John meant that by his departure he would dissolve the council. No sooner was the king gone than John, in the hearing of his attendants, called him a beggar, a drunkard, a fool, and a barbarian. He accused Sigismund of sending to demand a bribe for keeping him in his papal office. Most likely John here laid his finger on Sigismund's weak point. Sigismund was poor, and may have demanded money for the expenses of the council from the Pope, whom he was labouring to drive from his office. John's attendants wondered to hear such plain speaking. Their master's tongue was loosened by the thought that he would soon be rid of the necessity of the intolerable self-restraint under which he had been lately living. Next day, March 20th, a tournament was held outside the walls, in which Frederick of Austria had challenged the son of the Count of Seely to break a lance with him. The town was emptied of the throng, which flocked to the spectacle. In the general confusion, the Pope, disguised as a groom, mounted on a sorry nag, covered by a grey cloak and a hat slouched over his face, with a bow hanging from his saddle, passed out unperceived. He slowly made his way to Ermatingen on the Untersee, where a boat was waiting to convey him to Schaffhausen, a town belonging to Frederick. In the midst of the tourney, a servant whispered the news into Frederick's ear. He continued to joust for a while, and gracefully allowed his adversary to win the prize. Then he took horse and rode off the same evening to join the Pope at Schaffhausen. End of section 32. Section 33 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 2. Deposition of John the 23rd, 1415, Part 1. Great was the tumult in Constance when at nightfall the flight of the Pope became known. The mob rushed to plunder the Pope's palace. Merchants began to pack their goods and prepare to defend themselves against a riot. Most men thought that the council had come to an end. The prelates who had spoken against John looked on themselves as ruined. Those who were zealous for the reform of the Church saw their hopes entirely overthrown. But Sigismund showed energy and determination in this crisis. He ordered the burgomaster to call the citizens under arms and maintain order, and the Italian merchants saw with wonder the ease with which quiet was restored. Next day Sigismund, accompanied by Louis of Bavaria, rode through the city, and with his own mouth exhorted all men to quietness and courage. He made proclamation that if John were fled, he knew how to bring him back. Meanwhile, anyone was free to follow him who chose. In a general congregation he held the same language, affirming that he would protect the council and would labour for union even to death. He accused Frederick of Austria of abetting the Pope's flight, and cited him to appear in answer for his deeds. The College of Cardinals chose 3 of their number as a deputation to John to beg him not to dissolve the council, but appoint proctors to carry out his resignation. The same day brought a letter from John to Sigismund. By the grace of God, we are free and in agreeable atmosphere at Schaffhausen, where we came unknown to our son Frederick of Austria, with no intention of going back from our promise of abdicating to promote the peace of the Church, but that we may carry it out in freedom and with regard to our health. The needless lie about Frederick of Austria was not calculated to carry much conviction of the truth of the Pope's promises. Before the departure of the cardinals, the council, wishing to have a clear definition of their authority, so as not to depend entirely on the influence of Sigismund, requested Gerson, as the most learned theologian present, to preach upon the subject. Gerson's sermon on March 23, 1415, laid down the general principles that the Church is united to its one head, Christ, and that a general council representing the Church is the authority or rule, guided by the Holy Ghost, ordained by Christ, which all, even the Pope, are bound to obey. The Pope is not so far above positive law as to set aside the decrees of a council, which can limit, though not abolish, the Pope's power. The representatives of the University of Paris extended these principles of Gerson, and asserted that the council could not be dissolved, but might continue itself and invoke the secular arm against all who refused to obey it. Some went further than the majority would admit, and asserted that the council was in all points above the Pope, and was not bound to obey him. The cardinals now found themselves in a difficult position. They did not wish to break with the council. Yet so long as John professed his willingness to abdicate, they had not sufficient grounds for shaking off their allegiance to him. They thought it wiser not to be present at Gerson's sermon, though they were informed by Sigismund of its purport, which the 3 cardinal deputies, accompanied by the Archbishop of Reims, communicated to the Pope at Schaffhausen. Meanwhile, John had written letters to the University of Paris, the King of France, and the Duke of Orleans, explaining the reasons of his flight. In them he artfully tried to play upon the hatred of the French to the English, and on the French king's jealousy of Sigismund. He complained that the English and Germans had leagued themselves together to carry matters with a high hand, and that Sigismund had tried to make himself master of the council. For these reasons he had retired to Schaffhausen, but was ready to accomplish his abdication, and wished to journey through France on his way to meet Benedict. These letters were written to no purpose, as they were only referred back to the council. On the same day John sent to Constance a peremptory order to all the officers of the Curia to join him at Schaffhausen within 6 days, under pain of excommunication. 7 cardinals left Constance next day and went to Schaffhausen, as did the greater part of the Curia. On March 25th, the Archbishop of Reims returned with letters from the Pope to Sigismund, saying that he had gone to Schaffhausen merely for change of air, not through any fear of danger. He offered to appoint as proctors to accomplish his resignation, in case Gregory and Benedict also resigned. The whole body of cardinals, or 3 of them and 4 prelates, 1 out of each nation, of whom 3 should be empowered to act. But the council was full of suspicion of John and of his cardinals. It resolved to go its own way, according to the principles laid down by Gerson, and to pay no further heed to the Pope. So strong was the council that it refused to consider the reasonable difficulties of the cardinals, who felt themselves bound to hold by John until he openly set himself in opposition to the council. The cardinals, like all moderate men, who try to guide their conduct by ordinary rules in extraordinary crises, were regarded with suspicion by both sides. They were not summoned to the Assembly of Nations, held on March 26th, to discuss decrees which were to be submitted to a session of the Council on the same day. The resolutions were only handed to them to read over before the session of the Council opened. They demanded that the session be deferred till the return of their envoys from the Pope. They were told that Sigismund and the Council were weary of subterfuges. They were in sore perplexity. A wave of revolutionary spirit threatened to sweep away Pope and Cardinals at the same time. It seemed to some sufficiently dreadful that a session of the Council should be held without the Pope, though for this at least the precedent of the Council of Pisa could be claimed. But it was an unheard-of innovation that the Council should meet in spite of Pope and Cardinals. The exclusive aristocracy, which had been willing to weaken the monarchical system of the Church, found that its own position was almost lost as well. Some of the cardinals at once retired to John. Many thought it wise to pretend illness and watch how events turned out. Only 2 determined to make a last effort to save the dignities of the cardinals from the violence of the council. Peter d'Ailly and Zabarella presented themselves at the session and succeeded in obtaining the respect due to their rank. d'Ailly celebrated the Mass and presided. Zabarella read the decrees, which affirmed that the council had been duly summoned to Constance, was not dissolved by the Pope's flight, and ought not to be dissolved till the Schism was ended and the Church reformed. Meanwhile, the council would not be transferred to another place without its own assent, nor should prelates leave the council till its work was done. A loud cry of placat followed the reading of these decrees. Then Zabarella went on to read a protest in behalf of himself and d'Ailly, saying that so long as John laboured for the peace of the Church, they must hold by him. They could have wished that this session had been deferred, but as the council determined otherwise, they thought it right to be present, in the hope that what was done would be confirmed by the Pope. The skilful and courageous behaviour of the 2 cardinals saved the prestige of the Sacred College, and prevented an irrevocable breach between the council and the old traditions of the Church, which would have strengthened the hands of John XXIII. On the same evening, the envoys of the cardinals returned from Schaffhausen, and next day, March 27th, before a general congregation, reported the Pope's offer to appoint the cardinals as his proctors, so that 2 of them could carry out his resignation, even against his will. He promised not to dissolve the council till there was a perfect union of the Church. He demanded security for his own person and indemnity for the Duke of Austria. But the council was too suspicious of John to trust to any fair promises, nor did the attitude of the cardinals who had come from Schaffhausen tend to confirm their confidence. In the discussion that followed, some of them ventured to hint that the Pope's withdrawal had dissolved the council. They were angrily answered that the Pope was not above the council, but subject to it. The suspicions entertained against the cardinals were increased by the fact that a copy of John's summons to his curia to attend him at Schaffhausen had been posted on the doors of the Cathedral of Constance, clearly at the instigation of some of the cardinals who had returned from visiting the Pope. The publication next day, March 25th, of a prolongation of the period within which they were bound to leave Constance only increased the irritation of the council. Congregations of the nations set to work busily to frame decrees establishing the authority of the council without the Pope, and the cardinals, in alarm, saw the opinions of the most advanced advocates of the reforming party being adopted with enthusiasm by the entire council. In vain they endeavoured to arrest the current of opinion by offering new concessions on behalf of the Pope. Sigismund should be joined as proctor to the cardinals, and the summons to the curia to leave Constance should be entirely withdrawn. It was too late. The distrust of John the 23rd and the cardinals was too deep-seated, and had been too well deserved. Under the excitement of the last few days, the council had risen to a sense of its own importance, and was determined to assert itself in spite of pope or cardinals. John the 23rd, who was kept well informed of what was passing, grew alarmed at the turn which affairs were taking. Before the council had asserted its power, he thought it wise to remove himself to a more secure spot than Schaffhausen. The position of Frederick of Austria seemed precarious. The Swiss confederates were preparing to attack him. Many of his own vassals renounced their allegiance. Schaffhausen would not be safe against an attack. So on March 29th, on a rainy day, John left Schaffhausen. Outside the gate he paused and caused a notary to draw up a protest that all his oaths, vows, and promises made at Constance had been drawn from him through fear of violence. Then he galloped off to the strong castle of Laufenberg, some 30 miles higher up the Rhine. He did not take with him even the cardinals who were at Schaffhausen, and they returned ignominiously to Constance, where they were received with decorous contempt. John had now thrown off the veil and justified the suspicions of his adversaries. His policy of chicanery and prevarication had been baffled by the resolute attitude of the council, and he was driven at last to try the chances of open war. The cardinals still desperately strove to check the alarming advance of the pretensions of the council. They saw, and saw rightly, that an unmodified assertion of the supremacy of a general council over the pope meant the introduction of a new principle into the existing government of the Church. They threatened to absent themselves from the session to be held on March 30th, unless the articles to be proposed were modified. Sigismund offered to lay their views before the nations, and gave them vague hopes that some slight changes might be made. They prevailed on the French ambassadors and the deputies of the university to join with them in begging Sigismund to lay aside his intention of making war on Frederick of Austria. But Sigismund was inexorable. After much anxious deliberation, all the cardinals who were in Constance, except Peter d'Ailly and the Cardinal of Viviers, presented themselves at the session held on March 30th. Cardinal Orsini presided. Sigismund appeared in royal robes, accompanied by several lords and about 200 fathers. The decrees were given to the Cardinal Zabarella to read. They set forth that this synod, lawfully assembled in the Holy Ghost, forming a general council representing the Catholic Church militant, has its power immediately from Christ, and all men of every rank and dignity, even the Pope, are bound to obey it in matters pertaining to the faith and the extirpation of the present schism. So far Zabarella read, but seeing that the words went on, and general reformation of the Church of God in head and members, he paused, and saying that they were contrary to general opinion, omitted them, and passed on to the next decrees, declaring that the Pope could not dissolve the council, and that all acts done by him to the detriment of the council should be null and void. The cardinals were willing to admit the supremacy of the council over the Pope, for the immediate purpose of ending the schism, but they were not willing that it should extend to the matter which more closely concerned themselves, that of the reformation of the Church. In the tumult that followed his omission of the words of the decree, it was not sure how much he read afterwards. The session broke up in confusion, and the wrath of the council against the cardinals blazed higher. A pamphlet written by some German prelate attacked them in no measured language. They had been in league with the Pope against the council. Many of them had followed him to Schaffhausen, and had only returned because they were not satisfied with the cookery there. Their character might be seen by that of the Pope whom they elected, a tyrant, a homicide, a simoniac, steeped in unmentionable vices. If they chose him as being the best among their number, what was to be thought of the rest? Yet the council behaved with dignity. It named deputies to confer with Zabarella, but it refused to reconsider the decrees themselves. On April 6th, another session was held in which the former decrees were again submitted and approved, on being read by the Bishop of Posen, with two additions: that anyone refusing to obey the decrees of the council might be punished, and that John XXIII had enjoyed full liberty while at Constance. This last decree was an answer to John's plea on leaving Schaffhausen that he had fled from Constance through fear of violence. On this point his cunning had overreached itself, as the moral force which a plea of coercion might have possessed was lost by his first excuse, that he left for the sake of change of air. He published a further allegation on April 7th that he fled lest the obvious violence to which he was exposed at Constance might afford a pretext to Gregory and Benedict for withdrawing their offers of resignation. John was much too plausible, and failed entirely to see that he could not establish his moral character in the face of Europe by putting forward pleas which no one could profess to believe. John was soon driven to feel his helplessness. On April 6th, the council besought Sigismund to bring back the Pope to Constance. On April 7th, the ban of the empire was issued against Frederick of Austria, and the excommunication of the council was pronounced against the disturber of its peace. The hope of booty made many willing to carry out the behests of the king and the council. Frederick, Burggraf of Nürnberg, led an army into Swabia, where strong towns fell before him. Schaffhausen, too weak to endure a siege, at once submitted to Sigismund. Another army was gathered from Bavaria and overran the Tyrol. Still, Frederick of Austria might have held out securely if the Swiss had maintained neutrality, as at first they intended to do in accordance with a 50 years' peace which they had made with Austria in 1412. But Sigismund urged that an engagement was not binding in the case of an excommunicated man. He held before them the prospect of increase of territory at Frederick's expense. He promised to make no peace with Frederick that did not guarantee their safety. The fathers of the council added a threat of excommunication if they did not lend their aid to the cause of the Church. Then the scruples of the Swiss were overcome. They poured their levies into the Austrian possessions and advanced victoriously to the walls of Baden. On another side, the Pfalzgraf Louis overran Alsace. Frederick of Austria in Freiburg, where he had fled for safety, received nothing but messages of calamity. John XXIII himself went to Freiburg on April 10th and was convinced that he could gain aid from the Duke of Burgundy. He strove in vain to encourage Frederick to hold out till succours came. He placed all his treasury at Frederick's disposal, promised him the aid of Italian condottieri, held out hopes of help from Venice and Milan, if Frederick would but resist for a time. But Frederick's spirit was broken. He thought only of making his peace on any terms with Sigismund, and regarded John's person as a valuable pledge by which he might appease the storm which he had drawn upon his own head. Meanwhile the council went its way with stately decorum. On April 17th, a general session approved a letter addressed to all the kings and princes of Europe, recounting the circumstances of the Pope's flight, dwelling upon his entire freedom of action at Constance, lamenting the fortunes of the Church under such an unworthy shepherd, announcing the intention of the council to send envoys to demand John's return. The council appointed as its envoys Cardinals Filastre and Zabarella, and drew up a document for John to sign, appointing proctors to carry out his resignation. John was to be required within 2 days to return to Constance, or take up his abode at Ulm, Ravensburg, or Basel, till his resignation was accomplished. In this session also the ill-concealed hatred against the cardinals found expression in a proposal to exclude them from the sittings of the council. A memoir, probably written by Dietrich of Nimes, was read, arguing that if the object of the council were the reformation of its head and members, that is, the Pope and the cardinals ought not to be judges in their own cause. By their election of John the 23rd, they had sufficiently scandalized the Church, and had shown themselves ready to aid him in thwarting the council. No conclusion was come to on this point, but we see how high feeling must have run by the fact that the council found it necessary to forbid the publication of libellous or defamatory documents under pain of excommunication. End of section 33. Section 34 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1, by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 2. Deposition of John the 23rd, 1415, Part 2. Next day, April 18th, the cardinals presented a series of propositions affirming the authority and headship of the Roman Church over a general council. Even over the universal Church, the Roman Church, or the Pope, has authority immediately from God as much as a general council. Indeed, the Roman Church forms the principal part of a general council, over which the Pope presides, and in his absence the cardinals. Without the assent of the Roman Church, nothing could be decided by a council. The theologians set themselves to answer this document clause by clause, but we see that they were hard-pressed in doing so. Throughout the discussions of the last 30 years, the arguments in favour of a council had owed their force to the schism and its evils, had been founded on a plea of present necessity. But the arguments against schismatic popes lost much of their power when applied to the united college of cardinals. The advocates of the council had been enabled to set up the claims of the universal Church against those of the Roman Church, because the unity of the Roman Church was destroyed by the doubt as to its head. But no one ventured to impugn the validity of the position of the College of Cardinals, and when they asserted themselves as the rightful representatives of the Roman Church and took their stand upon its privileges, the theologians of the council were in a strait. They answered the pleas of the cardinals hesitatingly, rather carping at the expressions used than venturing to attack the conclusions. The Church of Rome, they admit, is head of all the churches, yet not for the sake of nourishing schism. There is a difference between a council summoned to decide matters of faith and one summoned to extinguish a schism caused by the cardinals themselves. Whatever power the cardinals might have in the first case, they ought not in the second case to judge their own cause. We see in this the weakness of the conciliar argument. Taking advantage of a disputed succession in the papal monarchy, it attempted to raise, in a time of anarchy, a cry for a representative system in the government of the Church. Against the distracted monarchy it could make good its position. But when the nobles of the court asserted in their own defence the principles on which the monarchy was founded, the advocates of the representative system did not dare directly to dispute them. The council did not decree the exclusion of the cardinals, but practically they were rendered powerless by the fact that the conclusions of the assemblies of the nations were only handed to them a short while before the sessions of the council, so that they had no time to influence the final decisions. On May 2nd, they demanded the power to organize themselves like the nations, urging that the English nation was only represented by 20. The council, however, refused, and bade them each join their own nation. Finally, at the session on May 25th, we find the College of Cardinals ranking by the side of the nations, though the understanding between them was never cordial. On April 19th, the cardinals Philastre and Zabarella left Constance to bear the council's proposals to John XXIII. They found that he had left Freiburg for Breisach, still holding to his plan of drawing nearer to the territory of the Duke of Burgundy, who he hoped would send an escort to conduct him to Avignon. But with the fate of Frederick of Austria before his eyes, John of Burgundy hesitated to incur the hostility of the council. John XXIII. Remained at Breisach, where the envoys found him on April 23rd, and laid before him the council's demands. John promised to answer them next day, but next day they learned with astonishment that he had fled in the early dawn to Neuenburg. The envoys accordingly retraced their steps to Freiburg, where to their surprise they again found the Pope on April 27th. John XXIII's course was now run. Frederick of Austria had taken the first steps toward reconciliation with Sigismund, and knew that for this purpose he must be prepared to deliver over John to his foes. John was accordingly summoned by Frederick to take refuge in Freiburg for greater safety, and with a heavy heart was compelled to obey. There he had to listen again to the demands of the envoys of the council, and sullenly answered that he would send his proctors in a few days. On the return of the legates to Constance, April 29th, it was resolved to cite John to appear. Next day Frederick of Austria came humbly to Constance to beg Sigismund's forgiveness, and John's proctor, bearing his demands and reservations, was not thought worthy of notice. The council was now omnipotent, and determined to give John XXIII. No quarter. In a session on May 2nd, a citation was issued summoning him to appear and answer charges of heresy, schism, simony, maladministration, waste of church property, and scandals caused to the church by his life and character. On May 4th, the citation was affixed to the gates of Constance, and next day the humiliation of Frederick of Austria before Sigismund gave the council a foretaste of its triumph. In the refectory of the Franciscan monastery, Sigismund sat on his throne surrounded by deputies of the four nations and the ambassadors of the Italian states who were present in Constance. The Duke of Austria was introduced as a humble suppliant by Frederick of Nuremberg and Louis of Bavaria, who in his behalf supplicated for pardon and submitted his lands and person to the royal grace. Sigismund asked Frederick if he assented to this prayer. On bended knee, with broken voice, Frederick repeated his request for mercy. Sigismund raised him from his knee, saying, "I am sorry that you have brought this upon yourself." Then Frederick swore fealty to Sigismund, resigned his lands into Sigismund's hands to hold at his good pleasure, promised to bring back Pope John to Constance, and to remain as hostage till his promises were fulfilled. The heart of Sigismund swelled with pride at his triumph. Turning to the Italian ambassadors, he exclaimed, "You know what mighty men the Dukes of Austria are. See now what a German king can do." It was a pardonable boast, and Sigismund deserved a triumph for his skill in seizing the opportunity of raising the dignity of the empire on the weakness of the Church. The council did not entirely trust to Frederick's power of bringing John to Constance. On May 9th, the Burggraf of Nuremberg, with 300 armed men, escorted to Freiburg envoys of the council, who begged John to return. John put a good face on the matter and professed his readiness, but took no steps beyond sending a secret commission to the Cardinals d'Ailly, Philastre, and Zabarella to act as proctors in his defence. After some hesitation, they refused to act on his behalf, and the council in session on May 13th ruled that the citation had been addressed to him in person and that he was bound to appear himself. Next day he was condemned for contumacy and was declared suspended from the papal office. Commissioners were appointed to examine witnesses and draw up charges against John, and they were not long in discharging their office. A terrible list of 70 articles was drawn out against John, though these were for very shame reduced to 54 before they were laid before the council. They covered John's whole life and left him no shred of virtue, no vestige of reputation. From the days of his youth he was steeped in vice, of evil disposition, lying, disobedient to his parents. Each step in his career had been gained by underhand means. He had poisoned his predecessor, had despised the rites of religion like a pagan, was an oppressor of the poor, a robber of churches, stained by carnal indulgences, a vessel of every kind of sin. Besides these general terms of abuse, the specific charges against him range from incest to an offer to sell the Florentines the sacred relic of the head of John the Baptist, belonging to the monastery of San Silvestro at Rome. Amidst this overwhelming mass of accusations, there is only one thing of which we feel convinced: that John certainly had the power of inspiring deep animosity. Meanwhile, John himself was brought by Frederick of Nuremberg to Radolfzell, 8 miles from Constance. He refused to go any further. His spirit was broken, and he was only anxious to escape the shame of a personal humiliation. He was accordingly left at Radolfzell, strictly guarded. On May 20th, envoys of the council announced to him his suspension from the Papacy, and demanded the insignia of his office, the seal, and the fisherman's ring. John submitted with tears and expressions of contrition. On May 25th, the articles against him were laid before the council, with a statement of the number and nature of the witnesses on each head. They received the solemn approval of a proctor nominated by each nation. The council was terribly unanimous. Even the contest with the cardinals was laid aside, and the college at last was allowed to organize itself as a nation, for we find the Cardinal of Viviers acting as proctor to convey the assent of the college. 5 cardinals were sent to announce to John that his deposition was imminent. John did not trust himself to reply in words, but handed them a writing, in which he declared that he was willing to submit to the council in all things, and would not object to its decision, whatever it might be. He only asked them to respect his honour and person. The council was gratified by this unqualified submission, but thought it well to take all precautions. Next day, 5 commissioners were sent to carry to John the articles on which he was accused, and summon him to answer in person if he thought fit. John refused to read the articles, and repeated his previous answer, that he submitted to the council, which could not err. In its infallibility was his one defence. He only asked that his honour be spared as much as possible. He sent a letter to Sigismund, his only hope after God, reminding him of their past relations, begging him, by the bowels of compassion of Jesus Christ, to be mindful of your plighted word, by which you gave us hope, and entreating him to use his influence with the council on the side of mercy. John's submission disarmed the extreme bitterness felt against him, and the sentence of deprivation pronounced against him on May 29th was couched in much milder terms than the articles would have warranted. It set forth the evils with which John's flight from Constance had threatened the unity of the Church, and then proceeded: "Our Lord Pope John was moreover a notorious simoniac, a waster of the goods and rights not only of the Roman Church but others, an evil administrator both of the spiritualities and temporalities of the Church, causing notorious scandal to the Church of God and Christian people by his detestable and unseemly life and manners, both before and since his accession to the Papacy. In spite of frequent monitions, he persisted in his evil course, and therefore is now deposed as unworthy, useless, and harmful. All Christians are freed from their allegiance, and are forbidden to recognize him any longer as Pope." After the deposition of John, care was taken for the future by a decree that no new election should be made, in case of vacancy, without the express consent of the council, and that none of the 3 contending claimants should be re-elected. A solemn procession of the whole council round the city of Constance celebrated this final assurance of their triumph. The deposed pope, now called once more by his former name of Baldassare Cosa, was brought for safe keeping into the strong castle of Gottleben, close to Constance. But there was a suspicion that some discontented spirits had again opened correspondence with him, and Sigismund handed him over to the custody of the Pfalzgraf Louis, who held the office of protector of the council. Louis sent him to the castle of Heidelberg, where he remained so long as the council sat, attended only by Germans, whose language he did not understand, and with whom he communicated only by signs. Thus fell John the 23rd, undefended, and it would seem unpitied. Nor has posterity reversed the verdict of the council. Yet it is difficult not to feel that John had hard measure dealt to him in the exceptional obloquy which has been his lot. Elected to the papacy in return for his signal services in the Council of Pisa, he was ignominiously deposed by the council which claimed to be the continuation of that of Pisa. Here, as elsewhere, the revolution swallowed up its own child, and John's character has met with the fate which always befalls those whom everyone is interested to malign and no one is interested to defend. In his early career he established his reputation for courage and political sagacity by his administration of Bologna, but his capacities were those of a soldier of fortune, and few looked upon him seriously as a priest. As the chief man in North Italy, he had it in his power to dispose of the fortunes of the Council of Pisa, and the cardinals could scarcely help rewarding him for his services by the gift of the papacy. But in his exalted position everything went amiss with John, and his entire want of success in Italian affairs compelled him, sorely against his will, to appeal to the sympathies of Christendom. His previous training in a life of military adventure made him light-hearted in running into danger. His entire ignorance of the religious feeling of Europe made him utterly unable to cope with his danger when once it gathered round him. It was one thing to play off against one another condottieri generals, and win by trickery the towns of Forlì and Faenza. It was another thing to guide the deliberations of an assembly of theologians profoundly convinced of their own powers. John had neither learning nor moral character to enable him to hold his own in the face of the council. He had nothing but intrigue, which he managed so ill as to make it impossible for anyone to hold by him through respect for the papal dignity. Betrayed first by Sigismund and then by Frederick of Austria, he lost all self-command and self-confidence. When force of character rests neither upon moral nor intellectual principles, it rapidly decays under adverse circumstances. When John found that his first endeavours to manage the council were unsuccessful, he began to lose his nerve, and then blundered more and more lamentably. The council took advantage of each of his mistakes, and drove him remorselessly from point to point. John contested each point in detail with the weapons of mean subterfuge, and thus entirely ruined his prestige in the eyes of Europe. Everything went against him, and when he fell, there was no one interested to save him or even to give him shelter. Everyone felt that such a man never ought to have been elected pope. He was nothing more or less than an Italian military adventurer, and his camp life had been scandalous enough to make any stories against him sound credible. Yet it was not to the moral indignation caused by his character that John the 23rd owed his fall, but to the policy of Sigismund and the council, who were bent upon restoring unmistakably the outward unity of the Church. When John threw difficulties in the way of their plan of a common abdication of the 3 contending claimants of the papacy, a civil war followed, in which victory declared against John. His rebellion was signally punished, and it was necessary not only to depose him, but to render it impossible for anyone to revive his claims. John had few friends, and they could do nothing for him. The council was omnipotent, and suddenly applied to him a moral standard which would have condemned many of his predecessors. At Constance, every tongue and pen was turned against John. A calm Italian observer blamed John for trusting himself to a council composed of turbulent spirits who wished to turn the world upside down. He admired his versatility and capacity. In his youth a student, he afterwards distinguished himself greatly as a general and administrator. Unfortunately, he meddled in ecclesiastical matters which he did not understand, and his ability was forgotten in the contemplation of his misfortunes. This seems to have been the prevailing opinion in Italy. Cosimo de' Medici, who was not likely to befriend an utterly worthless man, retained both affection and respect for the deposed Baldassare Cosa, and gave him shelter in his last days. Still, it must be admitted that whatever good qualities John possessed, they were useless to him as pope, and his ignorance and heedlessness of the spiritual duties of his sacred office gave the council a handle against him. No remorse was felt in making him a victim to the zeal for the union of the distracted church. End of section 34. Section 35 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 1 by Mandell Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 3. Religious Movements in England and Bohemia. When the dispossessed Baldassare Cosa was taken as prisoner to the castle of Gottlieben, there was another prisoner of the council within its walls, a Bohemian priest, John Huss, who was accused of heresy. At the beginning of the council it had been a question keenly disputed whether the promotion of the unity or the purification of the faith of the Church should take precedence. Both matters had in some degree progressed, and the two prisoners at Gottlieben, Cosa and Huss, were witnesses of the two sides of the council's energy. The form of heresy which engaged its attention was one with which the council might have been expected to feel some sympathy, for it had its root in a deep-seated moral repugnance to the existing abuses in the ecclesiastical system and a longing for their reform. It had the same aim as the council itself, but though men were all convinced of the need of reform, they differed widely in the basis which they were ready to adopt. Abuses were so widespread that everyone wished to remedy them, but some merely wished to remove the abuses of the existing system, others wished to remodel the system itself. The system of the Church had grown with the life of Christendom, and the individual Christian recognized his religious life as forming part of the corporate life of the Church. So far as the ecclesiastical system, under the political exigencies of the papal monarchy, had strayed from its original purpose, and threw stumbling blocks in the way of the spiritual power of the Church itself, so far were the fathers of the Council of Constance anxious for reform. But the troubled times of the Schism and the misuse of the papal power drove others to criticize the nature and basis of the ecclesiastical system itself, and had led them to the conclusion that it was inadequate to the needs of the individual soul, and ought to be reorganized on a new basis. The leading spirits at Constance were eager to reform the Church system, but they looked with horror on those who wished to create it afresh. Part of the work which they had before them was the extirpation of the errors of Wycliffe and Huss, was the purification of the faith of England and Bohemia. We have spoken of Wycliffe in the three phases of his career, as an upholder of the rights of the kingdom against papal aggression, as a reformer of the morals of the clergy, and as a critic of the system and doctrine of the Church. In the first phase, all Englishmen went with him. In the second, he was in accord not only with the best minds amongst his own countrymen, but with the best minds in Europe. But when he attacked in unmeasured terms the foundations of the ecclesiastical system, it was felt that he threatened the existence of the Church and even of civil society. It must be owned that the moral sense of the individual was set up by Wycliffe in dangerous superiority over law, and that his dialectical subtlety led him to indulge in theories and maxims which were capable of wider extension than he intended. We cannot be surprised that the English hierarchy set their faces against Wycliffe's teaching, and did their utmost to put down a movement which menaced their own existence. After Wycliffe's death, the party of the Lollards, or Cantors, as they were called, formed a compact body and grew in numbers and influence. They had always been favoured by the discontented gentry, and numbered among their adherents several men of rank. In 1395, during Richard II's absence in Ireland, the Lollards presented to Parliament a petition for the reform of the Church, in which they expressed themselves with astonishing boldness. They set forth the decay of the Church owing to its temporal grandeur and the consequent corruption of the clergy. The ordinary Roman priesthood, it set forth, is no longer the true priesthood ordained by Christ. The pretended miracle of the Mass leads men to idolatry. The enforced celibacy of the clergy causes immoral living. The use of needless benedictions and exorcisms savours of necromancy rather than theology. Prayers for the dead are merely means of gaining alms. Auricular confession only exalts the pride of the priest. Pilgrimages to deaf images and relics are akin to idol worship. Monastic vows lead to much social disorder. War and homicide are contrary to the law of Christ, and occupations serving only for luxury are sinful. Inasmuch as the Church of England has gone astray in these matters, following its stepmother, the Church of Rome, the petitioners pray for its reformation and restoration to primitive perfection. We have here a plan of social as well as ecclesiastical reform, founded upon Wycliffe's principles and expressed for the most part in Wycliffe's language. So important did Richard II consider this movement to be, that he hastily returned from Ireland and demanded from the chiefs of the Lollard party an oath of abjuration of their opinions. They seem to have given way at once, a proof that the movement had amongst its most influential followers no real meaning, but expressed rather general discontent than any scheme which they seriously hoped to realize. The petition of the Lollards naturally awakened the indignation of the leaders of the clergy. In 1396, Archbishop Courtenay, who had shown little or no disposition for repression, was succeeded by Thomas Arundel, who resolved to take vigorous measures against the insolence of the Lollards. At a provincial synod held in February 1397, 18 propositions of Wycliffe were condemned. They were drawn from the Trialogus by some learned member of the University of Oxford, which was now anxious to restore its reputation for orthodoxy. The condemned propositions consist of 10 which tend to weaken the sacramental system of the Church, 5 which disparage the clerical order and the legitimacy of temporal possessions by the Church. The other 3 assert the superiority of Scripture over ecclesiastical tradition, the moral basis of authority, and the philosophic doctrine of necessity. Not only did the ecclesiastical synod condemn these doctrines, but a trained controversialist, a Franciscan friar, William Woodford, wrote a refutation of them at the archbishop's bidding. Archbishop Arundel had thus prepared the way for stringent measures against the Lollards. The clergy condemned them, the learned refuted them. But before he could strike a blow, he was himself stricken. Political questions swallowed up ecclesiastical disputes. The nation was too busy with other things to attend either to the Lollards or to the clergy. The Earls of Arundel and Gloucester were put to death. The Archbishop himself was impeached by the submissive Commons and was condemned to banishment. Pope Boniface IX. Did not choose to quarrel with the king about an archbishop, and translated Arundel to the see of St. Andrews. But Richard II's triumph was short-lived, and Arundel took a leading part in the events which set Henry of Lancaster upon the English throne. Under Henry IV., Arundel was more powerful than ever, and was resolute in his hostility to the Lollards. Public opinion seems to have turned decidedly against them, for many of their chief supporters had been staunch adherents of the fallen tyrant. Henry IV. Was greatly indebted to the help of the clergy for his easy accession to the throne, and had many promises to fulfil. He was poor and needed money. He was weak and needed political support. He was, moreover, fervently orthodox, and may not have been sorry to dissociate himself at once from his father's unworthy intrigues with the Lollard party. Accordingly, in 1401, a petition was addressed to the king by the clergy, praying for legislative measures against the Lollards who escaped ecclesiastical jurisdiction. The petition received the assent of kings, lords, and commons, and a clause was inserted in the statute for the year, enacting that a heretic convicted in a spiritual court was to be handed over to the secular arm to be burnt. Immediately after this, a Lollard preacher, William Sawter, met his doom as a heretic. The country as a whole had now pronounced its opinion against Lollardism, which henceforth became more and more an expression of political and social discontent, and lost much of its religious meaning. In 1406, another petition was presented to Parliament, setting forth that the Lollards were dangerous to public order in matters temporal and spiritual alike. They disseminated disquieting rumours and aimed at upsetting the peace of the kingdom. No fresh steps were taken, but the revolutionary attempt of the Lollard leader, Sir John Oldcastle, at the beginning of the reign of Henry V, led to a more severe act against Lollardism in 1414. By it, the secular power was empowered to inquire after heretics, and on suspicion hand them over for trial to the spiritual courts. From this time, Lollardism gradually disappeared. The French war found employment for adventurous minds. Political parties afterwards had many grounds for contention, without sheltering themselves behind religious factions. The thirst for free inquiry died away in the universities. England entered upon a career of administrative helplessness and personal selfishness in high places, which left no room for discussion of abstract principles. The smouldering discontent with society into which Lollardism passed away still lingered, and at times blazed forth, but it had none of the elements of a serious religious movement. The teaching of Wycliffe produced no deep impression in England. Partly this was due to his own character. Wycliffe was a keen, acute dialectician, but his spirit was too critical, his teaching too negative, to inspire deep enthusiasm or supply a position round which men would rally to the death. Wycliffe himself had none of the spirit of a martyr, and his followers were ready to recant rather than to suffer. The movement was in its origin academic rather than popular, and was used at once for party purposes, from the traces of which it never quite escaped. It lent colourable countenance to socialist doctrines, and awakened hostility as being subversive to society. In short, its force was frittered away in various directions. There was no great national interest with which it decidedly identified. Perhaps the condition of English politics was unfavourable to a great religious movement. There was no decided popular party, no place for political action founded upon broad principles. Still, though Wycliffe set in motion no great movement, and left no lasting impression of his definite opinions, he did much to awaken controversy, and by his translation of the Bible he spread among the people a knowledge of the Scriptures. He thus prepared the way for the testing and reception of new opinions in the 16th century, and it is not an exaggeration to date from the time of Wycliffe that reverence for the exact words of Scripture which has always been the special characteristic of English religious life. The immediate importance of Wycliffe in the history of the world lies in the fact that in the remote country of Bohemia his writings became one element of the first great national movement toward a new religious system. There was much in the early traditions of the Bohemian kingdom to dispose it to revolt from the papal dominion. The history of Bohemia was that of a Slavonic tribe thrown into the midst of German peoples. The wave of German conquest flowed around it, and it saw in the Holy Roman Empire merely a means of extending the power of the invading Germans. Christianity came to Bohemia from two sides, from Germany and Byzantium. But the Slavs listened to the preaching of the Greek monks Cyril and Methodius, though the Papacy reaped the fruit of these conversions and behaved wisely in humouring the prejudices of the new converts. Moravia was made into a separate diocese, and the use of a Slavonic liturgy was allowed. The German Church resented this ecclesiastical organization of the Slavonic peoples, and the cohesion of the Slavs was soon destroyed by the terrible invasion of Magyars, which severed the Slavic peoples and left Bohemia a helpless prey to German influences. The liturgy of Cyril and Methodius was suppressed and gradually disappeared, though it lingered in some obscure places to the middle of the 14th century. In its very origin, Latin Christianity in Bohemia was forced upon the unwilling Czechs, and was a badge of Teutonic supremacy. The soil was ready to receive opinions contrary to the ecclesiastical system, and nowhere did the heretical sects of the 13th century, the Bogomilians and Waldenses, take deeper root than in Bohemia. The reign of Charles IV, 1346 to 1378, forms a decisive epoch in Bohemian history. The Pfaffenkaiser, raised to the empire by the influence of the Church, was bound to use his power in the Church's behalf. Charles IV has been differently judged according to different conceptions of his duty. To the political theorist or reformer, who looked to the emperor to inspire Europe with a new spirit, Charles IV seemed an indolent and self-indulgent ruler. To the Germans, Charles IV seemed destitute of dignity, weak and incapable, a king who did not care to maintain his prerogatives against the encroachments of his nobles, but regarded Germany as a province annexed to Bohemia. It is true that Charles IV paid no heed to the empire and allowed Germany to go its own way, but he devoted himself to the interests of his Bohemian subjects, so that his reign is the golden age of their national annals. A model of a father to Bohemia, and a model of a stepfather to Germany, the Emperor Maximilian called him in later years. He made Prague, said an admirer, what Rome and Constantinople had been. He adorned his capital, elevated it into the seat of an archbishopric, and founded a university which soon took its place by the side of the great universities of Paris, Oxford, and Bologna. These steps of Charles IV, so far as they strengthened the organization of the Church, increased the influence of the Germans. But besides increasing the power of the Church, Charles IV's zeal led him to wish for a reform in the clergy, and round the cry for reform which Charles IV fostered, the national spirit of the Czechs slowly and unconsciously rallied. The Church in Bohemia was wealthy and powerful. The Archbishop of Prague was lord of 329 towns and villages. The cathedral at Prague maintained 300 ecclesiastics. There were at least 110 convents in the land. Simony was rife, and as a consequence, negligence of duty, exaction, and corruption of manners prevailed among the clergy. A visitation held in 1379 convicted of immorality 16 clergymen out of 30 who were visited. Charles IV and the Archbishop Ernest of Pardubuc were anxious to restore the zeal and morality of the Bohemian clergy. Charles's reforming zeal led him to summon from Austria an earnest preacher, Conrad of Waldhausen, who came to Prague in 1360 and began to denounce pride, luxury, and avarice with such effect that crowds thronged to his preaching, and showed the power of his words by returning to simplicity of life. Conrad was led to ask himself how it was that he succeeded where the ordinary ministrations of the clergy failed. His meditations led him to attack the simony and other vices of the clergy, and especially of the friars. It was in vain that the clergy accused Conrad of heresy. The king and the archbishop upheld him against their attacks, and it is by the irony of fate that in his zeal for the purity of the Bohemian Church, the orthodox king set on foot a movement which involved his son in bloody war against his people and made Bohemia a hotbed of heresy. The earnestness of Conrad of Waldhausen raised up followers, chief of whom was Milich of Kramierich in Moravia, who in 1363 set aside his canonry at Prague to devote himself to the work of preaching to the poor. The teaching of Conrad had only been addressed to the Germans, but Milich preached in the Bohemian language, and by his fiery mysticism appealed to the imagination of the people. He expounded prophecy and terrified his hearers by his denunciations. The tone of his preaching became more mystical, and the visions of the apocalypse filled his imagination. One day his zeal carried him so far that, preaching before Charles IV, he denounced him as Antichrist. But the emperor forgave him, and when he was accused of heresy and appealed to Pope Urban V in 1367, Charles warmly recommended him to the Pope. Milich went to Rome, but while waiting for the Pope's return, affixed a notice to the door of St. Peter's that he was ready to prove in a sermon the speedy coming of Antichrist. For this he was imprisoned, but Urban V on his arrival released him and treated him kindly. Milich returned to Prague, justified against his accusers, but ceased afterwards to preach about Antichrist. His saintly character impressed all who came near him, and he was the consoler of many troubled hearts. The wonders wrought by his preaching and the growing number of converts who laid aside their evil courses and submitted themselves to his guidance soon kindled the jealousy of the clergy, who again denounced him as a heretic to the Pope. The charges against him were chiefly his preaching of the Antichrist, his abuse of the clergy, disregard of excommunication, and excessive Puritanism in several points. He was summoned to Avignon by Gregory XI and died there in 1374. Milich had succeeded in kindling the imagination and awakening the religious enthusiasm of the Bohemians. By his words and by his actions he had set before them a lofty idea of personal holiness and purity. He was, says one of his followers, the image and son of our Lord Jesus Christ, the express similitude of his apostles. He quickened religious zeal, deepened men's grasp on spiritual truth, and left behind him a band of devoted followers bent on walking in his steps. But what he had expressed in the form of mysticism, in stirring appeals to men's feelings, his followers, chief amongst them Matthias of Janow and Thomas Stittny, worked out in their writings into dogmatic forms. Matthias of Janow was not so much a preacher as a theologian, and in his work De Regulis Veteris et Novi Testamenti drew out from the Bible alone, disregarding the works of the Fathers and the traditions of the Church, the rules of a holy and Christian life. He insisted upon the sufficiency of the Scriptures. He urged the need of having Christ in the heart and not merely on the lips. He dwelt upon the danger of ceremonies and hiding from men's eyes the sufficiency of Christ as the sole Redeemer, who suffices for the salvation of all who believe in him. In urging these conclusions, Matthias had no consciousness of a breach with the existing ecclesiastical system, but he none the less struck blows against it, which sapped its hold upon the minds of men. Matthias, however, wrote in Latin, and so addressed himself only to the more educated and intelligent. Thomas of Stittny, a Bohemian nobleman, followed in the steps of Milic, and wrote for the Bohemian people. In clear and simple language he carried home to men's minds the same truths as Matthias insisted upon: the need of faith founded on the word of God, showing itself in good works, and not resting on ceremonial observances. This spiritual movement in Bohemia would have died away, as so many others had done, if it had not found in the University of Prague an organized body which gave it stability and force. Founded in 1348, the University of Prague, under the fostering care of Charles IV, rapidly increased in importance, so that in 1372 it counted 4,000 students. Its constitution was a matter of some difficulty, and the faculties of theology and jurisprudence strove for supremacy, till in 1372 the jurists formed themselves into a separate university. Following the example of Paris, the University of Prague divided itself into 4 nations: Bohemian, Bavarian, Saxon, and Polish. At the end of the 14th century, the foundation of the universities of Cracow, Vienna, Heidelberg, Köln, and Erfurt in some degree diminished the importance of Prague, but it still remained the chief centre of intellectual life among the Germans and Slavonic peoples. The Poles, however, were few in number, and their vote was practically exercised by the Germans of Silesia. The Czechs found themselves in a minority in the university which had been founded in their behalf, and the struggle of nationalities which prevailed throughout Bohemia raged fiercely in academic matters. The Czechs claimed exclusive possession of the colleges, which, as elsewhere, were foundations to encourage research. Their claims were supported by King Wenzel, who, with all his failings, was true to the Bohemian people, and by their help maintained himself upon the throne. We may gather from Wenzel's conduct to the Archbishop John of Jenstein how slight was the hold which the clergy had upon the popular favour, how deep was the impression produced by the reforming preachers. John of Jenstein was made Archbishop of Prague in 1378 because he had won Wenzel's favour by his pleasant manners and skill in the chase. The story of Becket and Henry II was almost reproduced. A change came over the archbishop, he became a rigid ascetic, and his new sense of duty brought him into frequent collisions with the king. The quarrel came to a crisis in 1393, when John of Jenstein hastened to fill up the vacant abbacy of Clanruby, though he knew that the king was applying to the pope to suppress it for the purpose of founding a new bishopric. Wenzel's wrath was ungovernable. He summoned John to Prague and passionately ordered him and 3 of his followers to be seized and imprisoned. 2 of them were tortured, and Wenzel ordered all of them to be drowned. But when his rage passed away, he bethought himself of the consequences which might follow from drowning an archbishop, and reluctantly ordered his prisoners to be released. One of them, John of Pomuk, was so severely injured by the torture that his life was hopeless, and Wenzel ordered him to be thrown into the Moldau. Archbishop John was driven to humble himself before Wenzel. He met with no support from the clergy or the people, and at last fled to Rome, where Boniface IX refused to take any steps that might lead to a quarrel with Wenzel, from whom at that time he looked for help in Italy. John was driven to resign his archbishopric and died in Rome in 1400. That Wenzel should with impunity and success offer such violence to the metropolitan of the Bohemian Church is a striking evidence that the clergy were looked upon with indifference, if not with dislike. The death of John of Pomuk caused no commotion in Bohemia. The University of Prague showed no desire to interfere in the quarrel between Wenzel and the archbishop. Huss was accused afterwards of openly expressing his approval of the murder of John of Pomuk. His answer that he only said that the drowning or imprisoning of a priest was no reason for putting the kingdom under interdict shows that he certainly made no protest or raised his voice against Wenzel's conduct. It is a curious point in later history that this John of Pomuk was chosen by the Jesuits to supplant the memory of Huss as a martyr in the minds of the Bohemians. But legend gathered round John's history. He was confused with a confessor of Wenzel's queen, and was said to have been thrown into the Moldau because he refused to violate the secrets of the confessional at the bidding of a jealous and tyrannical husband. The legend took root in Bohemia in the dark days of the Catholic reaction, and the imaginary confessor was canonized in 1729 under the name of St. John Nepomucen. He answered his purpose in providing Bohemia with a national saint, and in substituting a more poetical martyr for John Huss, who was only burnt at the stake for his theological opinions. There were in Bohemia, at the end of the 14th century, many political elements which favoured a revolutionary movement. There was an ill-concealed jealousy of the Czechs against the German middle classes, which tended to combine with the Puritan movement against the abuses of the clergy. The rising of the German nobles against Wenzel, and the pretensions of Rupert to replace him in the empire, identified his cause still more strongly with that of the Czech nationality. In the University of Prague, the reforming party became similarly identified with the Czechs, who were striving to maintain their privileges against the Germans. Soon a new impulse and a more definite form was given to the energies of the reformers by the spread in the University of Prague of the writings of Wycliffe. The keen, clear criticisms of ecclesiastical dogmas which had not taken root in England because they were associated with no national or political interest, supplied a form to the religious aspirations which were in Bohemia associated with a widespread popular movement. The connection between Bohemia and England, which followed on Richard II's marriage with Wenzel's sister Anne, increased the natural intercourse which existed in those days between universities. From Oxford, the writings of Wycliffe were brought to Prague as early as 1385 by Jerome of Prague, who was himself a student at Oxford. The questions which they raised, especially the question of transubstantiation, were eagerly discussed by an increasing party in the university, of whom John Huss became the chief representative. End of section 35. Read by Pamela Nagami, MD, in Encino, California, August 2023. End of the History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 1, by Mandell Creighton.